the Viper ever since any map that they play, right? And they seem to favor a lot more on the Fade over the Sova, I think, at least from what it feels like. Like, they're the only team that I feel like Carpe just likes to play Fade more than anyone else. Anyways, on the side of Paper Rex, as you were mentioning, Victoria, with the thing about Monyet, it also has resulted in Paper Rex having
let's see here.
Different set of compositions, right? Where the last time that they faced each other in AVL, it was what Jing and Jing and something playing on Double Duelist. But the last time we saw them on Sunset here in Kickoff, they had no Duelist whatsoever because again, that's the versatility that Monyet brings to the table. He can play a lot more agents in different roles than Jing has done when he was with Paper X.
Yeah, and I know a lot of the fan base is really, you know, we're all such huge fans of Jing. Like, talents, like all of us are, is explosive, amazing playstyle, especially on Raze. But with Monyet in this group, we've seen a completely different team comp. Like you said, no duelists. That seems like the most on Paper X things, but then how they play, how Devi played on stage, that again,
okay, there we go.
Paper X thing I have ever seen with him, you know, just res baiting for fun. Apparently he res him and then laughed. He was like, sorry, you're gonna die. And just like, you know, went around and clutched around. Now you can see our predictions here. Paper X obviously continues to be dominant. It's really hard not to pick Paper X. Or is it? That's right.
I mean, sometimes I just want to see the world burn, but
why did you choose T1?
Okay, I think I've been turned into a believer.
Okay,
that
let's turn that off.
The chamber, it was amazing, but then when I started, you know, deep diving into
turn
T1,
that off. That's all working.
Really bring, I feel like, Paper X to their knees in this series.
This is
We'll talk about that a little bit
working.
more later. But one of the things that I really like about them is just how quick and aggressive they can really be, which could catch Paper X off guard.
Excellent.
Meanwhile, for me, I mean, I think Paper X is just a team that doesn't sit still. So you've got this new Devi, you've got Monyet and something changing up their roles a little bit. It's a lot more controlled, and I think that's great.
Well, I hope you guys are ready for the Susanto Derby. We're going to see T1 versus Paper Rex. They're ready for their walkouts. I am ready for some good games today.
Okay. T1 greater than Paper X? I don't think so. I voted for T1 because I think there's a shot, but I think if T1 wants to win, it has to be a 2-0. My pick'ems would reflect Paper X. But like, I don't know if T1 beating Paper X would be so much an upset. I think it's just if Paper X. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to put it. I feel like T1's gonna come out swinging. Just tweet this out.
저희가 한 경기만 더 이기면은 마드리드가 확정인데 진짜 모든 걸 바쳐서 열심히 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
홍크크님 안녕하세요. 잠시만요.
Hello everyone, I'm Sam.
Paper X don't look above everyone like before. I mean, we've also only seen one match, so it's kind of hard to tell. I don't think they are as far above as they were towards the end of Pacific 2023. But obviously, we'll see how things change as we go. Yeah, I don't think it's like a given that they win. I think that's what I'm trying to say.
Now we can play even without duelist in Valorant. Yeah. This is our first day in playoffs. I hope you're gonna win today, and we go to Madrid. And I hope you enjoy our games and kick-off tournament.
At first, I think it feels really weird because actually I fought him multiple of times in the different game, and I always lost. But now it's Valorant, and I think I'm more experienced than him. So maybe this time I'm really confident.
Let me just tweet everything out.
They weren't satisfied with third last year, and they're looking to punch their ticket to the finals. Give it up.
Dude, why is my Twitter being weird again? There we go. Let me just post this. Are you live on Twitch too? I am.
Your reigning VCT Pacific
You can use either.
champions on the hunt for another title. Welcome to the stage, Paper Rex.
Where is VCT Pacific? Here we go. Live with the watch party. Why can't I center this? There we go. Why is this such a hassle? Oh my gosh. 냉정하게는 페렉이 이길 것 같습니다. 예측은 T1 했습니다. Chat, why is it so hard to figure out social media? Like, why? Okay, when I post stuff on my stories, why can't I, like, click on the stuff that I'm putting on? There we go. I just need to post one more thing, chat. And then we'll be good. Link tree. Do you use Twitch's story thing too? No, I forgot that was a thing. Okay. You want the tiger in the background?
And here we go into map picks. Really curious how this is going to go. We've seen both of these teams not really like to play Icebox, so I can imagine at least one of these guys would be banning it.
Okay, let's see how this ban pick will go.
Against GENG didn't look too great, or maybe, you know, come up with something that they are strong on, something like a Sunset or a Lotus.
Curious. I feel like Sunset will be left to go through. I feel like T1 feels good about their Sunset.
They are more versatile right now. They can't play those non-duelist comps. But I think what T1 would like
No
to
Icebox is a shame.
bring out is maps where something doesn't play on that jet.
Ooh.
Paper Rex banning the Breeze is interesting.
Yeah. To put Paper Rex in a position where they're not the most used at it just yet.
Well, that makes sense why Breeze is banned, right? Because something was trying out that wasn't too great. But Split and Ascent now. Okay.
You reached gold today. Congrats. Split and Ascent. Wow.
Double controller along with Izu combo, but at the same time, PaperX experiments around sometimes. They bring up the Harbor with Forsaken, and it can be very interesting to see how these teams clash on that.
Or even the Sage.
PaperX loves to cook on Ascent.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just curious to see what the comps we're going to be having here. And Sunset.
And then Sunset last.
Yes, the Decider. This was...
I'm not surprised about the T1 Lotus ban. Just the way Paper X plays, like, is so annoying for the way T1 plays.
I am currently unsure on what we're going to happen here. And another thing is, these are maps
T1 did float Split before. Dude.
Yeah.
Possibility.
Or maybe PaperX tries a new composition.
So we're taking on the chamber.
That's what we're hoping for a little bit, honestly, right?
Do you hear us? We want to see 2 chambers today. It is not 2
Attack
chambers,
T1 is double duelist. Izu, Raze. Oh, triple duelist. It's back from Paper X. They're like, Talon was onto something.
T1. I mean, no, the Talon.
The Talon? But this is not that Talon. I hope.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, I hope it will
I
not
mean,
look like Talon.
listen, man, we've heard rumblings that Talon... Like, we've heard rumblings that Talon was serious about that comp.
Double duelist, you know, we've seen that before. It works great, especially when it's Saya player on that.
What a
jet,
sunset.
off of this, you know,
It's actually
it
is time for sunset soon.
That's going to be very interesting if they know how to play
No
around it.
sentinels.
I
mean, with double controller, it's not too shocking. You know, I'm actually curious how Forsaken's going to play the Euro, because a lot of people have argued for the Euro on Split, and we've seen it in matches too. And I'm just like, I'm still just not sold on it as a Euro lover.
That Viper and Raze on Paper X's side.
Well, one thing's for sure, both teams absolutely dumped their Sentinels. We were going to go into the
But if you're using it as an initiator, I guess. The thing is Paper X is not.
Yes, thank you very much. And I think that we will have an immense amount of fun.
There's no info is the real thing. I've got Paper X if I had to choose, but my prediction says T1 because I really think it's like 55-45. So I think there's a pretty good shot for T1. But I think if T1 wants to win, T1 needs to win 2-0.
This is not something that we have seen in a very long time. On any
I think if
map,
T1 wants to win, they need to win 2-0.
Not since Talon back last season, and I tell you what.
I just feel like Paper X's ability to bounce back against like non-international teams is too good.
A very rough affair for all involved, but this time around you gotta expect it's gonna be different. It's Paper X.
Their ability to
Certainly
adjust
with
as
the Euro,
well.
who's sort of a pseudo initiator anyway. You know, that acts as their flash agent. That's gonna act as
the
their
other way they win is if they're just firing on all cylinders, right? The thing is like T1's sunset during off season with the Euro, like caught Paper X off guard. The thing about Paper X is they adjust real fast in game. So if you're winning by quote unquote cheese, not that it was like immense cheese, but right, if you're winning by comp, then like you better snowball that mega fast.
Alex and his ability to really cook up something special.
This is that team that gets the grain of salt, that gets the benefit of.
Now the double duelist on T1, Izu back on duelist. It's been a while since we've seen it. Obviously he plays the Euro a bit, but that's a little different.
Because we were excited, you know, in their opening series. The desk was talking about it a little bit. That breeze coming through, getting to see something playing on the Yoru. Didn't go nearly as well, but given the change-ups that we have and the people who are playing on the specific agents, maybe. This will
Man, Yoru, Jet Raze, double controller.
I have a lot of doubt in anybody on this squad to do their job and do it well for the most part. I mean,
T1 picked attack too.
But Paper X has proven us time and time again that they can cook and they can do it.
This is interesting.
Alrighty, well here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Strap yourselves.
I wonder if
in your
T1's
seats.
looking
Sit
to get
upright.
more than like 5 rounds in the first half.
Nearby, because this is going
I mean,
to be
teams have their.
a
The thing
bumpy
is
ride.
Paper X.
Gate's going to be going down in 25 seconds. Let's see.
Alex has often said that he thinks picking attack is in a best of series is so important just to always have control of the momentum when you start the map. So that could be T1's idea as well. I mean, obviously they also have double duelists, so maybe they just think that they can keep up the speed. T1 is also playing Astra. So T1's gonna look to do a little bit more like, set play.
Potentially on Carpe.
And Paper X.
PRX was just seeing if they would creep out from Ramen. Not gonna happen for now.
Paper X has B site entirely empty. They don't even have any info. They have the backup for A. Just used it. He uses it at the last second just in case. And then that way he can keep control. Like they are leaving B empty. That way you can still keep control of A heaven. So Paper X's read is good. It's probably also because they have whatever retake for B.
Sewers, they're going to cut their way back
I
over
was waiting.
towards A.
I was waiting for you to say it.
The gate crash has expired. So it'll just be
Oh
this
man.
push out here, peeking in
And
towards
this type of
Ramen.
push out on pistol is so good after the initial trade of utility.
Only Devi on this side of the map. He does have that sheriff in hand.
Oh, and they're clearing this side too because they know that they have abilities to, with the toxic screen, to buy time, and he gets the. Dude, I mean, it's not uncommon, but. Okay, and he's holding heaven, and they have the flank. So T1 should know this. They've only heard one guy, so they should be pushing out as they are. They need to push out and retake heaven. Now, do they expect another? Okay, they're gonna back off. They just want to put enough pressure in. They don't have enough time to go all the way around. Good kill by Excurit. Rossi, what was that? Oh! Monyet walking in with the paint shells is rough.
Yeah, a great hold here from T1. This was a really challenging retake that they had to defend. Good job there clearing screens, kind of identifying that Devi was more or less likely pretty alone there. They didn't get a lot of contact other than the sheriff shots that got the opening.
It's a very interesting immediate call to not push all the way back into heaven. They just keep screens control and they come back to assist because Rossi, I think Rossi just calls for help.
Potential tricky retake that T1 is able to scrape by with some fancy footwork and shooting from Rossi. It's gonna get him over the line, and now you're able to.
Dude, is every stream... Why do I feel like I'm having more drops than I was on YouTube? Maybe I'll go back to YouTube. I'm watching from a Freaka TV right now, but...
Monyet and something into the ground. One kill traded back, but weapon not able to be safely recovered, so Mindfreak just has to leave it on the ground. By just checking to see if anyone got this lurk forward up over onto ramp. Nothing spotted. But T1 at the moment.
T1's playing very careful.
I really like the way
I mean, no one on the side of B would have wanted that upgrade anyway, but... I mean, I guess Izu could, but... Because didn't Xcured have a Bulldog?
Not going to give those duelists the ability to pop off for Paper Rex. We know they're capable of it. Really take your time. Really get your information in hand before you make...
Why don't I over... T1's going to win champs!
Nice from T1 early. Carpe doing a good job leading them so far.
The thing is I actually just got done recording a video, and I meant to put it up before the launch party, but I would have been able to render it, but I wouldn't have been able to set it entirely up. The thing is in some sense, Double Duelist goes the same way. The video was talking about the no duelist composition from Paper Rex, and it goes the same route, especially on Split, right? Especially when... Traditionally, the defense is supposed to be so much easier. Obviously, since the map changes, it's changed a little bit. But the idea of get a pistol, get the anti-eco, and then you just need one more good round to feel like you've evened out 50-50 is really good.
Not going to be thirsting for kills. It's going to be sat back, but Carpe getting out of this spot. It proved to be mildly difficult. Start drifting away, and it looks like Divine not going to be swinging.
And Paper Rex actually probably has a tougher time of defense because they have no info.
Something here as they turn their sights now over to stairs. Never mind. Mild distraction as side player dashes across, and Carpe will be able to collect the two. Team 1 now 2-0 start as we get ready to go into the bonus.
So far, so good for this T1 squad. Now, you do have to anticipate that for Paper Rex, you know, with
Isn't it also crazy that Paper Rex is just like straight up picking and floating maps that they have new comps cooked on? They're like, oh, we don't care if people see it before Madrid.
Really nicely done, and already on round 3, the operator.
I feel like Paper Rex really wants to win kickoff and gets the 3 championship points.
Piece of weaponry going to be available. Something thinking about a bit of a mid peak.
Hard push into B. Orb control. I mean, with the triple duelist, with no info, the only info Paper Rex gets is by deleting parts of the map. So
you got to imagine with this triple duelist comp that Paper Rex is looking to find favorable fights, overstacked fights, and try to claim victories that way. Again, so
and they can always reposition with the Yoru. So that's an added mental stack against T1, but it doesn't give anything certain for Paper Rex either. Paper Rex still has a decoy. They have both sneak bites. No boombot though, but yes, paint shells. That is rough, dude. And the early op is a good call from T1. I mean, even on the bonus too. That's actually insanely early. But against the triple duelist, you know that this comp has to push out. Dude. The swings along with the guiding light, very solid.
30 seconds left.
It's starting to feel a little bit like the start we saw from Paper Rex against GENG, where it was a little bit slow, a little bit off. Doesn't seem like the pace.
Nothing an Alex timeout can't fix.
Paper Rex style, the W gaming style, is quite there yet.
But what's crazy is the reason I think I eventually favor Paper Rex in this matchup is because T1 will also play a skirmish style, right? they will look to fight and then try to get the advantage in the fight with their utility. They don't play a very like slow-paced macro style push and pull. They are much more a, oh, we see them, let's fight them, but with better utility and swings. And in my head, as great as the T1 players are, that is like the bread and butter of Paper X. So that's why when push comes to shove, I would favor Paper X. However, it also means that on any given day, T1 could also beat Paper X. I mean, a flawless bonus with a early op is...
He gets ahead of the Sky Flash, expecting it to come. He just can't get his spray down in time, so it's not a bad idea at all. Just doesn't quite pay off as you would normally expect. And yeah, already gonna have to see if they can get their heads on straight. But this is
early timeout from Alex. That usually
and you're thinking, oh boy,
usually means something.
And then they just start to
whenever he gets early timeouts, he gets value out of it.
Well, this season once so far, but maybe twice now.
Yeah.
To come off the backside of this one, but yeah, no, historically, you know, the timeout calls here from Alex.
So we'll have to wait and see.
Very much on point on when they will find the most amount of value. But this is very different territory. But then again, it was different territory.
Alex is pissed.
Paper X, in their series versus GENG, where they ran a no duelist composition. So yeah, it's kind of inverting things a little bit here. Might not be 5, but with the way that these guys like to play, it may as well be. See if it's going to work out, though.
The tough part
Bucky.
Here for Paper X. Yeah, why not? I knew you'd appreciate that.
Is there a calm Alex Cam moment?
I think the tough
yeah, whenever they're beating DRX and Termi calls a timeout.
You don't have a lot of util that's going to go out and get too much info.
That's a calm Alex moment.
On the Yoru, and that's about it. So otherwise, you have to rely on contact. You have to play off of that. And T1 has done a masterful job.
Okay, one ways to control B. Early paranoia, though.
Not giving up any free kills.
Okay, they're prioritizing ult orbs, too. We'll see if that eventually pays off. I'm definitely getting more frame drops under Freaka. But overall, the quality seems better, as it always is. Dude, the Paper X Classic is so clean.
Grab the orb, send out those stinger shots from Mind Freak after the orb is taken.
Oh, we might, yeah, we'll have to test out the YouTube stream here.
Well, then a stinger, definitely not around the corner with the Bucky in hand.
Never. Oh, Yoru just sent his TP into there as well.
That's a big flash. And he's gate crashed in after a kill. I don't know if he gate crashed exactly on the shot of the Bucky. But if T1 was paying close attention, they should have heard it. It'd be insane if Paper X timed it on the shot of the Bucky. I don't think it, like, I think he used it right after the Trailblazer pushed Monyet. But in the heat of things on stage, they might not have heard it. Either way, they've made them back off, so job done for T1. They know the Bucky's close, but Forsaken's holding far with a Vandal. Oh, and the late. Dude, the late Forsaken? Well, he gets... I do not feel bad saying he got lucky on the last kill, but they were going to win that round anyway. The late shadow step up from Mind Freak was really good. The Bucky distracts him.
All the way on the other side of the map, able to come over and help Monyet. His whole play there is, I'm going to make contact with somebody on the other side, on A's side here. He got
the pot flash is too strong. Oh, Mind Freak gets a double. That hurts.
To hold the corner, and he can hold the long side.
With a stinger, too.
Now he's got a
hey, how's it going?
For his troubles. Once again, a little bit of a mid attempted setup, but a fast hit here, potentially from Izu. Maybe just gaining space initially.
The flashes are too good. Never mind. How did Izu get both? What? Oh, this is a late peek out from Monyet, though. Yeah, that's just the timing. See, this is what I mean, though. It's just like... T1 plays the way that Paper X likes to play as well. They like use their utility, push through, get a fight, win a fight, keep pushing. And Paper X is like, well, if we're going speed, like I will match that tempo any day of the week.
He's already done it once. Gotten the last 2 kills to get him the pistol round win. He's been pretty good in these situations.
But Rossi does use the best Phantom skin, so.
Really disciplined. Plenty of time to work with on the clock. Still has 47 seconds, so that's more than enough for him to try to wait for Paper X to get over patient. overeager.
It's just like
Not known
when you're
for
going
their,
that fast, I mean, you can, and you probably should
30 seconds left.
have someone checking your back in your corners, but
Still just holding back. I mean, eyes not even on the spike.
I mean, I almost think once you have the number advantage, you use the showstopper, and like I think you send it either here or there, so you don't have to keep looking one way or the other on the minimap.
He plays with just as much ambiguity here as Paper Rex. He's gonna
I wanted to set up my stream deck to
the B site. Doesn't he think he might have
set
just
up my map
barely enough time
thing,
right on the corner. And
but I don't have it.
it's gonna be so close, but I think he just missed it. No, he's got it.
Oh, he got it.
Okay.
Wow.
By a fraction of a second. Now takes this
Trying to make it
forward
sound like he's
swap.
not here. I like it.
Here on the players of Paper X. So
I like it. They're cautious about it, but that's a good hold and a change in the angle. Oh, the timing. That's unfortunate. I mean,
spot him out. 30 HP. They keep Paper X.
what can you do?
afloat.
It's a brilliant attempt by Rossi. I mean, well done.
I really didn't think he had it.
I thought he would just come up short, maybe. But he got ahead of it by fractions of a second. And able to catch him off guard as well. Still had a couple snake fights there. Maybe could have used one to delay a little bit after he got the first kill.
Oh, what a clean shot from Monette.
So tricky to deal with. And I like the change of pace.
And the not
They say,
overcommitment to
okay,
jump
you guys
out with the
are playing a little bit
showstopper so he
slower,
doesn't
you're
get picked
playing
off.
Information.
He
did.
Well, if he saw Devi, I think he would have backed out. Or he might have gotten the call about his health too and just sprayed the wall. It's just like
Well,
he just barely misses him and he second guesses himself on should I reposition.
to very much keep Paper X in
It's a
this
second
one.
guess.
Now,
He second guesses him. There's no doubt
this
about
is gonna
that.
be
I don't know if you can blame him for that though.
The number of timeouts we've had in 5 rounds of play.
I was literally just thinking the same thing. I'm like, we're 5 rounds in and we're 2 timeouts deep. Like, both of these teams already trying to feel each other out because, I mean, with Paper Rex, you have to expect the unexpected, but you know, how much unexpectedness can you actually prepare for? Like the triple duelist here is.
Let me know, but what it is for sure it desyncs over time. I've changed the software setup a bit.
No,
And so the timing might be a little off right now. Slightly? I don't, but when I was testing it earlier, it shouldn't be.
Timeout called. T1
If it's already
still
desynced,
here
then it's a
with
whole
this
separate
lead, but
issue.
doesn't allow
If it's already
Sixers
desynced by a
coming in on
lot,
this one.
but
They do have a pit, so they can
it's a
still go
desync
on
over
the side.
time. So, and I think that's because I'm trying to even out with so much delay on my software.
Flashes up in hands.
So we'll have to see. The best way to fix it might just be, dude, that's insane that he tries to flick for that.
Oh, that is.
He did hit him. That's actually crazy.
And that's the line he decides to take. Now he's gonna go pushing up at Izu.
What
a turn. Managing to
is
find one
going
trick.
on?
Takes down Forsaken as soon as Carpet gets dropped.
Well, I was
Now
about to
he's
say
out
Devi's
on
position
the
might be hard to read, but Izu is thorough.
manages to get Devi.
Telling you, Izu's the future,
What is this
chat.
opener from Izu?
I am blown away. This looked like it was going to be a couple shorty kills for sure for Paper Rex, and instead they're able to turn it on their heads.
But yeah, just let me know, and then I'll keep tabs on it. I might not be able to fix it right away, but
He's had some really.
the real question will be is if it whether it exists now or not. The real question is, does the desync get worse over time?
Exciting stuff from him. He's hungry. Monyet
Dude,
at that range.
Monyet's quick too.
Okay, wants to jump across, grabs the operator. I'm not sure. Okay.
Wow.
Not for the sake of fighting. If that's
Okay.
what you want, but for the sake of saving, absolutely.
What a big
So
save.
Prize does get collected here. Manya just going to be holding on to this one for dear
Listen, I
life.
need Paper X to just get 4 so that we can see enough attack rounds.
Seems like timeout call, very good. Izu performance, astounding in the round, frankly. And T1, they will now move up 4-2.
Well, I gotta say, I think one thing that's really encouraging for the side of T1 is you're able to react to these crazy plays that Paper Rex.
What?
Oh my God! What?
That's illegal.
Jeez.
You're not allowed to do that, Izu.
Oh my goodness.
That's
That is-
insane.
Ooh. Well, they're showing. that
Dude,
they can
how
play
does he...
in terms of mechanical ability with Paper Rex, that's for sure.
What?
Goodness.
God, go buy a lottery ticket.
Oh,
Dude, Izu has... Wow.
my jaw is on the ground. That is.
Okay, they've got Cosmic Divide and Seekers.
I mean, but that's, you know,
So this is big. Hopefully they saw the game from EMEA where the opponent uses your Cosmic Divide. Or I guess it was their Cosmic Divide, but... Trying to fake. You surely read. You don't read this? Or I guess not a read, but you don't suspect it. That's crazy. Something's gonna. He's gonna go for this. Yep. He's out of the wall. I mean. Okay. Well, that kill actually makes it very doable now. You could pick up the rifle too. For something. You have paranoia and a snake bite. The Seeker's being used. Oh, don't do that thing where you're trying to peek out of your own pit. Okay, maybe you do it with another guiding light. I thought they were going to do it with the Seekers. You have paranoia.
So is the paranoia. Put it towards the back of the site here to try to clear this.
Oh, he thinks he's close.
Tap on the decay. He's got to back away from the pit for now.
Okay, so he knows he's in the pit because he hasn't wrapped around from outside. NT from Mind Freak. It's unfortunate on the paranoia.
Carrying on their merry way now 5-2. Some great reactions here from T1. Obviously, Saya.
Now they have the op with the Blade Storm as well.
And they say, hey, let's use our own operator.
Yeah, why not? This is just great stuff.
I mean, that's just being a little loose.
Wants to play some of these rounds, or they want to get aggressive. They want to catch you while you're trying to set up for your executes. Instead, T1 turns it on its head.
Saya's popping off.
Shuts it down. Saya with a Blade Storm. Viper's Pit. Blade Storm as well.
This is a very, I mean, I don't know how many times T1 would have played against a comp like this on Split, but this is a very early adjustment to how it would want to play defense. It sounds very simple, but also when it's Paper X, it's so easy to start playing scared.
Easy hits onto the site. Mind Freak though, just with a stinger.
So they're one-way setup. Oh, they're looking for the stun here as well.
Yep.
Barely managing to get out to safety.
It could also just be maybe different platforms because I'm trying to stream to 4 different places. It could just be that that's straining. I might have to drop a platform or two. I don't know. The webcam probably is slightly off though. In fact, I should probably check my recording that I did earlier. I think it was okay, but
outside of B and then just drift through those sewers ever so
A crash out from B.
I mean, something's
I think he meant for that to go all the way through to try to flank around, but oh, they're just going to use it to buy time if they are still on B. The decoy sent out to buy time on ramps so they can keep hold of Heaven. Dude, something just flies out of Heaven. I mean, what a way to try to distract as your teammates are coming out of screens. Right? Because they all come through, and then something just like flying out in the air, but...
Take him down. They try to play this one out. 6-6 and 1. Rossi on the jiggle peek, able to spot him out. Mind Freak just wanting to try to isolate somebody, get a kill, find something additional here, but Saya player with the op shot will make it a team ace, and T1 will make it up to 6.
See, I do triple duelist. You have to, especially in this comp, you have to look at the Euro as an initiator. So that's one thing.
While this is the first time Izu has played Raze here in VCT Pacific, he has played it some before. He was typically a duelist main, actually, before he came over to T1.
I like the double timeout from Alex, man. This is what you love to see.
Very comfortable. We've seen it on Yoru, right? He has played that this year.
So the idea is that the Euro would be an initiator. The thing is if there's a map, I will choose not to play Yoru on as someone who likes Yoru. It's Split, so I'm always curious how teams arrive at this conclusion. Like I know Sean Garris likes playing Euro, likes to try Euro on Split as well across all the different patches, and it's like I just don't.
We're talking about it during the team.
No, this isn't new from Alex. Alex will dump timeouts whenever he feels it necessary to just like get the boys back in the game.
Obviously, some changes and glow ups here for T1. Looking like a much different, a much stronger team.
The thing is I think their comp. It's not so much T1's comp that they're having problems with. So I'm curious what you talk about during the timeout.
That Izu gives this team. He's played so many different agents, so many different roles, and he plays.
Because you can't push out as much because the opponents have an op now.
The Rays now. He has been really impactful
Or if you do, you have to use a lot of utility, which ruins your retake.
This pickup coming out of the offseason.
It's another big changeup though.
Okay, so they're going to push out just enough with an op so that the op can hold. Dude, a timing from Monyet. Monyet's going for a lot of these timings, and the chain from the Paranoia and the blind side is good.
Swinging back in, managing to find him. Spike now stuck on the opposite side of the pillar. Excurate just trying to stay tucked away.
I mean, they have heaven control too. There's no real reason to peek this intensely. Yep, the ult clears him out. He knows he has the op. That's why, man. He knows he has the op. So as soon as he turns his back, he's like, well, you ain't turning around and killing me in time.
Still a long way to go to try to run this back, given that they're starting on the defending
Good ult.
It's a great little bait and switch there between Mindfreak and Monyet. Able to get out. Ooh, Rossi? Rossi does a lot of damage, gets the kill.
Takes him down. I mean, any kills they find. The cash right now here for Paper X. It's not a good spot. So as much as they would love to just end the round.
Yeah, I mean,
right
Rossi's
now,
happy to just chill and
some
trap one more kill. No one else should go for this. No one else should go for this from Paper X. They should not.
Shouldn't be, and Rossi knows it now. He's starting to be the predator, seeking prey.
10 seconds left.
Well, Forsaken with a big round does pick up 3 kills to get Paper X.
Oh boy.
See if that momentum can continue, because so far it's only been
Man, I am so
consecutively
curious what
prior to
Paper
this.
X is going to play on Ascent.
Can they go a little bit deeper? It's going to be Operator back into the hands here of something once more.
Yeah, and Mindfreak there, the TB is, you know, it's hard to know exactly where he's going to go. If he's going to go up, if he's going to go into the back alley, and Monyet takes advantage of that confusion, and then it's a great 1-2 combo from Forsaken and Mindfreak.
I wonder if they bring out the Euro on Ascent as well.
The Paranoia, able to clear the back of that site, and then that sets you up for a little bit of time to rethink things, get Forsaken his ultimate, allow him to find the rest of the players that are on this B site.
With a triple duelist, will it favor Paper X on attack? I mean, their attack should be much more fluid, also with the gate crash. But I feel it's kind of iffy because now your Yoru is your only flash and like your secondary lurker. But they can probably do some real fast hits.
Yeah, and lose the gate crash on his way over for sure.
And the thing is you can do a really fast hit and then rotate like around for a flank on the Yoru. So there's a lot of ways that you could use that. At the end of the day, it's split, so I don't know if it like favors them more so. Because T1 has
Oh my god.
Oh, the jiggle peek into the gate crash. Oh, Forsaken.
I mean, Forsaken, what a peak. Man, I mean, Paper X is not having a good time. They don't want to play this comp, this split. They don't want to play 2-on-2, I don't think. But they're kind of forced to because they can't push out anymore. Izu's satchels have been good. Izu's raise, I mean, in general, nice try. I mean, he thought he had it. Izu's raise has really impressed me. I mean, his overall gameplay has been really impressing me throughout kickoff, but I'm on the Izu train. As much as Flashback has wowed me, I think out of all the like rookies, like basically guys who have been brought up for the first time on tier 1, I think Izu's the one that has impressed me the most. It's the way he plays. It's not even, I mean, obviously today he's had some insane flicks too, but it's the way he plays. I think it's very good future-proof. I think he has really good future-proof gameplay.
T1, 7-3 now. Starting to get a little bit worrisome for Paper X. If you can get 2 more, then I think...
I mean, Paper X needs the 5-7.
Again, where this comp is going to shine, if it is going to shine.
Yeah, that should be the spot. Given that you're bringing that triple duelist, having the aggression, the attack.
No, Izu's from Challengers Japan. Charon's the ranked demon.
Nice. Why are you the one making dad jokes today?
But Izu was mostly a jet. He wasn't like a jet 1 trick, but he was mostly a jet as far as I know. But he has played race.
Now Something? Okay, a bit of a change up.
Okay, so finally, I mean, honestly, they needed to do that. They tried to do this earlier on A main where they push up with the op. I mean, he has his back entirely exposed, but it's just a risk, right? Until Monyet got here, something had like 3-4 seconds that he could have been shot from the back. That's insane. I mean, that's the risk they need to take at this point. But it's just like mid, you can't hold with an op very well, so he has to back out. And at this point, I think they should go back to what they did on the pistol, where they just stack 4 and you leave this empty for a retake. But that feels iffy because you have an op and it doesn't feel great. Regardless of T1's position on the map right now, it's just like PaperX just doesn't feel comfortable. They just can't feel comfortable. Right? Even the A site, they're not flooding it, and because there's nothing. And T1 can do the T1 special. Hold on. Let's wait for this round to go through. Okay, they've gotten into sight just in time, and Devi gets a double, which is huge. Okay. Devi getting the double is massive. They actually flood it just in time. But what was so risky there, it's actually crazy how fast PaperX regrouped. Is that T1 can do what they used to like doing last year, which was basically cut audio, walk up to a site, and then execute. The fact that they can do that with a double duelist is crazy. I mean, getting the raise was probably the biggest thing, because Izu has been a pain for them against the defense.
For them, it's often Devi. He's often the one who can pick big kills. Well, just swing it out.
Well, with the Uragon, that's no flashes, that's no trickery, that's no lurk. Can't get as much info, whether it's off of jump peaks or decoys. The Africa TV stream is definitely having more frame drops, so I think we'll have to switch to YouTube after this game.
Clear on that Trailblazer, but still concerned that it might have spotted out Mind Freak's forward position. He'll be pulling back. Sends up a smoke to try.
Well, I think they tried to push out more, and then they got shut down, so that's why they're going for faster rotates, which is fine. It's just that last one, I mean, T1 had a near perfect timing on just waiting and faking them out before jumping in.
To each other without really knowing it. Meanwhile, back over at B, thank you very much for the picture-in-picture. Like that. Spot there as Carpe gets taken down, but Monyet gets traded.
Yeah, that was a good picture-in-picture. Listen, the production on observing is improving. I think the observing still could use more work, but we've spoken our mind as well, and they are definitely aware of it.
They're going to do just that.
Yeah, this is really good communications here for the side of T1, recognizing that the other side of the map was going to be a little
They need to be aware that someone could still be from screens, though.
Buy you a little bit extra time, but PaperX relatively.
They also don't have Heaven entirely clear. Okay, so they're smoking that off. Something tries to peek out. Oh, they don't suspect the Heaven crossfire. It's a really good defense from Devi to help save the op. Very good patience from Something as well. Good chase in from Rossi. Ooh.
He nearly gets the 180 mid-air to take him down, but Rossi plants his feet.
Okay.
It's going to be 8-4 at the half with
T1's classic looks good too.
Gotta like what you're seeing here from
But nothing looks good as the RQ classic, am I right?
So effectively was truly impressive, and the way that they were able to read the map, maneuver around.
I finally today I took a close look at the classics. I didn't realize they all have like very detailed patterns within the glass portion.
So certainly gotta like what you're seeing, but again, this is going to be where this PaperX comp is.
So that's kind of
really
cool.
Supposed to pick up steam, really supposed to pick up momentum. Is going to be on this.
Like PaperX's has their old pixelated fossils behind it.
Up, where you've got the jet and the rays dashing in. Like let's say on B side,
the RQ orange is nice on the classic. Not a huge fan of the player card.
So it's gonna be
but I do like how it ends up looking in the icon. So, you know. The overall package for RQ's team capsule, I would rate like a 6.5 out of 10. The only other thing is for a lot of these teams, I don't really know the full like lore and story behind the designs, which some teams have been doing that. Or some, I guess maybe the league account was doing that, but I think that's cool. I think that gives a lot of perspective.
They were loud.
T1's fundamentals do look good.
I think 3 hours before I left my
The thing is during the off season, I think the reason I thought the way they play would break down during the off season is because they would like they would greed for contact plays because they're like, well, we just play off of flashes, like that's all we can do, that's what we're gonna do. And it's like, well, once teams read it once, it gets a little bad. But and I'm not trying to just friggin' big him up, but I think Izu growing more confident and taking more initiative has really helped with that. I mean, what do you do? PaperX a little too fast for their own good. Gets hit by their own paranoia.
The back line where this double push through sewers getting ready to come through. Scratch that, make it a triple.
Yeah, this is a lot of pressure. Gonna be on Mindfreak here. If he can get one, that'd be great. Two would be phenomenal.
Timing on the check.
He doesn't expect the one in front. Now he knows, but he's way too low. So now they are ready to take over Heaven, though. I think Monyet waits for this. There you go. Yeah, I think you just go for the trade because then you hold Heaven. That's a good call. Dude, Rossi loves this skin pack. The video game skin pack. I'm a big fan.
So something will be able to get another kill here in the round as PaperX tie up the pistol round win. They pick up their 5th overall.
Yeah, some really interesting decision making here from both teams. PaperX gets hit by the guiding light early and just decides to just keep kind of 5-manning it slowly.
I mean, they just cut audio. And when you have a bit of an all-in comp, I think that's the way you do pistols.
To get onto the site, and then
You kind of just cut audio all in and then break into the site.
The guiding light ping doesn't send any reinforcements over from T1.
And that's one of the weaknesses of the Sky now is before not knowing exactly how many people were there was fine because you could keep rotating it on a timer, but oh, Izu.
Everyone's dead in the blink of an eye.
Classic PaperX. I mean, I think also correctly identifying that T1 was on defense. There's not going to be a force.
I think Mindfreak TP's in here. Oh, they just walk out in front of him. Yeah. Okay, they just walked out into it. That's the other thing with this comp you got to remember. Not only do you have the jet dash.
Okay, 3 rifles, 2 specters, absolutely doable. No decoys, 2 blind sides.
It is going to be so hard.
There's some good blind sides you can use on split. That I will agree with. Izu waits for that. That's good. Very smart. Now you hold. You hold. You still have one in sight. You still got cover in screens. You've now got him trapped in Heaven. You're still watching mid for the rotate. I mean, this angle it's not the worst. It's just like, I don't know if you really needed to do that. I think you could have held from here.
Looking for the rest of them. He's on for an ace, but I don't know if Rossi and Carpe are going to even be able to try to give him the time of day. Push forward. Carpe is able to find Divine. Now that they bring it into
Yo, Ryan, same to you, man.
1v2. See if Rossi can
same to you, man. Whenever I'm not able to do my own, oh, dude, I thought that was someone's gun barrel peeking out. Been checking in.
They just kind of walk and line up for it. They're trying to peek together.
Us grinders, we got to stick together.
Right idea, it's just the wrong angle.
Flopped in. Rossi trying to get in there before he can bloom and just can't quite get that crosshair trained on Mindfreak. So he manages to stand his ground. Swapping around the weapons here. PaperX suddenly 3 rounds consecutively converting a bonus like T1 did before them. Find themselves just 1 round away from tying this up.
I mean, Forsaken just shoots him through the wall.
See that at the beginning of the round, there is some awareness of this.
But see, this is what I mean, though. It's like T1, I don't know. They didn't. I just can't imagine that they needed to peek into that. Like you were holding mid, right? You had someone from male able to hold that, and you were holding Heaven. But right, they kind of get caught up in their own style, and it's the same problem PaperX used to have as well, and still does sometimes when it feels like they overheat as a team, where they're like, oh, we have to push and fight. Like we can win this fight, and it's like, well, you also could just not, and you could, like, I don't know, keep the space controlled. You know what I mean?
And just given T1's
Man,
rotations through sewer
I am
consistently
not the
in this
guy to
map
be
thus
sending
far,
Game of Thrones quotes.
I suspect that they're gonna
Well,
be
that
very
makes a
well
lot
aware
of sense. That's a
6
good
for now.
quote.
Just gonna be posted up on that line. Ready to try to
Good
intercept
quote.
anybody. As the creep up
I'd love to do a
Wow, the headshot
collab
back to
stream
find one. X-Grid puts that
one of these days if it works out.
with a kill of his own.
If you're down for it, so
Still though, 3 players alive. Rossi finding
ping you at some point.
Starting to unravel here for Paper X. Double flash in towards something, trying to stop. The paint shells as well thrown, but they're just so low. He cleans them up, and Devi gets Rossi at the same time. Bloody, a hell of a lot.
Paper X are gonna win. Why do you hate it? Just because you want new winners? I mean, I don't know. I think having a dominant champion for like, well, not that Paper X is I think that dominant right now, but I think having the same winner for like 2 years is good. I think 2 years is about how long I would give it to be like, well, that's a good story to build. Once it goes like above 3, that's when it's like, well, I'd really like someone else to win now.
Count Paper X out. Slow starts don't mean a darn thing to their mentality. They do it all the damn time.
I mean, just look at this though. The conditioning to go over.
I mean, look at just how fast they go. And just like the different angles they can take, right? The different elevations for Raze and Jet, and then the Yoru can gate crash in. I think that's the idea, is that it doesn't even have to be the most perfect. Obviously, you would want to time it well, but the Flood executes with this triple duelist is so powerful on something like Split, where it's such a tough choke point. So I think that's the idea, is once you gain momentum, you can really pressure it on the attacking side.
We'll just let this go. Won't find any value from it, but he buys time.
Oh, you don't like it because of the triple duelist? I'm all for triple duelist winning. I'm all for the chaos.
Out of position there. Rossi finding the other. Now it's Saya versus Monyet. The lob in on the paint shells to zone him out. He's swinging around the backhand side. Saya player not ready for this.
Dude, if Monyet was like half a second later, I have a feeling Saya would have swiveled. Just because of the time, the timer, at which point Monyet just doesn't show himself. But
this time, finally, we're seeing one of those explosive, utilizing those maneuverability plays that you were kind of anticipating with this triple duelist comp. And it's Devi on the lurk that catches the big kill onto Izu to keep his Raze from having any impact on that round.
Paper Ice have found their stride, man.
Yeah, you don't get any kills, but you bought a lot of extra time potentially.
Autumn uses a second timeout. All 4 timeouts used in this game. It's a good sign. It's a good sign, honestly.
So, even though it doesn't come down to that, the ideas are really, really solid right now for Paper X. And yeah, you've got to pump the brakes here as T1. You've got to figure out how you can slow this down.
The rally back has just been immense. I mean, what, 5 rounds in a row now in this second half. So that's.
I mean, what could you do here?
Timeouts used.
Obviously, one is you can stack one side heavy, go for the retake on the other. But again, the way they can enter. I mean, that time Xcure gets a nice double too, and he doesn't bite the decoy bait. But the thing is like if you have a Jet dashing in, a Raze flying high, or maybe both of them flying high at different angles and different elevations, and then the Yoru potentially gate crashing in, and then you have to figure out if it's a decoy or not. It's like, it's just so much good aim plus mental gymnastics that you have to do. So you would want, I mean, ideally you would want 3 people, right? And you're all watching just different elevations and angles, which you could do with a stack, and then you could retake the other. But then to retake the other, like for instance, if it's A, you would want to at least control like this, or you know, really control this, something like that on B side. So that's the question. They could do that with Astra. No, he thought he could just hide in his own smoke. I mean, it's a broken buy. I think the idea here was if he hides in the smoke this time and gets a double again, then they have the showstopper, and it's a very feasible retake. But
Chasing Ghost is Saya player. He's expecting somebody to play right around this corner.
Devi's lurk is going to be big. Izu sees one. Dude, the fact that he... Okay. Gets that. Oh, dude, he meant to send it so deep. Oh, that feels so... Oh, it's not over, but dude, that could have been a double.
They're both in backside, but Mind Freak gets the headshot again.
Man. Man, he meant to flick further up too, man.
Unreal timing from Forsaken on that gate crash.
Dude, he doesn't shoot on the gate, but Izu reads it. It's just,
he set that up as a bait. I mean, he's just
it's
so prone
just
on
he
Yoru.
doesn't have the flick up far enough. Man, I mean, it is a good gate crash out, but it's just like Izu almost had it too.
Especially when you have a brother on the opposite side of the stage.
He saw him. It's just he just couldn't. This is why you got to play at 1600 EDPI. I mean, what can I say?
True.
And now
Your world to clear. He sees two. I think so. Forsaken seems okay. And it wasn't because it was an op, but now he should learn that it probably only worked because it was an op. He seems to think that he's always going to win the fight if he comes out from his ult right as they like jump and they're turned around. But I mean, first of all, this time it was two people. How did Izu win that? Ballsy. Okay, from the shadows, that puts a little bit of mental pressure. So T1, they're gonna want to go a little quicker. Oh, he's even gonna go for the wraparound because they still haven't entered sight. Dude, Monyet is just hiding. He's hiding in the spot that would buy the most time. Oh, and he's not checking that. Oh, that is... Oh, this is unfortunate. I mean, easy if you win this, you truly are, but no. Forsaken's been popping off in the second half.
7 consecutively now as PaperX get themselves up to 11.
Well, you expected it to be good, and it certainly has been great.
This guy's just not getting enough value.
Slowing down here, you know, tough position for Izu, trying to guess.
I don't know. I mean, I don't want to. I'm holding my conclusion because I don't want to overreact on patches. But I do feel that Solo Sky Initiator is so rough on defense now.
Like to hide behind, but this time around, not going to be the case.
It's so rough. Like on things like Bind and Sky, where the Solo Initiator Sky used to just get so much information because you could send something out every 15 seconds. Oh, see? Okay, he has to trust the gravity well. A little crazy, but Mind Freak needs to go big. Okay. I mean, Saya suspects it, but... Oh! He still gets him through the wall. Okay, now they've pinched him in. Except they're all coming through a choke point. Okay, I was going to get a little scared there. Monyet trying to find the 1v1s.
T1 will break the winning streak. Themselves back into the driver's seat, at least for a round, as they hand this over to Carpe for the defuse. Now it's just 2 rounds separating.
Yeah, and this time around, they're able to anticipate the pressure a lot better.
Dude, most of the classics are clean. I actually didn't like the Zeta Classic when I first saw it as an image, but I saw it in game, and it's not bad.
A lot of damage. Then Saya able to sneak around that corner with that judge, put it to good use. Not checking it. A little unaware. Were Paper Rex. Now,
I gotta go buy my R-Cube capsule, though.
Spirit does have his Cosmic Divide.
Something with a shorty.
Something, well, that's a given.
Okay, I mean, dude, Paper X are just stacking. They go in and then they rotate for flanks. So T1's finally emptied the site because they have Cosmic Divide. Nice. Nice recovery on that. Although curious, if they're flanking around on the A side, curious how they're going to go for the Cosmic Divide here. Dude, look at the space that Monyet has taken.
But no one's rotating towards him. So he needs to be the one to go and backstab. Could still push up.
I mean, this could be... Oh, and the pit. Monyet could single-handedly disrupt the Cosmic Divide. The thing is Rossi's on for it. He knows. He remembers. He remembers that, yeah, oh, dude, Rossi kept track of that. He knows the rays got through somewhere. He didn't know he was in spawn, but... Man...
Forsaken to try to hold the line as the gate crash comes in behind and Forsaken is ready for it.
Forsaken's so good. Oh, Excurrent shutting down his younger brother. Give me the storylines. Something not looking as sharp. I mean, that's the thing. I feel like something had a chance to really blow up last year. I think he's still obviously good, but
Good read by Rossi. Such great
like
communication
people have leveled up.
from T1 to know that there's
I
a player
don't think
back
it's
there.
necessary that
He was
something's
expecting it the
worse. I
whole
think
way.
people have just leveled up.
He's peeking that angle. Just a little bit of a drive-by there. Just slowly, methodically flushing Devi out of the backside of that Viper's pit. And Forsaken, when he
To be
down,
fair,
doesn't
also
pull
last year,
anything.
like,
They're ready for him. This takes his, you know, an
Paper
extra
X
man
would
to get the job
snowball
done.
maps so much that he could just get like
so
ops every
smart.
round and whatnot. I think there's a lot of things that worked in his favor last year. It could also be a result of. Okay, so T1's figured it out. They want to empty the site and they want to go for retakes. They want to go for the picks against the flanks, right? They're watching for this flank. They're watching for this flank. They already got one here, so they're still watching mid, and then they're wrapping around far. T1's figured it out. So it's on Paper X to adjust now, I think. I mean, they could still win this round. It's a 4v5. It's not unheard of. But Paper X doesn't have a timeout, so pressure's kind of on them. Oh, they suspect that as well.
Full flash to the face. Izu now in onto the spike, looking for the fuse. He's held at the half. Mind Freak coming up with 2.
Dude, Izu. Oh, Izu is the future, man. I'm telling you.
And with the defuse, T1 tie it up 11-11.
Oh, just phenomenal stuff now. T1 starting to win those individual battles on the
Man.
starting to open up the space, give them the opportunity to set up for these retakes.
I'm telling you,
really start winning some tough fights.
Izu should be the guy that you're most hyped about. Like flashbacks, Izu seems to be the most. I think he has the highest overall. Like I would give him the highest overall rating out of all the newcomers, like the new rookies.
T1's just better, and the Izu that time not going to miss a showstopper. Now Forsaken.
The decision to hold half and then so first of all they start the defuse right as the flash comes out as well, so they can't immediately swing on him, and then he holds half, but both of his teammates die, so he immediately lets go and he just waits in the smoke because he knows they have to push him to check because he still had a teammate one more alive, and then the showstopper immediately as well as soon as he gets the kill is just. Yeah, Izu's Yoru was good too. Izu plays smart. His Omen's good too. That's the thing, is that like the decisions he makes are some of the best that we've seen from the rookies. Monyet's been playing crafty too, though. I'll give it to him. Wow. Okay, now they have info. Okay, observers, we gotta calm down because everyone's in purple right now. Oh, he's holding it!
Devi with 3 means absolutely nothing as T1 take the round away. The wall was everything for their win.
Just such a beautiful cosmic device.
Excurid is a Astra god.
Cuts off all of Paper X, completely denies their vision.
Dude.
T1 is trying to attempt this retake, and then the follow-up is it gives them enough of a corner on the plant that you cannot spam through it. You have to get like right on top of Carpe to stop it.
That's insane.
Unreal. And now we're here at map point.
But that's what I'm telling you. The biggest thing is T1 figured out that they can just play for retake. They can stack and play for retake. They don't have to deal with this explosive flood entry.
Found over at B.
Right? And at that point, Paper X, the mental stack's on them to be like, well, do we push out or not? Like, do we keep pushing? Because we used like all of our dive. So, like, how far do we go?
Paper X's positions. They clear this out. Something in a rough spot. Might have to dash across, but he's not given the opportunity.
I mean, I don't think either team really expected that many people to be on either side, but oh, Excurid's position is shown. Oh, and he leaves. So now if someone from Paper X is there, they have to actually worry about Ramen. That's a smart move as well.
Rossi, the shorty held.
Spike planted.
Checks close, the snake bite coming down. Forsaken now reading that. As Mind Freak gets himself up into heaven. Plays off the back of the flash, trying to peek in.
Oh, this is a hard 50 video, but the Phantom is king. Good hold on the spray. Forsaken waiting for a timing. Checks this.
Pushing the backside, Izu gone. They know that he's an elbow, and he just holds for it. Oh, it is not done yet. Playoffs, how I love you. 12-12. We're going to overtime.
Dude, what a game. What a game. Oh, this is such a good game, though. It's so much good adjustment from both teams.
are 25, 18, and 5 on the
So much. So much good adjustment.
Is that the Odin that I'm going to be seeing potentially on the defender side here? For the side of Paper Rex, we'll see if he keeps it, but the full flashed. Just knew he had the crosshair placement, trusted in his own instincts. Gets that kill, and what a setup there to get Mindfreak up on top and get that spray down. Completely befuddles T1, not expecting it at all. Okay, no Odin, but there is an operator for Saya.
Going for the glass cannon. He's been clean with it so far. T1 now back here on the attack. Trying to see if they can rework some of that magic we were seeing from them in that first half.
T1's just gonna wait. They're gonna wait for that aggression. Oh, you're gonna pop flash on your own? Dude, on opposite sides of the wall? The thing is the paranoia really sells that. The paranoia here. So you turn away and it's like, unless you empty that garage, you're getting flashed one way or the other. The paranoia was so good. Dude, Mindfreak makes that push out work, man. Dude, how many good operator users does T1 have? Dude, oh my god, he's about to do it.
Seeker's now built up Divine, getting himself over here towards the site. Everything to do, swings aggressively over top of the snake bite. Vulnerable down to 55. Something on the corner, and Divine in heaven above him.
Oh my god.
It seems like such an impossible position.
Oh, something suspects it with the snake bite.
Will go down, and Paper Rex will get themselves up to map point.
I mean,
The paranoia with the pop flash.
It's just not
It's good.
expected at all by T1. I mean, one of their players had to hide behind the box because he got full flashed as well.
But the paranoia catches, I think, all
They're
three of
just,
them.
like, trying to get out of there, and they can't
At
do
least
anything.
both.
Unbelievable.
Dude, I spilled the water. Fuck.
Wow. Now the Paper Rex get up to point for the first time. T1, Autumn calling a timeout to try and
Each team gets one for the entire
into the driver's
overtime.
seat. You gotta think that he's just good God, guys. We haven't been able to talk in like
So
10
T1 is now out of timeouts for the rest of
rounds.
split.
I got a lot to get off my mind here.
I mean, now it really has to work because
Yeah, even if it goes 30 OTs, at that point the players are on their own.
That's the side they struggled with much more. It felt like in a lot of ways. So certainly it did go to overtime, so it wasn't that big of a difference. At the end of the day, you really, really need to dial up something special here. Make sure you're ready for Paper Rex's aggression. See if you can really shut this down. And looks to me like they're setting up for an
Man, the player cards as banners look so clean on the stage LED though.
Try to gravity well at the front door of the site.
You see that?
Smoke off the ramp,
I don't know if it shows properly on the camera,
Skirret gonna invest a
but it's
lot
on the
of stars
VCT Pacific Twitter.
himself on the B site. Seen him double smoke off of that to try to
Okay, no
protect
ops.
that potentially where the pressure is gonna
T1
be.
not going
Right
for a
outside
stack
the
this
garage.
time. Oh, Xcurit's in a iffy spot. Surely they suspect it. It's a cross with Carpe though, and Carpe should be the distraction. Xcurit, dude, Xcurit even tried to shoot the potential fake gate crash.
The spray, Mindfreak comes away with it now into a 3v3.
That's quick from Xcurit.
Very deep lurk.
Yeah, and then he just turns right back to the real Yoru. That's insane. Oh! The peripheral vision. That's good on Rossi. Getting the plant, though, that's kind of big. 2v3. Paper X can definitely win this post plant. Izu reads it.
Now it all falls to the newest member of Paper X.
Now it's tough.
1v3.
Rossi's very late, though.
Otherwise, T1 tying us again.
Yeah, you just want to flood in together. Okay, now you know he's on site. One's dropped. Pushes him out, and Izu is good, man.
T1 will get the defuse, and they will keep us in this map.
You know, Rossi anchors really well. He's very patient. But the thing is it only partially works because the rest of T1 is also very good.
On split, as we saw in the previous season. I love the way Xcurit plays this because
I think it's also, they finally figured out that Paper X is always going to lurk after the execute.
on that side, but he changed angles. He went to the back of sight, not playing on site instead.
They adjusted to that in the middle of the second half.
Oh boy.
The Odin. It's here.
The Odin, I was wondering.
Well, now that they're on the defender side, he's going to bring this one out. I mean, Forsaken has worked miracles with this gun.
Dude, 29-20 on Forsaken, 25-17 on Mind Freak. I mean, both teams
Mowing down 3 people.
all fragging out.
Flash out, the rush forward, something waiting within the smoke, however, shuts out Side player very swiftly.
That's unfortunate.
Wait,
Why is Carpe just like out in the middle? That was a crazy shot though, either way.
Waking up.
Golly.
Boombot cleared, but map control.
They still haven't discovered the Odin yet either. So the best thing for Paper X is actually for them to end this round without showing Forsaken's Odin. I don't think he's shot yet. Maybe he sprayed through the toxic screen while that was all going on. They might have heard it, but
that's almost unbeatable.
that gate crash isn't exactly where you would want it to be, but as soon as he spots him on Heaven, he could gate crash in, and they could swing out. Gate crash, there you go. You know, I never realized the gate crash icon rotates based on like where you're looking. I didn't know it like pre-rotates.
Back over towards this A side, slowly creeping down the vents, but Monyet does arrive, but
30 seconds left.
Trying to see what kind
It's a good use of time.
Work their way back over.
Because it's 4 people. This is the correct way for Paper X to play. Something's warmed up. He's getting those shots. Mind Freak just needs to buy time. He just needs to disrupt the plant. Oh, they're playing for a safe plant, but yeah, no time.
Monyet will get one. They're on the back end. As we continue to go blow for blow, Paper X once again at map point.
Yeah, and Paper X loves to play with smokes, to get aggressive inside of them, and the layered smokes in mid allows something to pick up the first. The second is just god tier. Just god tier play. Again, what do you do against that? And he's ready for the follow-up. And I like the way T1 plays this, though, in the mid-round. I like that they do the double pump, because
oh, something getting hyped up. Okay. We don't see it too often. You can tell that Paper X their limits are getting tested here. All right, they know that the op was in the back. Oh no, he's been wrapped around. Oh, he actually made it into sight. How did they let him get back into sight? I mean, they don't really know that Mind Freak is in sight yet, but he has his suspicions. Dude, he tailwinded like straight into elbow.
Yeah, now we're getting to see that Saya player we know and love. The operator so strong in his hands. Able to put it to
now it's up to the players, and here's the thing: is that T1 I think is good enough to continue to adjust. I think they're gonna have strong enough mental.
Saw something go up there. Forsaken was up there as well, trying to come down.
So to match. So we'll see.
To even Stevens, Odin once again here.
Yeah, they haven't really discovered the Odin last time, I don't think. But they're not sure where it was being held.
Full blind, but they didn't realize that he was behind the box. Ends up getting taken down. Divide with a nice lurk forward. Does mention against
Rossi's there for it. Rossi has Devi's number, man. But what do you do against that? Oh my god. Oh, okay. Saya heard it. Okay. 2v2. Reset. Picked up the spike.
Disgusting.
You have to plant safe.
Now the 2v2.
Paper X, I mean, has a slight advantage in my opinion. They have the paranoia, and they know the angles that they want to check preemptively. They know that one's here. Paranoia to push elbow out so they can go for the double swing. Mind Freak!
Guns them both down.
You missed it. He was going for the fist bump. You saw it on his cam. I mean, the thing is, that was a good paranoia. So what Mind Freak does is he sends the paranoia into elbow so that he's not pushed, so that they can really pressure the guy under Heaven. And he's trying to go for the crossfire, but because he sees that his teammate gets shot from right close to the corner. He swivels on to elbow when the paranoia would have ended, or they would have re-swung. I mean, it's really impressive, but it's so smart. And then he still remembers where he needs to turn to.
They just find that perfect moment, that perfect angle, that perfect timing.
It's just really good gameplay for Mind Freak. I mean, this is some peak Mind Freak, by the way.
Shut it down, but this one feels like
I mean, Forsaken's getting his fair share of highlights, including some luck, but this is peak Mind Freak.
Ever since OT began, but given that they've been struggling.
Listen, I didn't say Izu's not the faker yet, okay? Izu said he will become, he wants to become. And I'm all aboard the hype train.
To finish this map.
Certainly, you know, you got to feel like
Dude, what a match. And we're only on map 1.
It's only a matter of time before the sand in the hourglass runs out for T1. But we'll see.
The sand in the hourglass.
For Saya player. This time he's shifting over to the B side. You've got X-Curate along with Carpe up on A. So a lot of ability to, again, try to shut down some of these fast hits. The stars are placed. Try to keep things in place, and they might try to make a play at ramps. We'll see.
They allowed for a side play to get an immense amount of value the last time he had the op in hand. This time, though, he's posted up on the opposite side of the map. Monjet going for the entry.
Okay, barely got over the gravity wall.
No one down
But
on the
site was emptied out.
Receive this aggression. You can see side play.
T1 has an op, so I'm curious what the retake's going to look like.
Forsaken is going to be trying to rotate around, having set up a gate crash.
Because they've given up screens as well, so they need to watch out for that. And this smoke is very telling.
Watching for it, and as the smoke dissipates, more often than not, Saya is going to be good for at least one. And right now, there's a couple players lined up. Something, however, entering up into heaven.
Saya can't provide the support. This is very good from Paper X. Oh, how does he get Forsaken on that? I thought Forsaken really adjusted so well. Oh, no time. No time. No time. It doesn't matter if that smoke is telling when you can just wrap around and clear heaven.
Dad, in this last round, giving him a little bit of space, trying to play for retake. Paper X just having none of it. The phenomenal crossfire setup.
That LED in the back had the wrong wrong text loaded up.
Paper X manages to get the triple duelist to go. Who else? Who else?
And if you told me coming into today,
I mean, the timeouts from both teams have been very good.
Drop over 30 in the opening map versus T1. I'd be like, really? Playing Sky? That's kind of crazy. And then you told me Yoru, I'd be like, I see it now.
Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah.
We're aligned. I'm understanding. But good God, I mean, no one could have seen this.
Good map. Really good map, actually. I mean, there was some nonsense, but hey, we take a little nonsense sprinkled into our Valorant. It makes it more fun. But it was a really good map. Really good adjustments from both sides. And that's the thing, is that adjustments don't have to be like sweeping changes.
Pacific, are you not entertained by the very
You know, adjustments can be just understanding the base goal of the
taunting his brother, then
against the opponents.
Divided their win streak and brought it over to an overtime. That was insanity.
Really good map.
It really just crazy.
My heart's still like, oh my goodness.
At some point,
what
she
is
like
happening?
stopped analyzing the game and just went like full on Paper X fan mode. After I was just like,
I got personal on stage. It got personal on the desk.
You got
things were flying.
by hand warmers.
You didn't see it on camera.
Who are you rooting for?
T1.
Who are you rooting for?
Yeah. Get out of here. I mean, T1 was fantastic, though.
Yeah.
Saya player on the op was, you know, honestly, if Coach Alex did not call that timeout at the very end and find a way to push past Saya's op, I don't know. This could have kept going for a really long time.
Yeah, there was a risk reward to how Paper X actually did that. So if, again, you know, our viewers were noticing a lot of Paper X's pushes on that A site specifically were built to push up until as much as possible the spawn of T1, because they were kind of banking on the fact that Saya player, if he's not going to be on the A site, his impact with the operator is going to be so far from that A
Dude,
site
19 first kills for
that
T1.
It's not going to be arriving in time, and so they can just deal with the other players of
Feels
T1.
bad,
And T1
actually.
On that very last round, as we saw, we're starting to panic. They were like, we need to push this. We already
I didn't realize they had that many. I mean, probably a lot of this was in the chaos. It's probably all those rounds where Xcurate like tried to get the first kill or the first two, and then PaperX just continues to push through.
Good he is. 19 first kills on the side of T1, and 8 of them came from Saya player himself. Meanwhile, PaperX, you know, they did what they could too, and well, maybe the first kills aren't quite as, you know, something that you want to compare with, but still, they managed to win out in terms of strategies. And again, that's something that's always felt by Coach Alex's timeouts. He called 2 of them earlier on in the first half, very early on.
Very early on.
At round 9, both of them were expended, but you can feel the impact of it. So, although the first half ended
Man.
at 8-4,
What's map
they
2?
managed to
Ascent?
come back on
Oof.
their attacking side.
Dude,
And that's because
33-24,
of
27-24, 6
Yoru
first
is
kills,
back. I love it.
Izu.
It's always great. The triple duelist was kind of like nervous about, but this.
You know, someone
is
from
awesome.
the Korean caster, Songjae, came to me. Came to us. He was like, "Was this a mistake? Was this a real comp?" I was like, "Yes. Well, it's PaperX.
Off-season April Fool's joke?
Triple duelists. I mean, they're always cooking. But you're right.
Bum, bum.
Seeing Forsaken back on the Yoru is very exciting. We wanted it so much last year, so I'm glad to see it back. But Izu too. I mean, look at him, like the rookie guy, not so rookie
Let's see
anymore.
here.
I like the head-to-head of our stats is Forsaken and Xcurate. To be fair, though,
Different roles.
Yeah, exactly. He's on, Xcurate is on that Astra, so he's not able to really influence the match as much as I think people want him to, because he left that in the hands of Saya player and Izu that were on that duelist role. He had to really focus on being able to put a lot more emphasis on his stars.
But I will say, like, you had a great point earlier on Asarai about, you know, Forsaken's Yoru and how he used the gate crash. He loves to go for that catch and swing that you mentioned, right? He has a human recon dart, teleports away. Maybe Monyet comes in for the pinch, but there were a few rounds where T1 started to catch up. You said that they were waiting out the utility?
Yeah, so basically they had a...
All right, what's PaperX cooking up on Ascent? What's it gonna be?
So you wait just a couple of seconds, or until it expires, and then they started to press onto a site, whether Forsaken TPs or not. He's very vulnerable to the follow-up after that. And I like how you mentioned this as well with Monyet. It feels like on that first half, you know, with the 4-8 for PaperX, it felt like it didn't feel like the Forsaken Jing combination we know, right? And it kind of showed. There was some kind of this detachment, I think, from Monyet and Forsaken, at least at this point, where they just really couldn't find that rhythm between the two of them, at least in that first half.
T1
maybe not really quite the
lost to
same,
Zeta
but,
on
Monyet
Ascent.
still was able to provide whatever he could, especially with the Raze
I
utility.
forgot
at
that they
times.
played
You
the
can see that
fade there.
He knows how to make use of those blast packs.
Oh no, they
Movement
played.
is really good, and he's
Yeah, they
able
did.
to throw, you know, so much aggression at T1 that sometimes it's hard to catch up to PaperX's pace. And I think that's why towards the end, especially in overtime, you start to see T1 go for a lot more retake.
You know, I had a feeling that they were gonna. You know what's weird is I had a feeling that T1 was gonna pick Ascent, and then I thought about it and I was like, maybe not with the Viper, maybe not. Maybe they wouldn't ban it, but maybe they wouldn't pick it, but they did. So you gotta imagine that they cleaned it up. It's just like, we'll see.
Eliminating the rest of the team. Then all you got left is an operator. You're not quite able to come back at that point. And of course, I mean, just again, Forsaken things with the Yoru, the timing on some of these flashes, the way that he uses the gate crash, the way that he plays with their minds, because he's all over the place.
Yeah, I will say though, I think I remember Victoria saying as well that it felt like Izu was better than Monyet in playing as the Raze. I felt like Izu was also kind of out of his own comfort zone. There were some moments where he just didn't really rely on
Man,
utility anymore.
this is what we're showing for victory screens now.
Yeah, I like how they showed the team capsules just now, and you can see them using it in the game as well. The T1. I have to say, one thing is for sure, you know, whoever's going to win this out, both PaperX and T1, I think have the best team capsules in Pacific. That's my personal opinion. Those are the two I'm 100% going to buy.
You're an archer. You love the T1 player card.
It's so cool, that Korean archer. Yeah, I'm all about it. And of course, you know, PaperX and their
Jello
pink
dinosaur.
banner. Yeah, it's like crystallized Jello.
That's really
But Jello is delicious. I'm fine with that. All right,
Jello
well,
is
going into
gross.
Ascent. Now we got to talk about T1. Coach Autumn, I have to say, is not your classic Korean coach either, and that really reflects in their gameplay style.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
mean, T1 looks like they're in good spirits. In the past, whenever they would lose a map and it was close, like Saya would not look happy.
As I mentioned, NA DNA, right? You have that very aggressive style. They have Saya player that can back it up. They have Rossi that has that experience already that's able to assist from the back line. Very different from what we've seen from,
That's Sansa. And it's a saying in Korea. It says, there is no younger brother that is better than his older brother. And then in parentheses says, well, maybe there might be.
But between these two, they try different compositions, and because of Coach Autumn's coaching, you can see.
I mean, Xcurious Astra usage was very good. I was already pretty decent in the offseason, which really impressed me. Like his Arbor and Astra were pretty decent in the offseason. Like it wasn't the best, it wasn't clean, but coupled with his overall game sense, it was like, okay, that's pretty good.
I know there are a bajillion watch parties going on, and every time Ascent comes up, it doesn't matter what region, everyone's like, well, except for Paper X, who does something a little bit crazy. And you're right, T1 is the other team who's now doing it. I think this is the first Ascent.
Man, I wonder if Paper X is going to bring out the loud comp. I feel like they could. I feel like they could.
Yeah, because again, what I do like about that is if we're gonna go against a.
What time is the reckless event thing for T1?
Go for the double control, you want your own safety with your own smokes. Kobe, I think,
that is at
good answer as to how to
11 p.m. KST. So 4.5 hours away. So I'd have to shut down my stream around like 10:15, 10:30 p.m. to set that up.
Are they going to have that Viper to go along with the Harbor, or is it going to be an Omen?
I should probably go
what about the
like do my hair and stuff in between the matches.
Or is it going to be,
because for that I do want to clean up a little bit.
Something again, but then you would need, a secondary duelist.
I've been so tired this week, so I have like all this.
You would have Monyet on a probably not
like
Jet,
acne and stuff.
What does that look like?
Okay, we are going on to the debate, and I love this. I think like you don't really need to have a secondary duelist when you have a Harbor, because you set up the Cascade, you throw.
Oh, I want to see Paper X bring out the loud comp, man. I want to see them bring out the Phoenix, man.
Get the safety of your High Tide plus the Cascade, or not the Cascade, but the Cove. I feel like is already enough to push into certain sites. There's so many angles on Ascent that again Harbor, I feel like.
Oh, that guy used his vacation days from military to come watch the semifinals.
But that's why, that's why we have this discussion. I mean, thinking about it, it's really fun to imagine how Paper X comes into this game and how, T1 might have prepared for it, because they have seen Paper X play Ascent against EG before, and that was a pretty good match. Again, like you mentioned, that Harbor's always very effective.
Gecko and Fade. Okay, so they're going for the Fade too?
One thing we've been seeing.
They're going for the Fade
right
too?
now is that they're dropping entire roles. Once again here from Paper X.
Okay, but here's the thing. Here's the thing is that this still the philosophy of the Paper X comp actually still goes along with the Reyna comp they had, and and similar to the T1 Gecko bind comp, where you have so many projectiles that the entry can get very sporadic.
We're gonna go into Ascent into Italy and see what these two teams have to offer. Over to our casters, Achilles and Paperthin.
Yes, thank you very much. We continue on our merry way with Paper X trying out new stuff.
It's the best. There is nothing else better than walking into a match with Paper
All right,
X
Mind
playing,
Freaks.
because you never know what
Oh,
you're
Mind
gonna
Freaks
get.
playing Viper and Device playing Omen.
I'm really curious. So one thing I noticed in watching T1's Ascent VODs is they don't get like super aggressive towards mid. They're not generally going to be looking for picks. And so one thing I'm really keying in on here for Paper Rex in a potential counter strat opportunity.
And Mind Freak also has a Sheriff, so they're not going to go for post plants and pistol.
Because you can really catch some players of T1 in some of these.
How good is Gecko? I think Gecko is still very unproven on Ascent. I don't think anyone's really had. I meant to switch to YouTube in between the games. Free drops, but we'll check it afterwards. Will you be casting the finals? Yes, I will be casting VCT Pacific finals tomorrow. See who gets the first +3 championship points and the higher seed going into Masters Madrid.
Spotting out Mind Freak. Side player just around the corner. Ooh, yep, seeing each other now. Given that Sai has already been tagged down to 50, he's going to have to just back away a bit.
He doesn't have his tailwind.
Within B main.
Doesn't have his tailwind.
Catch somebody here.
Okay, now you have backup.
Counter swing, ready to go.
Oh, he almost got two.
Finds it, but he and X both
But it's just a really good swing out from Paper X. That smoke.
Talking about, but a good shot from
Carpe
Carpe.
comes up with 3.
Harpe and pistols and B side on ascent. What else is new?
The 1v2.
I was gonna say the smoke's a little late, but never mind. Carpe just wanted to stand there. Wait until the smoke bloomed.
Fully shut.
No, Mind Freak's gonna go to A? No.
30 seconds left.
For now, they're waiting because they're noticing we haven't heard a spike get planted. Not even a tap on it. Jiggle out. Now they know that Mind Freak's going to be out in mid.
Okay, well, he doesn't have that advantage anymore.
Going to be able to get the plant down at least, it looks like. Especially with the door be closed there. Now they're going to try to come all the way through short A, so could send one up through glass, but I believe that's been broken, so certainly noise is going to be made here to alert Mind Freak to where they're going to go.
They're gonna break in.
Flies across and Rossi.
A nice try from Mind Freak, but a really good retake from Rossi.
Again, we'll take an opening pistol round.
Great timing there with the paranoia, right as they're getting through the door. Makes it where Mind Freak has to get the first one, try to hide behind Dice, and
Wait 1 second here.
they don't even give him the opportunity. Rossi there.
Let me turn this on YouTube and switch it over.
On the pistol round, Paper X not able to find what they're looking for. This is just absolutely freaking disgusting. Door from Carpe.
Because the frame drops are vastly worse.
So far, on the pistol round, Paper X not able to find.
Oh, the quality's a little worse on the YouTube, but
This is just absolutely
hopefully there's less drops.
disgusting from Carpe. Those
Yeah, the frame drops were going crazy on Afrika TV. I don't know if it's just as bad on YouTube, but the YouTube stream's definitely fuzzier.
It's a stinger purchase along with the Spectre half armors here for the side of Paper X. They're going for the Force Spy.
This very well could get some off guard, but
I mean, Force Spy plus the fact that if they can get the plant, they could try to get, you know, Thrash pretty early. I mean, 1-for-1 trade, not terrible. Izu had good coverage of where the default is. If something can get one more kill, it's pretty good. Dizzy to buy time against the paranoia, that's good. Great drop. Oh, he doesn't have his bearings as he exits the smoke. Tries, but huge force buy.
Not seek over these force buys. They bring one out, and they are going to be carrying a Spectre and a Phantom forward into round 3.
Yeah, it catches a lot of people off guard, including T1. Not fully prepared for it, and you're starting to think, well, okay, they've got that outlaw, they've got that gun that could potentially just shut it down, but the opportunity is never
No
there.
C's, just a sheriff for Carpe, 2 prowlers.
Some of the rays and the fade utility at the beginning of this
I mean,
round in case somebody was
it's a
on the
good
left
push into
side
tree.
as they came in towards switch.
Because you knew you pushed Heaven out, right? Because you saw him dash out, so.
Open up a little bit of space. Here you go. There's that C's. Although that C.
Yeah, that C's. And the mosh was pretty late as well. But again, I mean, it's just a lot of util to clear close, and it keeps pushing them, and then you have to worry about the Dizzy. So it's like you're exiting the site, and you'd have to shoot down the Dizzy. And if they're swinging at the same time in domain, whoever's in Heaven can't just shoot down the Dizzy. And stuff like this. And this is what T1 used to do, and this is kind of what Paper X used to do with the Reyna. But I would say this is just because it's much more like further reach with their utility. It's much closer to T1's bind comp last year.
Maybe you can find that one tap with Carpe.
He's got the Sheriff. Position reinforced, and it looks like the call is going to be made to just try to gather up, get collected around tree where the door should still be shut, and then sacrifice to the spike. Avant goes out. Well, Carpe did swing back to try to see if he can get any kind of party gift kill there. Build up towards that nightfall, but instead will fall. So,
And they'll just out of the spike.
Spike gods are pleased.
Dizzy, the better Lear. Actually, yes.
Body spike god. One thing you got to be concerned about, and why, I think T1 is so keen to make sure that it's
attacking op with the gecko.
because you don't want to funnel these orbs over to Paper X. This is something that plagued them in the AVL. was Paper Rex just getting both orbs on both sides of the map and
Let's figure it out. Where do you want this tripwire?
Like Yoru to get ults continuously online. I mean, we saw the Forsaken.
I mean, Cypher's great to anchor A, but
so those kind of things you have to be aware of that Paper Rex will certainly try to take advantage of if they're given the opportunity. Tap on the orb just to see if there's any
dude,
response.
Xcure, you gotta
still yet to set up that trap wire, considering camera.
I think his first one got taken out. That's why.
Paper X doesn't like that they didn't get any.
I think it got taken out. Oh, by the paint shells. They've been throwing that. Okay. So Paper X is trying to take main control with that.
Maybe both spotting each other there in mid with that.
Saya's ready to swing around, acting as the turret. They did hear the op. But Saya can actually counter the Thrash and the op here. He can actually let Thrash through, as long as Carpe runs away from it.
Try to get some help. The utility coming in, the hit is on, and a great spray from Saya.
Yep.
Massive wide swing from Monjet. He didn't take it down. Side player trying to kill the Carpe now.
I mean,
means the side is a little bit more
good
opened up,
time for backup from Rossi though.
Here, makes his presence known.
Good screen.
Oh!
Great spray.
Comes up with 2 quick kills. Izu and Saya both go down. Man gets the spike plant. Xcure now all on his lonesome. Cashless, holding onto the Vandal. He'll just have to back away. Thrash is
His Thrash movement is very good.
again. See if they can spot him out, but don't think anything's been noted. So Xcure will be able to just drift away into the nether, hold on to his weapon. Paper X, they're going to be moving up 3-1.
Yeah, and it's a good kind of play off of sort of lack of information here for Paper Rex. Not really any counter utility thrown their way as they make a play for that.
I mean, the Thrash,
so
you kind of, and he used it right next to the entrance, so it would have been hard to shoot down anyway. I think it's good that Saya waited to shoot someone else, but then he was so focused on trying to get the kill onto whoever was tagged by the haunt that they missed that one person still able to go in and take down Carpe.
Something with an operator, even on the Gecko. Doesn't have those escapes, no problem at all for him. Wise switch back over to that Sheriff to get that confirmation on the kill.
Yeah.
Follow up off the paranoia as well.
I think he might have missed it actually because the smoke like bloomed and he couldn't really get his head above it in time. But either way,
Paper Rex. See you on the other side. See why they went into this map. Really liked what they were seeing. It was the map that did fall away from T1 when they played Zeta earlier. It's close. It's 13-10, but still, Zeta showing that there are some weaknesses. Carpe trying to use that Sheriff wall pen to find some damage onto the feet of Paper X, but for now, nothing doing. Nobody giving up their positioning. Oh, gonna use the wingman to check.
Wingman trying to go for that stun.
no, they don't know exactly how close. So he's in boat. Oh, now he gets spotted. That's... Oh well.
On top. Site now going to be taken once more here.
Hero Vandal. Not much you can do.
By shifting over, realizing they haven't shut the door, and right before it does, Mind Freak will be able to take out Rossi. Into a position where you can try to die to the spike here. Not impossible for the side of T1. Xcure will fall.
Now they're on the hunt.
Easy to see if he can deal some damage here. First couple shots. Whip thing does get one, but gun has to be reloaded. He won't be given the time of day to do it.
Okay.
Paper X now 4-1.
Okay. Winning the round you should. Relatively convincing fashion. The money starting to accumulate very quick as well.
All right, now you have the Odin. You've got the Nightfall. Opponents have it too. They should be ready to empty one of the sites. The question is it B or A? Yeah, you would think that with the Odin, you're holding on B and you're ready to empty on A. You could even have the Cypher setups here just to delay. I think that still gets destroyed by the paint shells.
Seeing if they can maybe push out. Some damage done, but
if he's gonna put that there, someone needs to be able to exit onto tree. Oh no. Okay, that tripwire doing its job. Xcure is flashed, and they have been hit by the Nightfall. T1, come on. Oh, he sees the tracers too. You gotta just save if you're T1.
widely.
I think they just didn't think it'd be that quick.
Again, heavy investment. That Odin, not cheap. They have to just back away.
I think also the showstopper being popped like right away was a bit of a like a what?
T1 fan, the one thing you can hang your hat on is
this is aggressive.
Oh, this is nuts from Devi.
Devi's like, yo, give me that ace though. He might just find it. He will. What a read! What an ult! Devi just arriving at the center.
I mean,
Escape me.
you might as well take down the expensive weapons. I honestly, I don't think it's that crazy of a greed.
You can take away for T1 fans about this round, but Devi just wanted that ace.
Oh,
so
dude, he sees where it's coming from.
Because the economic damage done is enormous. Just absolutely enormous.
Oh, that's huge.
One takeaway that T1 fans want right now is their eyesight, because this is not good to witness. As the timeout will be called, 5-1, PaperX way out.
That is rough.
Significantly different pace being set right now.
Yeah, this is when PaperX gets scary. It's when they're starting to feel it. When the speed is there. When Devi starts picking up these huge multi-kills, starting to break things open. The trap wire was nice. That
Alex still has a lot to say.
Stop that. That's great. But then the sight hit with the rest of PaperX.
Sounds like Stunner is sharing everything on the side of T1.
Potentially by that trap wire showstopper, maybe a momentary, a pause there to give them some hesitation. Might have cost them a little bit. Xcurate just stuck by.
Man, I can't wait to eat my leftover pizza for dinner in between the matches.
Not a lot of utility to bail him out. It's just going to have to be on his gunplay, which is tremendous, but, it's not comfortable by any stretch of the imagination. A Devi just sneaks right around, takes him out. Something still with an operator, one away from the Viper's pit.
All right, T1 doesn't have much to use, so, I mean, I don't know what you do here. So they're just going to play for picks.
A lot of work to be done for T1. Thrifty here would feel great. Try to turn this map around, but certainly
the thing is with this comp from PaperX, I would be sorely disappointed if they get taken out by picks and cubbies and stuff. Just like the utility they can send out is just devastating.
Not looking to give any sight lines over to something.
Waiting for the Odin from Forsaken. That's what I'm waiting for.
I hope that you'll be waiting for a
as soon as they hear utility.
I don't think we will.
For now, wall orb dropping.
They use that to get a better angle. Yeah, the C's, the mosh. You know what I mean? Like there's just no way.
In midair, Rossi will be able to find that kill.
Dude, how does what?
Classic. And Rossi comes up with a 3K.
Okay.
Still, though, just the stinger in hand. But he's definitely made them think twice about this one as they go inching.
Dude, how is he?
Can he get an ace himself? He's looking for it. Something will deny it.
I mean, something's mega low.
That Marshall wall bang, anything will do it.
Oh, the fake was so good. Very quick from something.
Damnedest to try to give them the round to win, to try to get the thrifty.
Man, dude, how did Rossi get 2 in the beginning?
This is so well played here on the execute by PaperX. They get the
I know he shot the snake bite, but
different players, and Monyet is like, oh yes. This should be
I don't
easy
understand.
enough, but Rossi's so good with that stinger. Rossi was saying his mom is staying up to watch the match tonight, so gave her a little bit of a show there for sure.
Damn good effort.
Well, the Thrash clears out the trip as well. Well, it doesn't clear it and tags it. That trip is still there, guys.
Information not really being garnered from PaperX.
But they can use the Thrash to clear out the pit.
It looks like they want to push into Rossi, the guy who just nearly aced them while he's got a Viper's pit up.
That's because you got Thrash. You got the ability to clear it now. You know where the Cypher setup is. You don't feel comfortable trying to push through it.
There's so much pressure because they don't have mid utility though.
Try to clear it that way, but playing very, very far back are Rossi and Carpe. But again,
this is rough for T1. Yeah, you just have to ditch mid.
Great opportunity here.
You have to be prepared for this.
Something going to be making his way through. Let's see if that's what they want to do. If they're
no C's. I don't know if you already used it or not.
Like that. Look at all this utility. The Nightfall.
And they just have to leave it. Yeah. Oh no.
Oh no.
Stuck into the corner. Here, Lumber, Rossi. Hit still up, spike on the floor. Monyet starting to push.
Oh no.
Spike does get grabbed. It is he coming through. As the neural theft infested.
Oh man.
Where they're rotating to.
This is a good push out for Mizu. Don't anchor the site alone. Leave it. Get ready for the retake.
Trap wire still set up here on A to intercept the approach towards the site. Cyber cage as well popped. They'll get rid of the one wire, but they have to get onto the site now. Just 12 seconds remaining for them to try to get this paranoia.
Now they have the cross angle. You just got to stay alive. There you go.
Excurrent holds the door. That'll be the round. Take it away. Something. Just having to hang back and hold on to that operator now.
Not exactly sure
what just happened.
What happened with the friendly fire with the Thrash that got poor Monyet detained? Because I love the maneuver that Monyet takes there to get onto the backside of the pit. You know, if the players, you can see Carpe right there, kind of having to play.
I think he barely caught sight of Carpe, and he launches it.
There. That could have been a very different round, but just a little bit of a.
That's an oopsie. Dude, Saya's only got 2 kills. It's rough.
Using that fade utility, using that boom bot, using that gecko utility.
Okay, retake screen again for T1. Or I guess like flood
being able to dodge all that.
Screen.
Space on the site, hoping to maybe get a trap wire in there as well. And
they know one's back. Dude, how does he recover from that? I mean, the snake bite. He launching the snake bite before he goes. Also, Excurate is ridiculous.
And it's just him versus something who's completely and utterly trapped here at Wine.
If T1 stabilizes at 6-6, it could be anybody's game, IMO.
No nothing, just a Vandal. 3 people to try to get through in this side alone. So he will just back away. See if he's going to reroute or just get tucked away somewhere and try to hold on to this weapon. Still doesn't have a good amount of cash.
Just draws him out. Here's the paranoia.
Now he's going to turn his sights back over towards him. That Jiggle Beak not revealing enough. The Haunt certainly helping.
Double swing. Okay.
Excurate with 3. T1 as well. 3 to 6, looking for the run back.
Just phenomenal hold here from Rossi and Excurate. Looked like it was maybe going to be another Paper X kind of just sight take, but
dude, that had to have been the gecko, the dizzy. I don't know how Rossi. Oh, it just clears off right as he swings out. That's crazy.
Let's go, man. Catches the teleport. Come on.
3 more rounds, yeah.
Now, a little bit of wind to the sails for T1, and they are going to force a timeout out of Paper Rex. Coach Alex gonna have something to say. Already a pretty good half, all things considered, for Paper Rex. I mean,
oh boy.
Finding 6 on your attacker side initially.
Sure.
It's getting dicey.
It is Paper Rex, and they'd prefer to do the majority of the damage on the attacker side in most maps.
You heard Rossi, just 3 more to go. They want that 6 and 6 is what they have their sights set on. Paper X now gonna try to disrupt it. This one. Right now, I mean, just
the thing is the fast push into A is getting stopped fairly often now.
I just want it to go to 3.
Yeah, please.
Because both teams have looked strong.
So I think it's about time that Paper X would want to investigate mid, and T1's having the same read. They want to push out. They want to push out with the op. Okay, they're not. They're gonna hold. Izu's watching. Izu's watching for the one way. Okay, so T1 knows that they have the right read. They're feeling very confident. Counter haunt. He gets tagged. Dude, that timing. And they're. This is all falling apart for T1. I don't know about that. He needs to get both. He at least has a spike.
Brother, but he's got to back away as the paranoia comes in from Devi. He's going to be revealed. Looking for a little bit more as they try to flush him out.
Oh my gosh. How? It's still doable. He knows both were here.
The knives out. He sends him. The updraft, the wingman going for the plan as they just lurk within the smoke.
I mean, they have no reason to show themselves. Oh, that is quick from something. I mean, the way the beginning of this round went, T1 had to lose that round, though. Because as soon as the initial kills don't come through, like, they should not have tried to follow through. So this is Rossi. I mean, it's unfortunate for Rossi. Because he even had a Phantom. So that's just Divide providing good cover. But once Rossi goes down, dude, that flag at the end. Once Rossi goes down, they should not have kept trying to trade back and forth in mid. Like, they didn't have the priority and utility.
Play that accuracy. That is
Xcure does his darndest to keep it alive, but
Pacific, he's done it on the world stage. He's doing it right now here. On's going forward, cleared on both sides. Saya player on a hard line here. In B main has the backup.
It's pinged.
Carpe.
They spec.
Creeping forward, wants to go for the Prowler. Checks right, they know that he's there. And now they're going to try to spam
nice.
him out. Mind freak.
That's a good push out. They should empty the site.
Onto anyone, just falls shy.
Okay. Oh, Rossi, they know that they see someone. Oh, they no, maybe they don't actually, because it was in the smoke. But yeah, just all this utility. It's a neat spot for Rossi, but again, against this composition of Paper X, it is just rough.
Carpe locked in position for now, but Izu there to cover.
I mean, you have to go for it. Even with the op.
So difficult on this retake.
The rest of your team can buy.
The reveal,
nice follow-up by Monyet.
Unable to take out Izu. The time dwindling, and there's still a showstopper on the opposite side. I guess a consolation prize. They can try to drag that ult out. But they know
You're going to save, okay. So that they can, all five can buy. I take that back. They're going to follow him.
Shorty in hand. Izu holding his ground for a moment, but Forsaken will be able to finish him off. And Paper X.
Damn, Paper X trying to shut this match down.
I mean, they're just so well coordinated when they deathball around the map. I mean, there was one kind of oopsie when the Viper's pit was up earlier, but other than that,
it's just the
well
stuff, like hiding around that smoke. Like, what are you gonna do? There's just so much stuff. There's so much stuff that you have to shoot down, and this T1 should know this. They played a very similar concept last year on Bind.
Maybe the Viper's pit will be used someday. A lot of utility being thrown at the wall.
And one of the ways to combat it was just to empty site. I mean, this is similar to what they played against them on Sunset. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay.
Tries to keep them in this one and actually does give them the man advantage. Spike still held here. Safely in the hands of something for now. Smoke dissipates.
It's a good rotate back over to A from Xcure, but now that it's 3v1, I actually like him regrouping in mid. You still have the trip over on A. I mean, one way or the other, he just needs to make sure they don't get flanked and all get killed from behind. That is Xcure's job right now. Now that they've seen him, obviously, he's here. Don't chase him. That's what he wants. You still have 45 seconds. If he goes to A, he goes to A. Like, it's not the end of the world. I mean, it should be Rossi and Izu doubled up and then, yeah, Xcure watching another part if they're going to.
Yeah, they have the high-low here on Switch. It will be an 8-4 half. Much like we saw on the first map, but this time flipped on its head. T1 needing to be the team that
okay.
In the second half.
Yeah, it's a really good setup.
I mean,
last round for
it
T1.
is.
I mean, Saya got really aggressive there. Just went face first into Paper X. Still managed to find another one. But the important thing is his positioning kind of fools Paper X. Again, I think
we'll see.
Somebody to maybe be like Carpe.
I don't know. I'm curious if Paper X is going to play retake or if they're going to.
They were just waiting right outside the door.
Or they're going to push out.
To close the gate on them, and they did. So 8-4. I don't know. I don't know if it's enough. You know,
Rossi, you're my rose.
Rossi, you're my rose.
I believe that's what that said.
That's adorable. Devi, you're my daisy. I'm not good with flower names, but
that is, I can confirm that is a flower. Excellent work.
I did it.
Please be my teacher. Forsaken.
It is a barren wasteland, as Wisconsin.
Same can be said for New Jersey. Anyway, let's go into the second half. Paper X now shifting over onto the defense. T1 needing this attack to be absolutely monstrous.
Curious to see exactly how they're going to play this. With something in
Okay, so
middle,
Paper X, 2-1-2.
like the Paper X sort of MO that he's just going to, even not on a duelist.
Interesting screen.
Of that area of the map.
Really delay. So they can delay a lot on B. Do they have... They have Snakebite, they have C, so they can delay a lot. But if it doesn't come to B, then they have some decent retake potential as well. Okay, so they're going to leave A site empty. Or not? I thought they were going to exit this way, but... Gonna push close? Okay, now they know they're surrounded. You guys are in a bad spot. So they haven't checked the corner. Okay, now they have.
Too many players coming out of the smoke. It's a falling rotation now coming through. Is X-Current going to be able to find one? Forsaken.
Paper X could have played that like much better. It just seemed like they changed their mind after the round started.
Maintaining a lead in pistol rounds now 3-1 in that regard.
You know, like they had emptied the A site. They were ready for an A hit. So basically they were ready for a mid aggression. And then they're like, okay, let's not. But then they're like, we want to push out of A. And as soon as the boombot goes, they hear the Prowler. If anything, that should give you more confidence to push out because that's less people in main. But they kind of back out from it, thinking they have time to take positions in sight.
It's got to be in the back of your mind that last time there was that force buy. So let's work the map a little bit. See if Paper X can.
Dude, triple Vandal Phantom.
Things like take a little bit of space.
That's, I mean, T1, they wanna claw back in.
What in the world?
Dude, what?
Easy classic. What? Okay. Opening kill.
Right there.
I mean, Easy was afraid of being swarmed because he was all alone, but like I don't blame him for immediately going for the repeat or the initial shot, but damn. The Bulldog spray is rough. Dude, if he zoomed in on that, if he right-clicked in on that, I think he gets the kill and gets out.
Pushing around, but this Cypher cam here from X-Current should be able to spot them all.
On yet 1 HP. Any damage done, he's out of the round, but you never know. It's Paper X, man.
All right, they know that they're here.
Trying to fish for something there with the Guardian. As Wingman goes rushing forward. That's going to be the mark coming through.
Dizzy, it's too much stuff. They have to hold the close angles because of all the utility, and that's advantageous for Paper X. But Rossi is...
Oh my god, X-Current 20 HP, Mind Freak. Full health to push in and gets them. How do they do this? Against all odds and expectations.
The utility's too good, man.
Coming into the round.
Thrifty.
It's not, it's just...
I mean, Paper X flood... The Paper X filled the site. That was just fine. But... the utility... I mean, dude, Monyet getting that kill is insane.
That's what I want to know. He's out in the open with an orb. It's unreal. The upgrade for Mind Freak. And I mean, there's a ton of information given over to T1 too. The cam was checked in B main, so that had to be cleared. They know where they're coming from.
I think Heartbase spamming that with the Guardian gave them the confidence to just rush in.
I mean, Paper Rex, they're like, yo, buy our capsule, damn it. Look what you can do with this thing. It might just be
this classic built different.
And now it's
You too can go for
mid pressure, but they're kind of ready for it. They see the poison cloud as well.
They're now fishing. Man to lead the way. Daze has come through. They're looking for the push.
He's trying to find him. That's crazy. Onyet is stuck, but he's this time they have a backup plan though from Wine. Unfortunately, he has to stay in the snakebite for a little too long. There's no way you take out this Odin. Okay, well now there is. Another 1v1. He chose to stick the plant instead of picking up a weapon. I feel like he could have gone for a weapon.
Can he manage to win it out?
He's just playing for time. X-Current thought he might have jumped up. I mean, he takes the guess on it. It's unfortunate.
It almost works. I love the tempo change here from
because you heard the door being broken, so I feel like you could have just. I feel like they had time to go up and pick up the Odin.
4-day main. Clear out some
But
players, make those sheriff wall bangs.
I mean, I guess maybe you didn't want to risk like not getting the plant at all. I'm not sure.
I told you the Odin was coming.
It was indeed.
He did something a little goofy there where he thought he had time standing out in the open to go for the Prowler, but you know what? Whatever. It's Forsaken. I don't question it. It's his brother. He has to know that maybe his brother's more likely to back off there or something, and that he might be able to get away with it.
T1 now. Mountain is getting taller and taller that they need to climb.
And they're just pushing out. Dude, the haunt plus the dizzy plus the paranoia, like, yeah, no one's watching that lurk. So now they can rotate. They are holding close again, but this time it's a judge. And they have this pocket with the screen. That's the important part, is do they check it? I don't think they realize. Didn't have his judge out, but either way, Mind Freak.
Mind Freak now with 3 in the round. Spike stranded and execute with everything to do.
Paper X saw that wall on split.
I mean, that toxic screen, man.
So we too have cheeky walls that you don't quite expect that you can hide players in. Both Prowlers completely missing.
That pocket's just big enough that it's you wouldn't really consider it if you're not watching out for it from the get-go.
It made it so unassailable.
It's a good attempt by Paper X, and it pays off.
The only one with any cash to speak of, really.
I mean, they're 5 rounds in the lead. Why not?
We're gonna try to get rid of it. Devi's gonna be good for it. Yeah, no problem.
11 now here, Paper X. And what just dominant showing here. After the closest on split, the multiple overtimes coming through with T1's map pick being Ascent, we were expecting this to, maybe continue being that back and forth.
Oh, those are just clean from Mind Freak, man.
This is very much just out of their hands.
Good defense.
Yeah, it is good defense. You're right.
Dude, today is peak Mind Freak, man.
One thing I find
today is peak Mind Freak. He's playing so well.
The way that people just completely disrespect snake bites these days, like they just walk right through them, vulnerable be damned. Just send it in, but I mean,
both are crying somewhere. For all the fight for disrespect.
I mean, at least there was a Yoru played earlier today for Lothar.
True.
We got that going.
True.
He'll probably be co-streaming the next match, right? At the very least. He might be co-streaming this one too, I'm not sure, but...
Could very well be. But, I mean, everything right now is resting.
Curious to see what T1 talks about during this.
The second one invested. And, I mean, 6-round deficit to try to claw back on your attacking
You always want underdogs to win. Maybe that's where your pickups are mostly wrong. Joke's on you. My actual pickup says Paper X is winning.
It's really challenging against this Paper X team. Now you've got a
Listen, my predictions on broadcast don't always reflect the actual numerical prediction that I think is going to happen. Just keep... I sprinkle in a little fun. Sometimes it's just pure opium. Sometimes it's just to represent that I think there is a decent shot.
Dizzy gonna be sent up and over, trying to buy Paper X the ability to again cover these orbs, feed them into fun. Yeah, okay, he's okay.
Stays alive.
I think I said this. I think I said this when I was doing my pick'ems video before kickoff started, that if Paper X matches T1, at the time I was joking that it would be because they went through play-in, and that's what the bracket said. That I think T1 doesn't make it. I know the preview video from VCT Pacific says I think T1 RIQ are going to Madrid, but that was like, that video's very old. I know it was released very late, but it's recorded very old. But after that, when I was doing my own pick'ems on my YouTube, I think I specifically said if Paper X matches T1, T1 doesn't go to Madrid. And I think we're seeing it. The stylistic difference. I mean, granted, Paper X is also bringing some new comps, and they're all playing very well.
And I need to see a replay of it.
Do you think Viper on Ascent will be the new meta? I don't... I don't know if it's... I don't know if it's enough to become, like, the meta. But I think we will continue to, like... I don't think it'll be like, whoa, like a Viper pick. I don't think it'll feel like that anymore. But...
when I say that, I mean they go in there and they just see what they can get away with lineups.
I think it's strong enough that it can provide variance. I don't think it's going to become the new, like, Sova KO on Ascent.
they spend a lot of time learning tech, practicing abilities, and how they can interact with the map and with themselves. So stuff like that, it's just
Oh, this is just pit. Pressure it with the Odin. Then you go early for the rotate. Now, no one's watching mid for Paper X, so yeah, someone has to. Otherwise, your pit is very vulnerable. Saya's getting a lot of info. But T1, I mean, T1 hasn't put any pressure, so there's no reason for Paper X to move. Sure, they use the wingman, and like that's gone, I guess, but they have the showstopper still as well. So, I mean, Paper X is feeling zero pressure. And now they use the Mosh on a timer. You see the smoke coming in, but there's the C's. The C's actually lands perfectly as well. Now you're watching, and now they can rotate. So now that they see pressure in mid, you leave someone here. Someone's watching from switch to market. That shuts them down. The only difference is Saya has a deep lurk. Now he has to choose between watching for the rotates and clearing the site. Okay. He's not, yeah, it's too open. He just needs to come back and help clear the site. Showstopper, though. Oh, doesn't get the kill. That's huge. I mean, Paper X should go for this 100%. Actually, maybe not. I didn't realize their creds were so low. I didn't realize they kept dropping. Wait, they haven't been winning on a nice edge that much, have they? That's crazy.
They're able to slip the net. Saya player.
Viper's nearly played on every map. Kind of annoying. As a Viper player, I agree. It is kind of annoying. But I think we'll slowly see that change.
We can potentially utilize. Let's see if they remember to plug that hole.
Yeah, I guess, and that is the Paper X way. They're so rarely ever actually snowballing their economy. Even if the score is like 12-3, they're like, well, we have 3 guys without creds, and it's like, how did that ever happen? It's like, well, because we always lose 3 people, and it's like, oh. But yeah, like KO Silva, Killjoy just offers so much on this map that I think it's hard to trump that at the time being. Like, I think these comps are, I think the Viper comps work. But they're not as flexible, in my opinion. However, for instance, I think Loud's comp is actually a pretty good way to counteract that, because if you're playing the Sova KO, oh my gosh, Saya, why are you sticking that fight?
Just go ahead and finish the job. Paranoia is well expended by Izu.
It's just these little plays that they set up.
I mean, I guess you thought. I don't know.
So well executed. Their aim so good.
But
Monyet gets the first, and something's right there to back him up with the sheriff. Try to spam it down.
I mean, yeah, I guess you didn't expect the second peak. I'm not sure. Oh, the Thrash to push out B. He just wanted to check if anyone's watching it.
Scouting mission in towards B main. Nothing spotted. Brings it back.
C's on a timer. Okay, it's out. Prowler. I mean, they know that the fade was there. Snakebite on a timer. You have Haunt back, so you send that out on a timer. Oh, and you tag one. That's all your Prowler's gone for T1, and you don't have a Jet. I mean, they do enough to draw attention over to A, but they can't go fast enough onto B. They're creeping. I mean, you would have had the faster rotate anyway. This is unfortunate because they are just going to get raffle stomped by a Stinger. Monyet second guesses himself, but they don't have time, so they have to stick. So Monyet's just going to peek on the Dizzy timer. Spike's actually going to get planted, which actually gives the most chance that they could have had. Never mind. I take that back. He does have a Phantom.
Swings out the spam coming through the smoke, trying to scout him out, finds one, but cannot hold the
Unfortunate.
door. Forsaken. He will get the finish. The defuse can come in, and that is going to be Paper Rex shutting down T1 on their map.
That is rough.
And moving forward 2-0.
And now Paper Rex find themselves
T1, I mean, PaperX is first of all a very good team, so obviously nothing against T1, but this is exactly, it's weird because I feel like they got better than I thought they would be, and yet I feel like at the end of the day, their crutch is still the same problem.
And you can see the heartbreak here for T1. Izu, just such a valiant effort on split. They gave
I think T1 could have beaten.
Made that triple duelist almost not
I think
work.
T1 would have
So
beaten
close.
GENG. I think T1 would have beaten GENG.
A loss like that against
DRX is just so hard to tell where they're at. I think it would have been very hard for T1 to beat DRX. Oh man, you gotta feel for Izu. I think it's also because he just feels like he had a bad game too on Ascent.
But I mean, you can see what it means to them.
I mean, it's rough.
But,
It's rough.
I mean, all things considered, still an incredible beginning.
Makes you really realize how much going to a Masters means to some of these guys, right? Because we're all like, oh, it's just kickoff. Like, it's a short tournament. But it's like, I mean, Izu, it's his first shot to get to it.
In that opener there on split. While the emotions for now, they sting. I hope that in the end they'll be able to hold their heads high and look forward towards stage 1, come back even stronger.
I mean, you have to look at this T1.
The thing is
a lot of hope and a lot of confidence that they are going to bounce back in the next stage. Like, there is a lot of really good things happening on this team. A lot of good things in place.
I feel like, again, T1 performed overall better than I expected. When I rated them pretty high, but when I say I think they performed better than I expected, I mean that I think they performed more flexibly than I expected. But then at the end of the day, obviously, maybe it's because it's versus PaperX, but the thing that brings them down is
we're not seeing sort of that
Izu still coming over for the fist bumps. Oh, you gotta feel for him.
But it still has a similar tone.
But the thing that brings them down is the inability to
Applause for Izu making his way to give the fist bumps.
like deviate from wanting to win fights
Second. But for PaperX,
and getting reads on the opponent's comp.
Another grand final, another international event on the horizon.
No, it's still very good, but this is basically what I said before this event started, is what I kept saying whenever I had a chance. I think I said it on Plat Chat, I think I said it in my own YouTube video, is I can see T1 getting into like top 2 in Pacific for kickoff, but I cannot see them doing well if they got to Masters, right? I cannot see them making a deep run. And this was why, is that if you can't adapt to your opponent's style within, and you, like, if you can only think about your own win conditions, then there's a limit. Then there's a limit, right? And I think that's the biggest thing. Hopefully they fix it. The reason I think they performed better than I expected is I think Izu and Rossi play so crafty that that they help overcome that on certain rounds, but I think their calling needs to switch away from that a little bit. But again, I mean, this is why like PaperX was probably the toughest opponent for T1, in all honesty, even more than DRX, I think. I mean, that doesn't sound that crazy because PaperX are the reigning VCT Pacific champions, but let's listen to the interview first. Talking about the comps, obviously, and also how does it feel to get to Madrid? Question is very long.
I think for the comp, I think we changed like 1 week ago, I think, or maybe 2 weeks.
Classic
ago.
PaperX, man.
Yeah, I think all of my teammates just feels like Yoru is a good idea on that map because people run cypher most of the time, right, on that map. So we use the decoy to break the trip and stuff. So yeah, we're just trying.
I mean, that's the thing, is that dude, they are targeting the upcoming Cypher meta with the Yorus, which is why a lot of people are using Yoru.
전에 정해진 요원 조합이라고 하는데요. 요루를 써보면 어떨까라는 아이디어를 팀원에서 냈고 연습을 해낸 결과 정말 이번 게임에서 잘 보여준 것 같다고 말했습니다. Thanks to Bye for the interview. And then let's go to something.
That guy's like, the camera's on us. She's like, no, I don't want to be on camera.
What and who popped in your mind right away? Can you tell me about the story? 딱 이기기 전에 어떤 생각이 들었고 혹시 누가 떠오른 사람은 있는지 썸띵 선수에게 물어보겠습니다.
Actually, after first map, I have no thoughts about the game because after first map I'm a bit nervous. I don't know why. And yeah, just no thoughts, just play our game and hope we will win. And yeah, we win.
Also, you're so focused on the play, you didn't think of anything.
I mean, Paper Race, listen, again, Paper Race is a good team. Again, Paper Race is a world-class team. And the reason they're a world-class team is because they are so flexible and they adapt in-game so well, both by the players and if they can't do it, Alex's timeouts, right? So it's a very big, it's a good test for T1. I mean, obviously, again, reigning champs, so they're like the test against everyone, but I think they're like the counter against T1 in Pacific.
어떤 어려움이 있었는지 오늘 선수에게 물어보겠습니다.
On the playoff.
Yes,
I
for
think
this match.
it's like
If this went to Lotus, you mean? I think Paper X.
struggling
No, wait, no, they
to
banned
win,
Lotus.
but
If this went to Sunset, I think Paper
I
X
don't
still
want
wins as
to
well.
make my teammate
I mean, I said if T1 wants to win, I think they need to win 2-0, and they lost the first map, so in my mind, the match was already done.
Oh, nice, good job.
I know that sounds ridiculous, that would be like something I'm banking my predictions on, but
이끌고 응원을 하는 역할을 했다고
it just do be like that sometimes.
Now to Forsaken.
And also, why are these not best of 5? I mean, I imagine it's because, listen, I'm not on the inside, but here's the most likely reason. Because if it's best of 5s, you can't have 2 best of 5s.
For my girlfriend, everything. Thank you so much for watching us.
All right, shout outs from Forsaken. You can't have 2 best of 5s in one day, but if you have 2 back-to-back best of 5 days, you need minimum 1 day, if not 2 days break, to make it fair to the team who had to play the second best of 5 to get ready for the grand finals. So then it gets dragged on longer. But then, if you want the finals on a Sunday, you would need to have these happen on like a Tuesday and a Wednesday. So if it's not that, you would have to wait like another week. So that's probably why.
팬분들께 정말 고마움을 전했고 마드리드에 가서도 트로피를 딸 수 있도록 열심히 노력하겠다고 마음을 전했습니다.
Sunset, not sunset. Clouds, you okay there on YouTube? Are we doing okay? What time is it where you're at?
Personally experienced. Being the winner of last year's Pacific, were there any growth or experience you learned from today's? 또 작년에 퍼시픽 우승을 했으니까 이번 경기에 또 성장한 거나 배운 것이 있는지 물어보겠습니다.
I think mentally we are stronger because like we pull a comeback against DRX from 2-0 to 3-2.
That's true.
So I think
they did grow a lot stronger.
I think we learned a lot actually from them, and it helps like our.
Oh, it's 2 a.m.
Run in champions in
I forgive you, dude. Today was peak Mind Freak in my opinion. Today gave me throwbacks to his performances at Copenhagen. I mean, at Copenhagen he like helped hard carry some games, but everyone was firing so well, and then Mind Freak was just playing real good.
And I wanted to ask, were there any pros and cons throughout the kickoff? What do you think about your team, and any message you want to send to your team?
I mean, for other teams, I think everyone has improved. You can see today that we had a really hard game, and
it was a hard game though.
We ourselves have stuff to work on. It's good that we have.
Yeah, I think this is good for Paper X that they're getting challenged.
I think our split com needs a bit of work, but very happy to play it. Pros and cons of the format?
Yeah, of the whole tournament, how was it? The
I mean,
weakness,
it's not really finished yet, so maybe this review is better after the finals. Thank you.
Thank you. 저희가 아직 끝나지 않았기 때문에 전체적으로 장단점은 말할 수 없지만 모두 최선을 다했습니다. 하지만 스플릿 요원 조합 같은 경우는 조금 더 손볼 때가 있다고.
That question should have been phrased differently. I don't think she meant to ask about pros and cons of the format, but the way she said it, it does sound like that.
You eat a lot during the tournament, so what are you eating so much?
Is that a QR code on the Paper X jersey? Oh yeah, it is.
And I think my favorite
What do you think it is? It's probably for Zowie because it's under Zowie. It probably links to the monitor.
So I haven't been eating, but I think if it appears in front of me, I'll finish everything.
Does that help you boost the team?
I get less angry.
Okay, nice.
Dude, they should get Alex on a Snickers commercial. Do you think Paper X makes semifinals and Masters further? I mean, I think it's possible, but here's the thing. Every time we get to an international tournament, you just have to wait and see, especially the first one of the year.
Again
like the clash of teams between the different interpretations of comps, the individual power level, all of that. But I think PaperX, I think teams like PaperX and Loud and Fnatic are really safe bets for semis and higher, right? Like they could go down earlier, like Loud did at Tokyo, but they're always safe bets. And again, the big thing about that is their like in-game flexibility and endurance on top of individual firepower.
PRX is like a box of chocolates when it comes to their agent.
Everybody games Delta Forsaken whoops out the Odin.
And I can confirm, I think we can confirm this last year during Pacific.
But yeah, so I think teams like PaperX, Fnatic, and Loud, those are
and on certain days they just be completely gone, and now I know wiped out.
Those are safe teams to bet on to make it to semis or higher at any international tournament until they like do like an entire revamp that moves away from the cores of that team and the IGLs. Did you watch the Lev versus Loud match? I watched most of it. I was like scrubbing a bunch of VODs this morning, but I think that one was still live when I was up. So I think I watched the Ascent. What was their first map?
Varied that picking up a
No, they played 3 maps.
Much easier for
map
them
1
to
was
adjust
fine?
than any other team out there.
And map 2 was split?
Yeah, they're very familiar with flexing around. That's what PaperX does. I mean,
I think I watched map 1 and 3.
Too, and we see it very much
I was like getting ready
Ascent. I mean, what more is there to say? Although there were a lot of first kills coming in
and
from
stuff
T1,
during map 2.
PaperX is a team that is constantly evolving.
I didn't get to watch C9 versus NRG actually. No, that was before I woke up. I was so tired. I've had a rough schedule of a week, so kind of slept in this morning. And generally, it does start pretty early for Korea time. Yeah, I watched the Bind and the Ascent because I was watching the.
Which I think you feel like T1 kind of pockets themselves pretty well, but because of how many things they can use,
the Phoenix comps.
Check corners, to punish corners with a mosh pit.
T1 got more first kills again. I mean, just again, it just goes to show that PRX,
securing those orbs as well. His thrash was pretty much
they know how to overpower.
A good chunk of that, so you saw how T1 had to really adapt to things.
I mean, Sadak as an IGL, I think, is proving himself. Like, and I think the reason, here's the crazy part, is that I don't think it's even necessarily like the IGLing. I think Sadak's just being proven as a leader.
Yeah, that's what Carpe likes to go for. The Nightfall,
like the scouting that he's a part of, the way he's bringing up the team overall. His calling in the game, like all of that. What's the post-plant numbers mean? So if it says like 5 out of 9, it means when that team was on attack, they planted the spike 9 times, and they won 5 of those rounds where they got the plant. So it's a good look into this number on the right is did they get into the site and plant the spike, and then this is is their post plant good. So some teams, like for instance, like sometimes you'll see like 1 out of like 8, and it's like, okay, maybe they always only had 1 guy left to go plant the spike, and it's like, how are you gonna win the post map? Things like that.
He did it last game. All right,
he's fantastic at the Odin.
Yeah,
he's
exactly.
phenomenal.
You add that with the fake.
Yeah, I'm curious what the answer will become on Ascent, because I think the ways to beat it in general, not just on Ascent, but just in general, is like. Again, I have a video that's about to come out on this. I just recorded it today. It's focused on PaperX because I want to focus on Pacific teams, but it applies to the Loud comp a little bit as well. Basically, no dive comp.
For Coach Alex, in his interview, he mentioned some of his heroes, which includes Coach Termi and Coach Solo, who are the coaches.
And I think the idea is that you either need to like you basically need to, against those comps, you basically need to force the starting line of scrimmage back, right? So if they're on attack, you want to make sure they can't like get up to where they would want to set up their utility. So if it's Ascent, like if this is A, right, and this is the entrance into A, like you wanna hold A main, like in one way, shape, or form, so that they can't actually set their utility up. Or you want to just bait out the utility, let them come in empty, and then go for a quick retake before the utility comes back. But that part can still be countered with the same comp. And then if they're on defense, again, you want to like dive in and push them further back so that they can't actually get ready for the retake, things like that. But it's hard. The semifinals are a single elim. I agree. I think T1 would have had a decent shot against DRX. I mean, again, it's kind of hard to tell what DRX's current power levels really are at, because I feel like they didn't have to show too much against their group. But I mean, groups for double elim, is it the most ideal for something that can matter so much to players, you know, making it to Masters Madrid and things like that? It is not, but it is what we're dealt. And for kickoff, I would rather have double elimination groups than like single elim groups and double elim brackets, because that would be ridiculous. Again, as I always say, if you don't like certain parts of the format, keep that in mind. Bring it up during, you know, in between splits. Bring it up in the off season, etc., etc. But for now, it is a dead horse. Stop beating it. Let's enjoy the match. Predictions for GENG versus DRX. I think DRX wins. I mean, somebody should cook up ideas, but the thing is it's one of those things where it's like, well, I mean, I just feel like the ideas you'll have are so theoretical. And then the thing is Loud is probably continuing to expand on it as well. Like, I just feel like they haven't really had to show too much of how they adjust. I am going to go heat up a slice of pizza during this break, so I will be back.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Yo, a good shot to get life to the sheep. Please, nice, got a price on the lease. The idea for DRX going up and in. The flash is there, and he's got two. Buzz is still going. Got a speed to the left.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다. 에이스. 적군이 한 명 남았습니다. 클럽. 적군이 한 명 남았습니다. 클럽.
Commas and zeros, you know I need those. Money the root of all evil, fruit is forbidden. Treating knowledge made the filthiest dollars we spending on Eve. Out of my please, out of my please. Confidence 8 feet tall, all of my business can't see yours. Got on my side, I can't see flaws. Got a chauffeur, don't slam my doors. Speed it up, speed it up, speed it up. Yeah, I done seen enough, seen enough, seen enough. Yeah, I done seen enough.
Match found.
포인트.
좋아, 가자.
젠지 e스포츠가 오늘의 기나길었던 경기에서 승리를 가져갑니다.
경기 아직 안 끝났습니다, 젠지.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific Kickoffs, and we're going to find out who is going to face Paper Rex tomorrow in the Grand Finals and also qualify for Masters Madrid. I'm your host, Victoria, Chubby Ninja, and with me at the desk, we got my analyst, we got Quack, we got Asarai.
Not an analyst?
Yes, you are. Although you predicted wrong in that last match, we'll forgive you because we do have another very exciting match coming up with the two more Korean Titans going to be facing off. I think this is going to be very exciting. We're going to find out if GENG is going to take the Korean Valorant throne today away from DRX.
I mean, there's so much history between the two, but the main thing is between the two orgs, between the two teams right now. You know, coming in from Pacific last year, you know, GENG has not once beaten DRX. Nobody can really topple DRX except for the other RX. But yeah, that's kind of what happens right now. However, we shall say that GENG has looked better and better this year, especially with the addition of, or well, the entire overhaul of the whole team.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, one of the quick history caps for GENG here from last year was they started off strong with that 4 straight wins on Pacific League, and then it turned into like 6 straight losses. So this is a definite turnover here for GENG, and it's looking even better right now. So this is, I feel like, the perfect time for them to strike a revenge match against DRX.
Yes, that's right. And you can see here how our Phase 3 has been playing out with T1, DRX, and GENG. We have so many fans here at the venue today because we got 3 Korean teams, and of course the Seoul PaperX waving the flag for the Southeast Asian region. But we were talking about this earlier. Coach Alex has been really excited in particular to be amongst this Korean derby here because a lot of his heroes are the coaches of the upcoming teams DRX and GENG. Now the Giants of Korean Valorant, DRX, faced off against PaperX in the grand finals last year, and it was a bit of an upset. PaperX was definitely on the up and up, and DRX was like a little bit shaky, still winning, but you know, we saw a lot more cracks start to happen. But even then, in the finals last year, we were surprised a bit by the PaperX win.
Very much so. I mean, again, the whole thing started off with DRX, really great, really strong start, 2-0, and then the reverse sweep from PaperX, right? And that's the whole thing, the whole story again. Interesting.
This year,
yeah,
it's different.
No, maybe. I mean, again, DRX just having their group stage, going in with 2-0s all throughout. PaperX now coming in, they've already made it through.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, yes. I mean, they're just really
I'm
good
back.
So after we actually counted the days last week, it was like 608 days last week, so it's 600 plus days. DRX has not changed their roster until... This is the first time. They added Foxy and 9 in last year. They finally settled on their 5-man
This format
roster.
kind of benefits Loud because there's not enough time for people to anti-strat. Oh, yeah, maybe.
Different change, but at least
I think it benefits whoever was bold enough to come up with something that they're confident in.
A couple of days ago, we were at the desk where I think it was, I say newcomer with Foxy 9 because, again, he just joined last year.
Yeah, you can already see. I mean, Foxy 9, we saw him last year. Very effective.
GENG's video is just texture hanging out in the parking lot.
A little bit more flexibility. I feel like the DRX philosophy is still very much
That's funny.
Centered in the team, so they always play with this structure. But with the new guys, you know, sometimes they can go off on the hunt a little bit more. Whereas for GENG, they've got newcomers too. You got the newcomer in the form of Karon, who has been nailing some incredibly accurate shots. Now, how that helps the team might be.
Have you also seen some Chinese Valor? I watched yesterday's, 2 of yesterday's matches. It's exciting. It's exciting. I'll be trying to watch more once Pacific ends.
Consistent duelist, maybe except for yesterday, but everyone kind of steps up.
Yeah, but you know what? Let's talk about yesterday, in fact. Texture was a little down yesterday, and they even talked about it in the interview, and what ended up happening, he communicated this to his team. Again, this is little different than what we know of the Korean Valorant culture, where it's very top-bottom. Here, it's very, you know, very open communication, so Texture was sharing that he was feeling down. The rest of
Yeah, I
the
won't be able to watch
team
EEG tomorrow, obviously, because we have our finals, but...
Step up, and I promise I will win this particular
BLG, I watched it yesterday. We were co-streaming it yesterday.
I say this with like the nicest of words.
I mean, they look lost, man. Part of it is they lost. Part of it is Wolves look good. I think Wolves could put up a good fight against EDG.
GENG was in top 4, right?
How long it took for them to just go like 3 hours versus 12 hours.
Of course, offing. A little bit different,
Dude, GENG just playing a completely different tournament, man. 14 maps.
Very stark contrast, right? DRX
306 rounds. That's insane.
So many matches because they were in a group with PaperX.
Yeah, that was so unfortunate for them, and they put up a really good fight against PaperX, better than T1 just now, to be honest. It was a 2-1 against PaperX.
Also, did I say this? Apologies that I'm eating on stream, but
14 games.
the VCT life.
That is so much information to give to DRX, just handing it over on a plate.
That's the scariest thing.
Completely unrelated to VCT, but I wonder how the CS scene would react if he transitioned to Valorant. If who transitioned to Valorant?
Maybe they can use some of that history, some of that experience to cook up something new just for this matchup, just for playoffs, because if you don't, well, that goes along with your chances of getting to Masters Madrid. So, I mean, that's the whole question right now. Does GENG still have some juice left in the tank?
That is definitely the question
simple.
for GENG. I mean, they look so good right now, but at the same time, I wonder if they can take down DRX. DRX still has.
I feel like they freak out a little bit, but at the same time, I feel like there's
from
enough
last year,
other names that are really upholding the scene right now. So,
later in the season. Now we have to talk about
damn, dude, look at Flashback's Pentagon, man. It's perfect.
We're looking at this radar chart here, and this guy. I mean, I've heard some whispers of him being the second coming of Mako and Sentinel for him.
Sorry, I just made a face too.
Yeah, that is a that's a very good description, I think, of how Flashback is. Dude is not really, how do you say this, explosive in the way that his plays are flashy, but he's always there at the right place at the right time. He's only played for DRX a total of, and this is like with his KJ and Cypher, a total of like 29 maps, and he has gotten so many highlights. So this dude.
Why does this guy look good too?
Dude is a definite. I think like crowd favorite as well as rising star in the making. Just considering how short his resume has been as a player.
I'm a bigger fan of Izu, man.
Yeah, we haven't really seen too much.
Let it go down on the record.
Like what Asturai is saying, this Pentagon is basically almost full.
Yeah.
So that's a pretty intimidating thing to go up against, because DRX again still with that very.
I mean, yeah, but I think with CS2 you're seeing other names.
Just adds a whole
Kinda,
lot more firepower to this, and then he's a lot more motivated coming in as a new guy.
kind of really keep the like core of better CS going. Obviously, Sayu's been going at it. Obviously, names like Kerrigan and Device have been around for a while as well. I'm not to take anything away from Symbol, but I don't think it's like. And the other thing is obviously there was that whole thing with him like not wanting to switch to CS2, and then now he has. But the other thing is I just don't think it's gonna happen. Like he was, yeah, and Donk obviously is the new guy in town. Like,
but sorry. Texture, yes,
yeah,
texture. You knew exactly what I was talking about. Texture, but Meteor has been phenomenal as well over Thursday. I keep thinking it was yesterday. Time has passed so quickly.
Yeah.
It was on Thursday. Meteor really stepped up, and he almost gets perfect marks as well.
Absolutely. Again, it was very alarming, or not alarming, but like unexpected that he had to give up his role as that primary duelist, right, when GENG did that restructure, and he had to adjust it to the role of the lurker, the KJ/Cypher, but he has been doing so well with this. He was able to
I mean, Meteor's been doing well.
Damage on Lotus against Forsaken and the rest
I just don't know if GENG's gonna have again enough variance to beat DRX.
So this kind of comparison between the two is going to be very, very important. Imagine this, that you have such a long-standing player like Meteor that's only starting to adjust on the Sentinel role, and he's going against a Sentinel specialist that's still new to the Valorant, the VCT scene in general.
Yeah, right. I mean, this guy, we're talking about him. We saw how he played against Secret, kind of really helped bailed his team out of that match against Team Secret, who were really incredibly sharp yesterday. And at the same time,
this ace, man,
just the way that kind of they operate together. You're talking about the experience that Meteor has in contrast to, the rookie coming in the form of the raw power. Yeah. So it's makes you wonder how that.
I don't understand why Sugar Zero, like, why did Sugar Zero just turn his back? I just don't understand.
The coaches a little bit as well, because Solo and Termi, they're
that made me so mad.
They're veterans of this whole scene.
When I was casting it,
teams together before. How much can GENG really prepare for this matchup today? Because again, DRX has so much tape to study on. Termi might just have laid out traps for Solo in this entire game. I feel like the map pick's going to be really important, but the structure...
It depends on which DRX we have, but the thing is this DRX is neither Tokyo DRX nor 2022 DRX.
Some of these counter strats, some of these like counter defense.
Listen, I don't think it's ridiculous that GENG would win, but I think it would take like literally. I think it would be an upset.
The formula that GENG has been known for: Meteor lurks, Texture go kill, and then see what happens after that.
Well, at the moment in the head-to-heads, DRX does continue to dominate. And I have to say, I mean, out of the three Korean teams, GENG is actually the underdogs amongst the three. It wasn't the case early last year, but that changed over the course of Pacific. But now
the thing is
brand new GENG,
it's just
I think you're right,
like DRX clearly need. I think for DRX to become a really strong team, first of all, they need more time. Whether they make good use of that time or not is a different question. But
the potential would be like. We saw Warbirds and Carlisle.
Like right now, it's just
Koreans don't hug.
Yeah, they do. Maybe they don't hug you.
Oh.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. But sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's just like they're still very set play heavy. They showed a lot of what they had, and they have their aim to bail them out of that. But like DRX has some good aimers as well, along with like Flashback. I think is strong enough to like shut down just pure aim from texture.
Playoff's second match has been started. Only one team can take a ticket to Pacific. Two matches. I have two best coaches beside me. 안녕하세요.
I mean, you're talking to one of the biggest DRX doubters that lives in Asia and works on VCT Pacific. My DRX stocks were mega low last year, and even in the off season. But Flashback being so good does so much for this team. Flashback being so stable and just like, again, like a Mako style anchor does so much for this team.
저희 둘 중에 하나밖에 이제 진출을 못 하기 때문에 그런 부분 조금 대진표상 조금 아쉬운 것 같습니다. 네.
I can say I expected to meet GENG, so it's a bit of a sad thing because only
that's
one
not
of
what he
the
said.
Korean
He said he
teams
was hoping he would meet anyone but GENG,
it's
because
happy
obviously
to
of his old camaraderie with Solo
right here.
and HSK.
그럼 다시 이제 또 솔로 감독님께 질문을 해볼게요. And now to Solo.
Because only one team can make it to Madrid.
Meeting DRX as your opponent.
So,
이제 DRX를
yeah, so for those who don't know, Termi and Solo used to be old teammates in CS. HSK was a part of the roster with... I don't know if Termi was still there at the time, but with Glow, I think. So they're like all old teammates and friends. Now meeting as coaches. Yeah, so I mean, Flashback is, and then so Flashback doing so well gives us so much more room to work with as like that powerful entry, which helps a lot. And then Stacks is not inting as much as he often does in the beginning of tournaments when he's having to IGL, and Foxy9 is also like playing his role. So.
솔로 감독님에 대해서 어떻게 평가하시는 건지 궁금합니다. I mean, it's been a while to meet Solo again in the stage. So, how can you rate him as a coach?
네, 거의 한 2년 정도 만에
Damn, asking him to rate his old teammate / rival as a coach is brutal.
이번 대회를 이제 쭉 지켜봤을 때 정말 강팀이라고 생각을 하고
He rates GENG highly.
그 솔로 감독의 능력을 뭐 여실히 좀 보여준 것 같고
And he thinks it showcases Solo's coaching.
한 팀이 전 우승도 할 수 있다고 생각을 하고
And he thinks whichever team comes out of this could just win all of kickoff. Bold tales. Because I don't think GENG can do it, but I think DRX could. Again, I think today's going to be a good... I mean, I don't know. I just hope GENG plays really well today as they have been throughout the tournament, because otherwise it's going to be so hard to tell if DRX is doing really well.
근데 이제 솔로 감독님이 DRX를 이제 선수로서 그리고 코치로서도 이렇게 만난 적이 있는데 오늘은 좀 어떤가요? 오늘 좀 설미 감독님에 대해서 얘기하자면 어떤가요?
잘하는 팀이다 보니까 네, 저희가 잘하는 팀일수록 그냥 저희가 강한 모습을 더 보여준다고 생각을 하고 네. 두렵지는 않습니다. 네.
Solo thinks they show up more against strong opponents, so he's not afraid. We'll see. I think Solo's been very cautious with his answers because obviously he didn't have that great success with B+.
He doesn't fear meeting DRX because he has confidence and possibility to beat them. 네, 이제 다시 또 설미 감독님한테 왔습니다. 감독님, 제가 무슨 질문을 할 줄 예상이 좀 가시나요?
네, 어느 정도 좀 됩니다.
또 솔로 감독님을 만난 적이 있으시잖아요. 2021년 이제 뉴턴에서 이때 솔로 감독님 때문에 이제 마스터즈 레이컵에게서 진출을 못한 경험이 있는데 이게 혹시 준비 과정에서 좀 안 좋은 기억으로 살짝 스쳐갔는지.
I mean, if out of your choices, it's more like Ye. It's a slow and controlled. It's very reminiscent of Suigetsu. Like the way he aims a lot. He adjusts his aim a lot with his left hand. His moving and breaking with his movement keys is very good. It's very clean. And because of that, he plays Sentinel, and then because of that, all of that combined, he's not like running and gunning and all that. He's not looking for highlight clips, but like his peaks are very controlled and good, etc. But I would say both Sugetsu and to an extent Flashback are a little bit quicker than Ye, right? Like Ye's very slow and like just like inches out, angle by angle. Whereas like I feel like both Sugetsu and Flashback are more like kind of swing out, swing back in, etc.
You have beaten the ex-DRX Vision Strikers in the past as a player, but not as a coach. So how confident are you today? The players are shouting for you, I think.
일단 저희 뱀픽이 저희가 예상했던
Oh no. I feel like every coach that has said this so far this tournament has not done well, but he just said he thinks the map draft went exactly as they predicted. Pretty sure Legia said that and got eliminated.
I mean, the map pick that we banned was
pretty sure
and when we rested for a day,
Frost said that and they lost.
Good ideas went on, so I think we will do good on today's match. 네, 감사합니다. 엔팀 감독님 오늘 최선을 다해서 좋은 결과 있으시길 바라겠습니다. Thank you to coaches. There is one ticket left for today's match. Which team will take it? Stay tuned. I'll toss it back to the desk.
I wonder why they feel good about it.
That really is
the draft.
The question.
Curious.
Who is going to take this ticket? And it's not just because of Madrid, but winning.
I gotta change all my titles, huh?
Towards champions, which is in Korea, and to be the Korean team representing Korea is going to be pretty insane. Now we can see this head-to-head stat comparison. Obviously, DRX is ahead. This is not a surprise.
No, not at all. But what's surprising is kind of some of these eco round wins or thrifties perhaps that GENG has picked up in the past before, especially against teams like DRX or Team Secret, for example. They have shown that they are capable of swinging some of these rounds, especially with players like Meteor, who's known for his martial prowess. So DRX does have to watch out for that. I think the map picks will kind of tell us a little bit more as to what their strategy is.
Yeah, definitely. Again, I think we want to see those maps where Texture can really stretch his legs. Maybe the breeze,
okay.
I'm assuming, even the icebox, if it's a possibility. As you can see here in the stats, 100%.
In theory, burying a player's org saying otherwise, what's stopping a player from walking on stage in an Amogus costume?
They still showed how strong they can really be in the battle.
Nothing, I guess?
The compositions that they have sometimes.
You can see on this radar chart now, this is the team win.
Man, it's crazy to me that Foxy's...
This is a combination of stats from KDA, ACS, and across the board.
And what you're
How many assists does Foxy have last game?
Very much so operating as a full team. A lot more kills coming in from the likes of
I mean, I think Flashback's kills had more impact for sure. Like but it was a handful of rounds for Flashback, and outside of that, he didn't have too much that he had to do.
Although we're not seeing high numbers in this Pentagon, they're actually doing quite a bit as well, because Stacks with the calling sometimes.
I mean, Benkai used to be the guy.
Just being able to anchor again.
I don't think he's gonna do it anymore, just because I think he really wants to focus on like the plays and trying to make that work. But
right, so there's not really any visible weaknesses that DRX is showcasing at this point, which again in turn just has to be so much more pressure.
How did they look against? Oh, Foxy actually had the most kills. Oh, he did play well that day. Foxy had the most kills against Talon.
Got to work on is just being a little bit more unpredictable. You know, changing on the
by a lot.
GENG can exactly
it was plus 14 against Talon. Okay.
GENG is prepared for this match. DRX might be in trouble. However, on the other
it was
side,
that Ascent
right
game,
now,
wasn't it?
You know, GENG,
no.
You can see that everyone is capable of firing off on all those cylinders.
19-9 on Ascent for Foxy.
Meteor, we know about him. Lakia and Munchkin sometimes a little bit quiet, but in that game yesterday against Team Secret,
dude, if GENG wants a shot at beating DRX, Lakia and Munchkin gotta pull it together. And even Lakia is here, in my opinion, this is skewed, man. It's just because he had such insane clutches, but outside of that, he needs to get more consistent IMO. I mean, to a certain extent, same with Munchkin.
To perform in that aspect. Another thing that I actually wanted to point out.
Although I would argue, probably in my head, Munchkin's like it should be like this.
I think like he might actually be
right? Munchkin, the angles for Munchkin and Lakia would be switched in my head, but
how strong he has been performing, but maybe just a cause of concern for GENG. And,
but those are win contribution rate is purely based on a combination of stats. Power rankings are based on
he was the one that was making some
stats plus talent votes, talent grading.
Most of his he's kind of kill death trades from the other players of Team Secrets for the most part. So this guy could be the key to either losing or winning for GENG.
He was fantastic and looks very in sync with the rest of his team early on in this kickoff. But you're right, as time went on, maybe not so much, especially in that last matchup. And maybe it could have been fatigue, or when you play 14 games throughout 2 weeks, that's crazy. Now you can see our predictions here. It's pretty flush, of course, across the board for DRX. I think it's similar over at the Korean side. And look, I think GENG is very formidable, and they are getting their pieces together, but I think they need a little bit more time until they are in their...
Did you see the character arc progression Demon went? Oh wait, no, I like saw the Reddit post. What was it? It's also, it's clipped in Twitch, which you can't watch from Korea unless you go through a VPN, which is so annoying.
DRX versus GENG.
Because they banned VODs and clips in Korea. And now they're getting fined for it, by the way. But they're already shutting down Twitch Korea anyway next week, so it's a whole mess.
이번 그룹 스테이지 하면서 뭔가 스크림 때만큼의 기량이랑 뭔가 그런 플레이들이 안 나온다는 느낌을 받았었고 그만큼 나오려면 어떻게 해야 될지 저희가 잘 생각을 해야 될 것 같아요.
Yeah, to be fair, I don't think DRX has performed exceptionally well. I think they played well, but I feel like they haven't been challenged. That's why I hope GENG plays really well today, regardless of who wins. That's the only way we're getting a good game. I don't think DRX is going to flop, but I think GENG might flop, so I'm a little afraid.
응원해주시러 오신 팬분들 다 너무 감사드리고 그 기대에 부응할 수 있도록 저희가 더 좋은 성적 내고 더 열심히.
In some ways, I also hope it's a quick 2-0 no matter which way it goes, because then I could co-stream the entire match before I have to get ready for my T1 Samsung thingamajig.
안녕하세요. 젠지에서 IGL을 맡고 있는 먼치킨이라고 합니다. 저희 기준으로는 C조가 죽음의 조라고 생각했기 때문에 그 죽음의 조에서 어떻게 2등으로 살아남아서 우여곡절 끝에 올라온 것 같습니다. 저희가 플레이오프를 올라오면서 되게 많은 경기를 치렀는데 너무 힘들었었거든요. 근데 신인 선수가 있었기 때문에 저희에게는 그게 다 경험치 덩어리가 돼서 저희한테 매우 좋게 된 것 같습니다. DRX가 이번에 멤버 바뀌고 느낀 게 되게 에임이 좋아졌다고 생각하거든요. 근데 그건
I would agree. I think DRX's aim has improved.
DRX에서 경기되는 선수는
Essentially, Demon 1 said Oxy was the worst duelist at NA. Energy and C9 played today and was close to the mini expansion during the post-mission raid. They asked what... Oh! And he said he's not bad. If they shut down Twitch Korea, are still streaming then, or on the other platforms? Well, so, which is why I started streaming onto all the other platforms as well, partly because Twitch opened it up, but... So, currently I'm streaming on Twitch, YouTube, and then Afrika and Naver. And I'm looking to make YouTube kind of my main platform. Now, whether... And I've changed my partner, like, bio, all my information back to all my American stuff, like my American address and bank account and whatnot on Twitch. So I believe I should be fine to continue streaming as a partner on Twitch. But we'll find out on the 27th in 3 days. And if for some reason I can't, then I will probably stop streaming on Twitch. And then it will be, oh, they have their banners. And then it'll be just YouTube, Afrika, and Naver. So if you want to make sure that you're around, I recommend you check out my YouTube, which is at WillChobra EN. And then Afrika or Naver if you so choose. But we'll see.
The Kings of Korea looking to thwart yet another challenger to their
Dude, what is this?
Make some noise for DRX!
What is this? They have white gloves like it's just bags of money? What? Dude, what do they have planned? What is going on here? DRX never does this. What in the world? Oh, they've got their own... Oh, they've got a little formation. Oh, it has numbers on them. Oh, they're gonna open it up. You can't open it! Mako! Oh, damn! Oh, they didn't practice this thoroughly. That's the giant DRX logo. That's the player card. Foxy. Oh, Foxy's got this pat down. It's the icon. Buzz, you can do it. Buzz, you can do it. 2340. They misprinted it too. Dude, DRX never does stuff like this. That's funny. I wonder if that's a 3D printed classic or not, though. I don't know if it was just paper printed on or not. Did T1 and Paper X have fun intros? I can't remember. I was sitting here for it, wasn't I? But I think I was busy setting up my titles and stuff.
Showing tremendous grit and tenacity so far. Now looking to topple their Korean.
Oh, Genji only has their banner. Boring. Oh, he rubbed against the fan mic. What if it's a real classic? Can't happen. Not in Korea. Hey, I have a Genji scarf. Well, no, I don't have a Genji scarf. I have a Seoul Dynasty scarf, which I guess is now a relic. Oh, maybe I should pawn it off. It's unfortunate because I got that scarf because Genji invited me out to the Overwatch like home ground match viewing party thing, but then COVID happened and the whole event didn't happen. What's the map gonna be?
I love those walkouts. I love it.
Genji wins for me. I'm sorry.
Really? No, I love DRX's weird briefcase opening.
Buzz couldn't open his. What?
Until
All right.
they had teamwork, and that is how you win.
What is it? All right, DRX has first.
If they marched out in sync, that could have been cool.
Probably been out Sunset.
You know what? You should be the next
Icebox.
Okay.
Oh, okay. They don't like Genji's Icebox. Genji's Icebox has a good comp.
But anyway, yeah.
I mean, I think they showed some weaknesses as well, but
this is interesting
I think the breeze ban is smart.
Ban out Sunset because they tend to ban the newest maps often, which also means Sunset is open. Lotus is also open.
Dude, I like the bind pick.
If Genji's not prepared for it, this could be.
I like the bind pick against Genji.
Yeah, quick history at least for the last matches that DRX have played on bind. It's been, I'd say, back and forth. They had some success during the AVL, but they lost the Sentinels. It's been the same comp. Are they going to mix it up? I don't think so. So this is still kind of.
No, I think they changed their comp.
But I think they're just trying to play safe.
I think they absolutely changed their comp.
Very early, and then hope that Genji picks up a map that.
I mean, I guess they were playing the KO already, but.
That's why this second map has to be a very important pick. Yeah.
But I think they move away from it. Genji's going to go with Lotus.
Maybe sometimes a bit shaky, but they have time.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. The Lotus could go up against either, I guess.
then again, if they can't win this one, what's that last?
That must mean that Genji's so confident in their Lotus.
I don't know
because they've showed it so much.
On, like, split, surely you go into like Sunset. You left
Yeah, you gotta ban Ascent then.
Yeah, but DRX's Ascent is like, you know. No.
That's why.
Really?
Genji's last map ban. I will say though, first map looking at Bind.
Really,
I
Genji?
don't know if this is a
But it went the way they thought.
but
That's
I feel like they
crazy.
wanna, again, put a map out that doesn't utilize Meteor as
So they
well.
expected the Icebox ban. I think that's fair.
Benefit for DRX, which is what you
I think you could expect the bind pick.
So just throwing it out there.
That's clearly DRX's game plan. But then, you know, coming to a map like Lotus, coming to Ascent, if Genji goes in with the same strategy, same protocols that they've shown in the previous days.
Told ya. DRX isn't gonna play. They're not gonna play the Sky anymore. Genji is playing Sky.
Ooh, I like this.
I
was thinking they were gonna change
single duelist Yoru.
Man, people are really loving the Gecko, and I am all for it.
Foxy9 on Viper.
But at least he still had double controller.
That's played the Viper though in the past.
Yeah, he has, but that's, you know, he's normally on that duelist, so this is a little bit interesting. Meanwhile, for Genji, Texture, Meteor, Classic, exactly what we expected. Can they make it work, though? I mean, we're still on that Sky.
I'm just a big fan of seeing Buzz on the Yoru as well.
Sky.
He's shown how good he was on the Breeze, and I feel like he does the same type of control in any map that he plays.
Yeah, I mean,
Single initiator Sky versus single initiator Gecko, except that you have the Yoru.
Continue the Sky meta on Bind, so I'm curious to see if that's really gonna pay off. It looks like we're going to a game. We're gonna go to our casters.
I mean, I think it's gonna be. It will be interesting. I'm curious how they get into B site. I'm curious how DRX plans to get into the B site.
Make battle to see who is going to be joining Paper Rex, not only in Madrid but also in the grand final tomorrow. Fight for those ever valuable championship points.
That's right. If you can win tomorrow,
It's gonna be a default screen up towards Dude, why does it feel like this? Oh, it did get smaller. For lamps, so we'll see how much they utilize that to pressure. Early cam to check showers, so it's just a lurk from flashback. RB has done that a lot in the past for DRX as well, so that's no big surprise. That's what a lot of suffers do on attack. Okay, they check window, and they can recover that fairly safely. So they're just trying to pull some weight away from A. And Genji just isn't budging because they still have the camera. They are set up for a retake onto B. They have the screen and the camera. They probably won't use the camera until the spike gets planted and they're ready for the retake, because you've given up the site. You're only covering elbow.
Dizzy gonna be able to grab a little bit more info.
He had the poison cloud going, so he's out of toxins.
There's the cam above the door.
But this was always meant to be. Now, do they go through the teleporter quickly or not is a big question, because they don't have any sight of window. Now, the trip's not broken from Hookah. So I'm curious what Genji's reaction is to the fact that it's not broken. Now, DRX has a lot more post-plant, because they have, well, not in the pistol round, but they do have the Mosh as well in future rounds. Well, they know it's a retake, but the question is where are they coming from? They still have another guiding light. I don't know if DRX is aware of that. Okay, no one on the peak. Oh, that's a swing out from Mako.
Two quick kills in response though, but disadvantage here for the side of Genji.
Oh, and Foxy9's position is cheeky.
Holding the close corner, will be able to finish off Genji. DRX picking up the first pistol of the series.
And this is something that can be tricky for opponents of DRX. Like, obviously, one of the calling cards of DRX that you think about is that they're so good at executes. They're so good at making sure that all their utility is perfectly timed and in the right places.
I mean, this...
Maybe are comfortable giving them a little bit of space with this 4-1
Genji had a decent idea, but they were hiding, so it seems like they were fairly aware of the second guiding light still being available.
This round, you give up that space, and then the problem with DRX is that they are so good in post plants. They're so good at setting up crossfires. They're so good with the discipline.
They're gonna have the. They've got to have lineups with the Mosh as well.
Holding the correct angles. That trying to get through
if not, you can like try to just peek and toss it at the very least, and have the other lineup still.
Molly as well to make sure that can't get through there comfortably.
So using Wingman pretty much as a bootleg Trailblazer. Oh my God! It tagged onto him too. Chases him all the way. It does go a little bit far. So DRX I don't know if they quite wanted that, but they do know that it's been cleared out. They're not quite clear of this corner, but Stax checks it, so that's good. Once again, retake screen. But it's all classics, just a Sheriff for GENG because it was a double kill for Texture. That's a good flash in. He is on his own teammate's mosh. A little rough, but...
Now the trap wire set up to notice these lurks that are coming on the backside from GENG.
Maybe a bit of deja vu here, it would seem. I think the poison orb actually might have fallen.
So now Flashback has that cam from Hookah, so he can actually help watch here or here while he hides behind the box, away from being shot from defender spawn from CT. I mean, they're aware of this. GENG trying to make sure that they're just funneled in, that DRX is going to have to choose to lose weapons, but they are just going to get sprayed down. And that poison cloud that's deadly. That poison cloud is positioned in a way where I don't know if he just missed the one way, maybe he did. But either way, they were all going to get decayed.
For sure. And again, these crossfires on the post plant, very tough. And you know, DRX, of course, any opportunities they're going to get to exploit incredible advantage that you have post plant as attackers on the B site. It's so difficult to retake the B site on Bind. One of the hardest in Valorant. So certainly, if you can exploit that, that is going to be
okay.
Can really
got Bulldog, Guardian Bulldog, Vandal. 3 points away from Thrash. Oh, an early Cyber Cage to try to get in range for the cam. That's a good clear.
Cyber Cage, and Stax is going to clear it, grab the orb.
He gets close, ever so close to the Thrash.
Funneled into Stax if possible, of course, to get that
So now you know the Cypher is set up on A.
To back up this DRX hit after a flawless in the previous round.
Because that wire had to be set up after the barriers go down.
Do some damage. Oh boy, they're getting aggressive.
The double face. He's
Dude, Flashback is so good at these angles, man.
Hit there through the Cyber Cage. Knows that there was somebody else
It's the same idea. The Dizzy, and then the decoy. I mean, the T1 started the Zookomp for Pacific last year, and now everyone has their own variations as everyone is experimenting with Gecko.
Boombot in towards Lamps. Two players on the opposite side there. Stax only holds on to a Spectre, but rotates back through short. Grabs himself a Bulldog. One snake bite. The post plant set up. Lakia approaching in from behind. And it looks like they are.
I mean, they have no idea. Yeah.
As he strikes, they will both fall.
Oh, and it's only triple. Well, I guess if you count both snake bites as separate ones.
Yeah, it's a great recovery here for GENG. Given just enough time to reset.
It's the story of Bind, though. Find an icebox. What can you do?
And then find opportunities, good timings to make your swings. There's a really good combo here between the fake out and the Dizzy that catches Munchkin. He's just completely screwed over there, but Texture and company there to bail him out, and then he's able to find a kill of his own. Really good stuff.
Texture saying his shots are hitting today.
From Texture, who's now got a showstopper as well. Stax did find his Thrash.
5-2-1. I believe it.
Death of that round, so looking interesting.
Oh, he wants to start on this box. He used a blast back to start on this box. Damn, he wants to go fast, fast, fast. Oh, you are so dead. Takes out the trip too. That's a good counter to the potential Thrash. I mean, whether it's on A or B. They chase out with the Thrash, then gate crash in. I don't mind it. Gets fast control of B because they got pushed out from A.
One away from the dimensional drift for Buzz. You can get that.
네이버에 치즈지게 럭키가이님 안녕하세요. 감사합니다. 언제 채팅 치신 건지 모르겠네.
Similar kind of setup here.
네이버는 이거 타임. I wonder if I can turn on timestamps on Naver. 타임스탬프 못 키나? What just happened? Oh, I missed it because I was trying to change my settings.
Tries to go for the challenge, but Texture able to win out the fight. Plant is in. 3v2 with DRX in the lead. It's coming down. Worry about somebody potentially being in the corner there. Paint shells not finding much value there. Flashback jumping up, able to stop Texture from pushing in towards Hookah.
Oh, Charon's now stuck.
Now, having already arrived in the site, says, well, I guess I'm going to try to play this one out. Hope that
And he would have no idea where Stax is.
Volley sent. Tap onto the spike, not ready for Stax to be pushed up right alongside him. It would save it. Okay.
Stax? Freaking out a little bit about where that spike was.
Find the round win. DRX maintaining the lead.
And Stax uses Charon's own smoke against him there to sneak into the side of him with a good timing that Charon never sees. So Really nice here from the side of Buzz, who gets that gate crash to go deep this time. Moved past the tube, so he's able to teleport to the back of the site. When things are a little chaotic at the front, he's in the back. And this is something that makes DRX so fearsome with their Yoru on this map. You saw it against Fnatic and Champs last year when they absolutely dismantled them. That Yoru so tricky to keep track of, and they're so good with the
thing is we saw it in Americas as well. The way to play against this Yoru is to basically hold like back sight, right? You hold here, you hold here, you let the Yoru come in, and then you just blast the Yoru. So the real question is how do you set up the Yoru for further follow-up?
Check on the corner. Classic, I mean, we saw what damage you can in fact deal with a Classic in the previous map there. VCT1 and PRX. Buzz now gonna up the pace.
Good ult. See the Viper. Doesn't matter if they're in hookah or not. You just want to spot the site.
Where does he decide to pop out though?
Oh, dude, the dizzy timing on top of that. I mean, Meteor pops out at a good time, though. I mean, that's a disgusting combo, but Meteor just might have saved this round.
Handle in hand. Flashback pulling back one away from his own neural theft. Smoke going to be dissipating soon. Knows that both players are here on the site. The tap coming in.
Dude, Flashback is good with these.
Robot chasing, has to clear it. 8 bullets remaining as the Flashback go.
And that's how you disrupt someone like Flashback's aim, though. The way you counter someone who is going to aim so well by getting just the peak timings and the tempo correct is to disrupt his movement.
Solid hold against all this utility. Buzz gets so deep.
It's good.
So much information, and you start to think that this round should just be DRX is in the bag. But
His Flashback,
somehow, some way,
he doesn't like flick 180. He's not
Munchkin and Charon all getting involved.
he's not so much an aimer. He's just a wow, Munchkin.
Well,
Munchkin really loves playing the villain.
It's a good question. That's Korean for I'm having fun. How about you guys?
This is a good match. I
This
respect
is a
our opponents.
aggressive smoke. It's a weird smoke though, because that's not one that you would like. Well, I guess you could pop out of it like this, right? So.
Ooh, well, I'm enjoying that. Certainly is having fun, but not.
Okay, never mind.
Not when Buzz swings
Okay,
back
so
like that, so
you can go like this out of that smoke because it was popped out here, but
Well, he certainly has now. Flashback looking to push him back out of the shower and narrow miss there. On sightlines on Buzz. As he's just, I mean, Texture, you can see, he's just watching right now to see if he can just maybe barrel stuff that gate crash. So he destroys it in the end.
Love to get a neural theft
now without the brim, it's so tough. It's just so hard to set the Yoru up for success. But Buzz is good. I mean, you could gate crash out too. You could plant and then gate crash out too. I mean, you have options.
Gate crash is taken back down short.
Now, where do you come back from though?
Available here from Charon.
Oh, it would have been nice if he set the a second gate crash and then went to showers. That's good. Okay, it works out. It works out.
In total, and he also has a dimensional drift. He's just gonna pop it.
Oh, and he has the ult.
Into the drift he goes, but Texture, he's got more than enough time to try to peel off of this one. He sends out the flash. He's got the off in hand. Buzz will be able
The
to
ace, man.
An ace in round 6.
Dude, that is sick. That's a sick ace. That's a sick ace.
Flexed his arms. Pointed him out. Unbelievable, Buzz.
I'm sure we'll see it in the replay, but man, what a start to this map already for Buzz.
I mean, that's one hell of a shot. And then this, too. I don't know if Meteor was... It looked like the flash was just running out.
I mean, he has everything in the kitchen sink to throw at him.
Well, Charon getting picked off is what hurts. Charon getting picked off is what hurts. He got a little too lax about Buzz's potential position after the gate crash. Genji should have had the advantage, but the thing is at the end of the day, the mental stack was already added, so I wouldn't say it's a throw. A throw would be like if Charon was aiming at Buzz and just like didn't shoot for 3 seconds.
Hyper aggressive
It was a little lax by Cameron, but whether he crosses there or not, I mean, the only way that wasn't lax is if he crosses there with his aim trained specifically on short, but like that's one out of like 20 options he had to consider there. So
and he is just tremendous in so many regards. And now this year showcasing, he got the ding.
And like the flash on Delakia was just having a really good flash as well.
Very lucky to be alive there.
Is he gonna TP into that smoke again?
Really in a fantastic position, try to offer up heals.
Okay. Tries to bait that out. This time it's a real one. It's just a little bit extra mental stack. I think Lakia tried to peek out because of the gate crash, and it was just good from Foxy9. Good cover.
Now the reveal comes in. Texture with a sheriff.
Excellent peek out from Texture. Oh, he thinks that Molly covers his back. Where did that orbital strike? What?
As well as some great shots coming through to get GENG this round.
GENG is just now Munchkin's getting involved. They are really jawing on stage.
Yeah, they are talking some smack up there.
Thrifty.
Start turning this into some like wrestling commentary.
Yeah, right.
About trash talk and showmanship we got going on here.
I mean, listen, if a team isn't playing like the world, like a world champion team, I think that's hardly considered a throw, right?
Disgusting on GENG. I mean, we've seen it, but
I think that's
two of their round wins are on the backs of just ridiculous sheriff shots. I mean, helps that the orbital strike happened there. That was
there's a reason they are world champions of. There's a reason they're champions of an international tournament.
Starting to pop
and more than one.
Now Mako's got an orbital
DRX's classic is quite clean as well. Has their logo, has their name like kind of as a faded part of the glass. They're gonna use Thrash on the eco, really? I mean, I guess they're trying to cycle it as much as possible. The Thrash for Yoru setup is good. Did not check for the trips. Well, now you don't need to check for them anymore. I don't know if Meteor really need to push out there a bit too much. Oh, dude, that swing out. And it should be over. What is happening to my quality?
Not going to be able to do much of anything. We are tied up at 4-4.
Oh, I'm not on 1440. Chat, what am I doing here?
A lot of value out of that camera. Getting so much info there for GENG and setting himself up nicely for a couple kills. Texture so
GENG's caught back up. They got ults, they got off.
Throughout his long tenure as a professional Valorant player. So for Texture and Lakia here, back in those DK days, I mean, getting just brutalized by DRX. You know,
I feel like GENG, if they did in fact expect the bind, then I think they expected the Yoru. They're not. They didn't play like you really could have for the first few rounds. But I don't think it's out of the question, because again, like the caster said, they did play it against Fnatic last year to great success.
The nice reply there. Let's get a bit of damage there for the paint shells.
Flashback takes really early position of Hookah.
Oh my! Well, find Lakia as well.
Got a little too curious, but that's because. So these are the times when I would have liked to see.
Forward almost gets clipped by their own mosh pit, but comes up with a kill. Texture still with an operator.
Like once you lose Hookah control, while we wait for this, I think you just exit, right? Because you don't have enough manpower to check for the Yoru like here or here or here. It's just too much. So I think you just exit and then try to retake with the showstopper. I know it's not the greatest of places, or you can go here for the showstopper as well.
Money's a little bit weak for you there, Buzz.
The other thing Buzz is doing a lot is he's actually clipping his own. He's stepping onto their own mollies a lot because it's so hard to expect that you would swing out onto a molly. But he's abusing the fact that you don't take as much damage on our teammates. Yeah, a little similar to Alpha Year as well. A little similar to Alpha Year as well. Yeah, it's like a mix of Alpha Year and
so many ults right now.
Sugetsu.
Another neural theft available here for Meteor as well.
Just thinking about that. A lot to work with for both sides. But if you get DRX in these post-play, I mean, it helps when Flashback is just really crispy with his aim to break things open there on that site. Buzz is a nuisance on this Yoru. Be all over. You never know where those gate crashes are going to end up. Stacking a few members here at the op.
This time it's an A lurk from Flashback.
Potentially. Goes. Oh, the Dizzy though. Really
Well, now they know the op is here, and one more, so they know that 2 are in B. They know 2 are here.
Actually taking a little bit of spam damage back over here towards.
Flashback knows the Cypher was set up on A. So since he didn't see any more tripwires, you expect at least 1 trip here or here.
The opposite side of the map there.
And now DRX taking a bit of time, really trying to feel the map out. GENG, they're content
DRX,
to
I mean, none of them traded ults last time,
pause
so.
a little bit. I mean, we did see them try to go for the pick, try to set it up. Thwarted.
I mean, I think if DRX can get to 7, they probably feel somewhat comfortable. I am curious what their defense setup's going to be with the Gecko, but... And DRX has been doing this a lot, too, where they set up these entry smokes that really pressure, right? So now they can pop out from either side. So you really have to respect it. I mean, sure, the defense can also hide, like, here and here, but...
Texture going to launch the nades as well.
Sheldon trying to slow them up, flush out of the tube here. The orbital strike does come down, but Buzz is going to be the first one to fall. Rocket with the kill now.
Buzz this time gets rocked. Oh, and... Dude, wait, what? How did Foxy9 get 2?
Eliminated, and that's just the Viper who needs to rotate over to try to make a play here. Spike getting planted.
10 seconds left.
8.5 seconds to spare as it goes down.
There is a world where Munchkin could just save, but it's a 1v2. I think he should go for it.
Cam is set up and all. Doesn't get the dart in, though. As,
Dude, Flashback just says, I'm stopping in this molly no matter what.
I'm going to flush you into the open, and Flashback
Damn.
flush you down the drain. What a shot from him.
Damn.
We've seen some filthy shots these last couple rounds from Flashback. Foxy9 fully blinded up, got that kill, and then is ready for the second. The peek out the smoke from Lakia.
I thought DRX's entry got stuffed pretty well, but it always looks like kills are delayed in the HUD. You mean like this area, like the player UI? It's always slightly delayed. Abilities and everything are slightly delayed. It's because it's not in game. It's a separate overlay that Riot has designed. So it takes info from the server. It is automated. It's not manual, but
everybody on DRX.
It like goes through another step and it's not delivered instantly.
A little bit more in terms of the layers there. It's the initial attempt to
look. It's Glow. We haven't seen him in a while.
What you doing with your hands there? Like Coach Cam. It's like he's trying to do like a shadow puppet or something. I wasn't quite sure what was happening.
They had those gloves on. Maybe they're doing a little miming, you know?
Oh, that's true. He is always at pick and ban. I don't know if we've seen him on the coach cam before, though. Maybe they were always on the left cam? Maybe that's why?
I wish that they just put a golden light in one of the briefcases when they opened it up. A little Pulp Fiction reference.
Oh, right. That would be good.
All right, well. Timeout out of the way. More rounds to be played in the half. See if GENG can bring this back to parity.
Man, that's after using the showstopper. That's rough. Thrash 3 points away again.
Stacks just checking again.
I mean, this comp from DRX, it's...
not going to win that.
No, he's not. Munchkin getting the better of
Dude,
him.
sometimes just a slow, wide peak really throws you off, I'm telling you. What I was going to say was, again, that post-plant threat of the 3 mollies really, it makes things a lot worse for GENG too. Like, the reason GENG, I guess that's why, the reason they don't want to give up the site for Yoru, like here and here, is because if they do, if it's a 5v5, triple mollies for post-plant lineups is very annoying, and then you'd have to flank from the other side, so...
Going to be backed off of. Information given over in that regard, but nobody really.
Who do you think is the best casting duo any game as possible? I mean, I would say.
Gonna get a little info.
somebody lingering there.
during their
Rachel's
heydays,
ready to go here
Testosis,
from
I
Texture.
think.
Sends
No
it
doubt.
out, Wingman, rushing forward and
Not by like a mile. I think there's plenty of other duos that worked together for a long time that had
Plant is going to be interrupted.
really good casts and great matches to boot. Oh,
Triggered meteor pushing
Stax wasn't sure where they peek out from for that trip. That's rough.
Bill goes in. I mean, the Molly's there, but Lakia just mows down the others. This
But
round very much
Testosis,
gets
I
away
think,
from
really
DRX from the
knew. First of all, obviously they knew the tempo of StarCraft like the back of their hands, and the actual analysis of it as well. But they really knew, therefore, how to sell the entertainment of it, right? And they knew how to work with the boring parts of StarCraft just as well as the exciting parts. And there's a lot to be learned from that. But it's the reason it's hard to come around for that, especially in a system like ours for VCT Pacific, is if you're keeping rotated around different partners, it's really hard to build that pattern and chemistry up, right?
He's going to get a free shot at it if he can find it in a post-plant arena or retake scenario.
It's a Molly.
The fake out. Spots him. A little bit more. Looks like he's going to be...
Hot flash out of the smoke, and then he... Okay. I think he wasn't quite sure of the back of sight, so... feels like maybe they weren't quite communicated on if they wanted to commit to that or not. Either way, they have showers, so this isn't bad for DRX. Everybody is here for Gen G, so you do need to win your fights, but... I'm telling you, getting stuck in lamps is one of the worst things in buying, but if you have showers control, it's not that bad.
Plant in low HP bars here for Mako and Stax. Flashback at full HP. On spot with the cam, see if he can find anything.
I mean, last round of the half, everyone's pretty low on DRX. Absolutely, you obviously go for this. You do have a guiding light. Oh, you really wanted to get that first kill. The Molly is rough. Flashback's quick with it, man.
7-5 at the half. DRX
Man, if I had aim like that.
How in the world does Mako get away with some of those kills from U-Haul? I mean, just absolutely ridiculous.
I can tell why Mako said he thinks he would have won Champions already if he had Flashback's aim. I thought he was overhyping him up, but I do get it. I do get what he means.
Like you said, Stax had taken a bunch of damage. Things were looking really tricky. I mean, I like the way that Buzz is able to create some space using his ultimate and those flashes and then bails out. You know, it diverts a lot of Gen G's attention toward that link, but after that they were still
Who does the commentary for this one? Right now it's Achilles and Paper Thin.
Starts mowing people down on the back of sight, and it's like, oh, okay, well, this will work. We can do this now. He's crazy.
Sometimes the Mako go kill strategy.
So I'm curious if the Gecko is going to be... I feel like they probably generally put the Yoru on B. What's your favorite and least favorite team to cast? I'm not going to say least favorite, because that can be misinterpreted in so many different ways. I do have some teams I don't quite enjoy casting, but actually at the VCT level, they're all fun in their own rights. Like, whether they have interesting ideas, whether they have insane aim, whether it's good stories, etc. There's always something. Obviously, there are bores of matches, and that happens in any game or sport. But my favorite team to cast?
Find it again. That ghost.
He's gonna have to be Johnny on the spot because Texture's got 2 flashbacks. So I think what he's going to look to do here is the barriers get ready to drop
And shields to back it up. So funneling in resources to
I
Texture.
mean, probably Paper X.
Try to open this.
Because they really do have that good mix of like fun aim and tempo versus dude. But they've already all pushed out. They've already taken out the Cypher. I feel like, ooh. I think they thought it was an A hit. That's why Foxy pushes out here, right? Because Buzz took the gate crash as well, all the way back. So I think what it is they get the kill here. It's the Cypher, so you take the gate crash back and you're just going out to see if it's really A, and if it is, you're trying to pinch in. But they kind of get baited by that first kill being the Cypher.
it down on short, so it seems like overall DRX fairly cognizant of this. But
I mean, any of the like finals making teams, right? Like Loud is fun, Fnatic's fun.
The rotations starting to come through here, especially with the spike. Now,
Actually, the current Navi roster is fun. I mean, even the old Navi roster. Angel's ideas are fun to cast sometimes.
4 players to get over here towards A before they start the retake. So for now, they've just got really just a wingman and a Dizzy to try to make this happen.
One smoke from Mako, that's it.
Yeah, the one smoke is kind of rough. They do have... Yeah, that's good timing though, and you've got the wingman for to hold the defuse.
Getting started, Buzz stabilizing the aim, takes down Texture, snake bite now invested here from.
Oh, it doesn't hit.
Them all so very low. Buzz will be able to go ahead and take him out.
Man, it's so
The snake bite doesn't hit.
with that wingman still in play there. That frees up an extra gun. To keep
What's
track
the
of
hardest
Munchkin.
game to cast, even though you love the game? Valorant.
Really nice timing here
By
off
far.
the back of the Dizzy. The
No
Dizzy
doubt
goes
about
up
it.
and immediately Buzz is pushed
I mean,
to
I
the
guess
corner.
technically Dota 2, because I did have to cast it at WCG, and like obviously I've never casted Dota 2 before that. I've only hosted, and like I've never played Dota 2 at a high level, so that was hard. But I mean, you know, it wasn't like the main pro circuit, and I was just kind of hyping it up, and we had someone else to like break down the game. So, notwithstanding that, by far Valorant.
Slow push up. Mako.
Valorant's a hard game to cast. Valorant's a hard game to cast.
Danger.
Oh, well, you certainly spotted it now. Next, you're trying to flip it back onto him there. Couple sheriff shots through the wall.
So it is Gecko and Yoru holding B, and they're looking for the gate crash support on A. You just want to hold lamps, and then you have a trip. Giving up showers for free seems like such a big risk
People over into this and get some
on bind.
easy kills here in U-Haul.
But I guess it is the anti-eco, so you're just like, whatever.
The turn, and that's going to be the kill. Munchkin able to collect the weapon. Now looks to use it against Buzz, but Buzz just a little
Oh, he has
faster.
to give up the judge.
Takes him down with that bulldog.
But at this point, I think you give up
Backs away, I believe, at
lamps
cancel there
then.
on that Trailblazer. And as Mako goes down.
All right, well, Buzz is back though.
Across the opposite side of the map, but Gen G are actually
They
funneling over
might
here
have seen the particles for that.
Players try to slow them up. Flash
Oh,
goes
if
in,
that.
Buzz is just so
Oh, the molly on the paint shells didn't with the timing of it.
Stack swinging out, finding one. Low HP there.
This
on
is
medium.
rough.
Judge still in play. Lakia able to take him down, and now it's all on flashback.
Spike plant.
Have 50-50.
Wow.
He had gotten that swing.
RQ definitely would be the most stressful for me to cast. I was actually really I was miffed that I didn't get to cast any of RQ's games at this kickoff tournament, and then after watching them, I'm like, it's probably a good thing I didn't. I probably would have such a hard time not getting by just because I had so much hope for them. But now I've come down to earth, and it should be okay. I casted Kart Rider. I think that's what you're asking about. Why are there not as many Pacific casters for international events? I mean, part of it is I know in the past they had considered trying to see if they could find a slot for me alongside like Achilles and Paper Thin whenever like both of them got to go, but then I was casting the Korean side for past international events. I don't know how it's going to work this year. But the other thing is also just like
Go a little bit sideways for Gen G.
the flights and all that, and obviously, you know, the Americas and EME casters are more familiar for the English-speaking audience.
Well aware of his opponent's tricks. Gonna clear it.
And again, like Pacific has us rotate not in pairs. Granted, I think part of it's because we have 3 people who are experienced in casting. So I don't know. Maybe that'll stabilize down the road, but we'll see. We'll see how things change. The cost is obviously a part of it. We live the furthest away.
As well as Buzz. Maybe an opportunity here for another ace to come through, depending on how much he wants to push for this one. Smoke dissipating.
No, you died to the spike here for sure. Well, now you can't, but.
Sure how much it saw, if anything at all.
Why is Valorant so hard to cast? So it's.
For sure. I know that he's one away from having a showstopper. So denying him that ult going into the next round is pretty paramount here for DRX.
I mean, it's a mix of things. For one, it's the tempo of the game, which obviously differs from meta to meta.
Still pushing,
but there's a lot of stuff happening all the time.
Online, looking for the ace. Stacks will be able to deny it. He's gonna try to rotate back into the side,
Texture's
go down
so
to the
mad
spike.
in the back of Lakia's camera about not getting the kill. That's so funny.
Very nice rally
But the
back
thing
thus far
about
in the second half.
Val is
Themselves within touching distance, tying us
everything
up.
happens so instantly, right? So like abilities are instant.
With his bulldog, even
That's
though
one
Buzz is
thing
there,
that people don't consider a lot. So for instance, if you consider CS, right? Let's just compare it to that. It's very.
yeah, looped all the way around off the top.
He's so sad that he didn't get the kill.
Well, he is not happy that he didn't get the ace.
Like everything has travel time in CS, right? All your projectiles. So smokes, mollies, flashes, frags, HE grenades, like they all have travel time. So while yeah, you can have elaborate set plays and executes, it's not all. It's nothing happens like at the click of it, right? But here you have like Phoenix flashes, and then you got like Brim smokes and everything. And then because it's agent based. Obviously, there's just a lot more you have to remember. But that, for me, like, I used to cast League of Legends, so it comes... That's fine. But then also, basically, the value that they bring each round can be so different. And it's like... It's like you really have to pick and choose. I think a lot of us that have been casting since the earlier days of Val have now gotten used to it. Where, for instance, like that snakebite that was just thrown has, like, it has a lot of value. Like it has all the trap sends him back. He's trying to survive, and he just can't. No one was there to back him up and trade him.
Get some revenge for that little scrape coming in. Now he's gonna be full flash. Flash back and backside. Able to find one, but Locky comes up with two, and Mako will be there for the finisher. Still bloody, not clean at all here for the side of DRX, but
like that snakebite, for example, like you can talk all you want about the value that has, but things will move on quicker, right? And there's so many other abilities that can basically, like, abilities and agents counter each other, where you can negate the value of something. Oh wow, the double reveal, that's rough. Whereas again, like in CS, if someone throws a molly, like it's sitting there, right? I mean, you can throw a smoke to negate it, but then that smoke is sitting there for a while. Like you don't have anyone who can jump over it or whatnot. So by nature, the tempo of the game just changes.
Get a bit of an economy going. On the other side, DRX is a few players pretty low on the crowd situation, trying to play off the one-way there.
That's such a narrow.
So trying to figure out which values you really want to focus on the most. Yeah, he saw the gun barrel. That's good.
Getting the kill, the snake bite, stopping Meteor down in his tracks. In the meantime, back
But
over
B
here
is
on the
getting
B side.
wrecked.
However, Locky and Texture one apiece. Now Karen as well getting involved.
That's a good combo. Pink shows to bring him out. Makes the trips.
Rotating around. Neural Theft comes in and chases.
Dude, Flashback wins that.
Down Meteor.
Foxy?
Trying to hold things down. 2 HP remaining on him. Texture.
Dude, Texture, what a call to pick off the backup.
Mike stuck at backside.
He's so low.
I mean, he has so much time.
But that would be so damn bold. But he's got the headshot as well. 2 HP, no problem. Foxy gets it done.
Yeah, and then there's a lot of colors. There's a lot of colors.
That is so difficult. Texture had read that.
There's just a lot to keep track of, right?
He's just so ready for that angle.
Because again, in a game, and I imagine it's a little similar to Rainbow Six, but Rainbow Six, like everything just happens much quicker, in my opinion.
Now things starting to get a little bit dire for GENG.
It's one of those rounds that does not feel
like that almost makes it better. I feel. Not that I've ever casted Rainbow Six.
Really feel
But
like you should have
it's much easier to keep track of what's left in CS2. Again, not to say that CS casting is like easy or anything, but I think it allows you to basically. I think the
Lakia does have seekers.
in some ways, I think it's easier to. Yeah. Well, I guess it depends on your background, so I won't say that.
Because the smoke goes down.
But yeah, I don't know, because here you're keeping track of 10 people's different abilities. And
fake out, and he's just gate crash. Right
yeah, gate crashes out.
Clear on the dizzy.
They know the gecko is still nearby.
Texture makes his way forward.
Molly should come out right as the screen's about to go down.
Spray just spamming across.
Really? Are they gonna? Are you gonna hold on to it? You're just gonna refill the smoke? Really?
Buzz has arrived to reinforce.
Okay.
Now you can dimensional drift. This
All right.
is so
He's
scary
gonna
now.
check
You have a lot
garden.
of utility you can combo off this.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3.
Spots 3. Doesn't know where the backup is.
Dimensional drift getting ready to expire. Looks like he's just going to.
He checks the 4th as
right
well.
around here, and then
Dude.
jumps right back out over towards that A site.
The fact that he
Rush forward now, getting ready to come through. Seekers let loose.
does that to buy enough time. The reason he waits until the very end is because they still hear him as long as he has vision on them. So it buys them enough time.
Jump forward, Foxy 9 now
And that's maximum time. Foxy's about to go in.
the corner. They were almost lined up for him, but he can't get the kills in. GENG.
Yes. And then it's like the set plays. Because like every different combination of agents left alive and different comps is all going to have a different amount of set plays. So there's a lot more, etc.
Players able to cover so many angles from up there. Stacks.
So I think it's a lot harder in Valorant to basically assess what's actually important and also to build up the drama and story of the game.
Yeah, timeout now.
And then also it's to build hype too. I feel like a lot of times we get it's a fine balance, but because everything's flashy, at a certain point most things start to not feel flashy. So anyway, yeah. I got to cast CS at Extremes Land, and obviously since it was my first time casting CS and not hosting, I mean, it was difficult, and you know, I'm not gonna sit back here and be like, oh, it was easy, like I casted it so well. No, I don't think so. But there's different difficulties to each game. But I think casting a game like CS really actually gives you a lot to learn. To me, at least, as someone who's been casting for a while, it's like, man, this is a game. I think any chance I get to cast it, it would improve my casting tenfold for any other game.
Then again, we've had tons of them here today.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, this is just another map in this kickoff
Texture's
story
22 and
for GENG.
12.
It's hard fought. It's so difficult all the way through. You know, they've been fighting tooth and nail.
But yeah, there's just a lot to cover per round for Valorant.
It's gone the distance, right? And so they have played max maps.
And I think, I guess that's the other thing is that because abilities can do so much, it feels like there's a lot more to cover. But I think as the game continues to grow, even though there will be more agents and more maps, we'll actually get to a point where we won't feel the need to do that. Because for instance, in CS, a lot of the depth comes from like actual player movement and actual player kills. Whereas here, it's like just util usage alone. So, oh, that's a good counter Dizzy.
Buzz will be able to get Meteor. Texture cleaning him up. Stacks and flashback now. Last two alive for DRX. 2v3.
I mean, if in some crazy world DRX can draw out the orbital strike, that'd be nuts, but I don't think that's going to happen. Surely they suspect it. They didn't quite. Lakia's weak. Dude, dude, Flashback's kill on Lakia was so smart. Dude, Flashback's kill on Lakia, he swings out for as long as possible. Oh, look at him looking at the camera. Dude, the reason I think Flashback, I'm excited for Flashback as well. I just really like Izu's style of play. Mostly because I will never be able to aim like Flashback. But at least Izu's style of play I can relate to. But that kill onto Lakia, he swings out. Where's the minimap? Bring the minimap back. Okay, so he swings out for as long as possible until he loses track of Lakia, which confirms that Lakia is still swinging. So then he just gauges the speed at which they're strafing and shoots him through the box. That's a good shot.
And obviously subjects of much scrutiny coming into the season here with DRX.
Yeah.
But so far, very strong.
Yeah, I think a lot of us in Valorant can still work on like the storytelling through gameplay a lot more. Obviously, there are some casters who do it very well.
It feels like it has a little bit more
But a lot of us can work on that, and that's something that I'm like trying to work on as well. Because sometimes I think I get too nerdy
Thunder
with the analysis. And then, like, I'm also tasked with bouncing back and forth between play-by-play and analysis and color. Granted, I don't like having strict play-by-play and color roles defined anyway, so maybe it's a benefit for me, but even when I was hosting, I always like to choose to adjust to whoever I'm working with to try to make sure, like, the average of our quality goes higher rather than the peaks. But I don't know. Maybe that'll change throughout this year.
But GENG, don't count them out just yet, folks. They can pop, and especially with these sheriffs in hands, we've seen it.
But the reason I'm trying to focus on more co-streaming and YouTube videos, well, not more, but the reason I'm trying to do this more than the past, I should say, is because this way I can be satisfied with nerding out, like, during co-streams, on my YouTube videos, etc. And then during the cast, I can focus on, like, casting. So that's the other thing. They're very different.
Crash actually expiring as well here for Buzz, who cannot have a fast join in. Low time remaining. Spraying through.
It just so happens that he wasn't even going for the spike, I don't think.
It's a piece as well. Orbital strike to try and delay. And it has.
Try to wait as long as possible.
Cannot be theirs. DRX will move up to 12. But my God, what another insane effort from GENG.
Yeah, they're cracked with the sheriffs. But that is absolutely a fact. Seen it so many times.
Man, I don't know if GENG can win on Lotus.
Getting that initial kill to drop the spike, and then Mako quick to rotate over.
Now Flashback is back on B.
To make sure that they guarantee themselves around, but God, if there's
and I don't know if you read that. Oh, the double trips too.
Maybe GENG can get there, but it just took them so long to finally feel comfortable.
There isn't a good way to break that for GENG. Unless you just throw the paint shells like at the entrance.
You've got the orbital strike, and you've got to get this round.
That Dust kind of featured earlier coming into this series was the, just the thrifty win rate from GENG and how significant it has been from them thus far.
He hears the Trailblazer, so he puts that up, and oh my gosh.
They managed to clear this out.
There's still another one.
From his prison. Showstopper can find value.
Oh, that's good. That's a good showstopper.
The other side of that smoke screen ends up getting taken down. Angels at the ready as well to find significant value. Down for the entry this way.
Oh, dude, the decoy with the dizzy. It's good. Stacks, good swing.
Takes down Meteor over at elbow. It's just he and Foxy9 now left alive, but as I say that, the kills will.
You think GENG wins this if Flashback didn't pop off as hard as he did? I mean, at a certain point, like I agree, and I think there were, I think DRX's earlier games also would have been similar. Like even against DFM, I think it would have been. I think it could have gone to a map 3 if Flashback didn't pop off. But at a certain point, you have to start accepting that if it's a consistency, then there's something to it, right?
Probably wishes he could kind of rethink that round. Probably wants to take a step or two further back so he doesn't get caught by that rocket. Got a little too aggressive with his positioning and paid the price. The great news here for GENG is you did not have to invest that orbital strike. Great flash at the end, catching Foxy9 by Lakia. Perfectly timed as Foxy was trying to go for the wider swing. Got taken down.
Flashback has some nasty setups too.
They've got ultimates, but the guns aren't so good. Guardian for Flashback, Stingers, a Sheriff, a Frenzy.
So they know the gate crash was sent.
I mean,
because you heard the TP and then you heard the door open.
Crash ready at backside, but just dead quiet.
Now you just don't know if he get crashed out or not, but
until the walls come up. Cage is popped. Buzz jumping back through. His Texture gets himself once again situated here onto the high ground. Flash in the back.
This is just up to Meteor to clear out showers, and then they'll know. He just has to be cautious, but
not punishable though.
No, it's not. But the plant does come down. 5 men set up here in the back end. This trap wire dealt with. Seekers
good counter Seekers.
Munchkin creeping forward, and there's the detain. Does go out on a 1. Dizzy connecting, and Mako
oh, the Dizzy timing.
Damage dealt, but Stacks gone. Leaves just Foxy.
The counter Seekers were good.
GENG now joining their counterparts at double digits.
I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, it was the same. I mean, it happens. It happened with CNED.
Able to utilize their smokes to gain control of U-Haul. Feel a lot more comfortable getting that plant down with control.
Yeah, happened with some other star players as well.
Then just utilizing that great weaponry. Munchkin pushing forward through his own smoke, try to gain some space.
The thing is I think Flashback, man, I don't know, we'll see. This is the first game I think they're really being challenged.
From Buzz, so
where they're having to showcase enough.
See if he wants to invest it early, or it's going to be more of a wait and see.
Cybercam versus Spycam versus Spycam.
With their strong side over towards the B side this time.
DRX loses the battle.
Going to be the weak side with just the 2 players.
All right, spread out tripwires. Flashback wanting to hold showers. I think Gen G is now correctly identifying that oftentimes the A side is going to look a little weaker unless it's the double trips that you're not breaking on a short.
Yeah, he's never been full season.
Crossfire. Try to save him.
He wanted to hold that spray. Oh, and now this dimensional drift isn't going to find as much value. So he's just going to go to check a short. Oh, the timing of this is rough. And he just takes the TP and then he's back. I mean, Buzz's dimensional drifts are good in the sense that he's always leaving a seed of doubt. He's always doing something in the last 2 seconds of his ult that makes Gen G have to consider it. Dude, that was actually texture like drifting too. MT.
Mako still situated here. Backside goes for the jump peak.
Oh, he was waiting for that too. Oh, and the flash lands. Oh no! No!
One by one they swing into him, and one by one they fall. Charon stands tall and gets Gen G up to 11.
He got hit by the Dizzy.
It just ends as Mako tries to land the shots.
Man, oh man.
Mako has definitely been not as clutch as in the past. And again, it's a question of whether it's insane. Like, I feel like it feels like Mako's shakier than he was in the past. You know what I mean?
I would love to see that from Charon's angle.
Well, I'm curious. It would be very impressive if Charon figured that out by looking at the minimap or not.
Timeout right here in this moment. Looks like it is going to be DRX.
Dude, DRX using both timeouts and solo not?
Man.
Young Mako hits that.
What an absolutely
Mako's like, how old is Mako? Isn't he like
I mean, we were talking
22
about
or something?
earlier. Some of his insane plays. There's Charon answering right back. Just disgusting.
Oh, it's not on VLR. We have to look at Wikipedia.
The way that these players for Gen G and DRX, these rookies, have stepped in this year has been just absolutely incredible. I mean, they both look like they belong.
Yeah, he's 22. I actually got it right on the money.
Okay, you think back to the off season during one of the early events.
Or like pre-20s Mako would have had that.
He's been very good.
Both he and Foxy.
Yeah.
You know, and it was because of some of those shakier performances that we saw
Okay.
in the off season that it was a little bit more difficult for people to buy into.
Bit of a broken buy, but workable.
So whether or not it was going to end up holding water for the team.
No snake bites though. But you do have the pit if you pick up the orb. So I think you set up for this, and I mean, I think
there are 2 big ultimates that are 1 away. Foxy does grab the
I
other one
think
on the other side
at a minute's mark you set up the pit.
Backs off the angle to Mako, getting punished for it.
Yeah, I mean, DRX was set up to try to take at least one, and they get the one on the A side. Okay, well, now they don't use the pit. Oh, the flash. Dude, Charon's also very good.
2 more players remaining. Spam shots coming through.
I know exactly.
Poison Orb gets lobbed in, and that's going to be a neural theft.
Neural theft. Snapshot.
Flashback, holding on to his own.
Oh, that last ping.
Still revealed, still standing in position. Flashback able to find that elimination. Foxy worried about the approach there from main. Spots one.
Now you got to push out Flashback. Oof.
It is all on Foxy.
Can he get the pit?
It's a rough one.
Time running low, swings out the pit, has it in his hands, draws back down
Now
the
you have to
rifle.
fight.
Get a little bit scattered here. And even though they line up
He
for him,
panicked.
he's not going to be able to find their shot. 12 to 12.
Oh, that was a 2023 Foxy moment. He panicked because he thought about the pit, and then they peeked, and then he freaked out. He made the right choices. It's just you could tell that he was a little flustered.
Charon,
Good swing, young Foxy.
And then the shorty to soften
17-year-old Foxy Pitts.
and the finish from Meteor.
18-year-old Foxy's a little different.
I mean, just
nah, that's
crazy how
rough,
back
man.
and forth these were, but Foxy could just never get in a position
That's
where he
rough.
felt comfortable to throw that pit down.
I mean, really, it just came down to Flashback had to win the 1v1 against Munchkin. Because Foxy and marked his opponent. They created 2 separate 1v1s, and you just needed to win the first one. Whoever wins the first one makes it a 2v1.
Nope. So much of that has, in these last several rounds especially, been Charon.
Yes.
Insane clutch potential.
Dude, Charon versus Flashback, the young rookies.
Tipped it away. And he's going to be lucky.
You want GENG to win? Why do you want GENG to win? You just want new, like, kings? It's a lot of flashes. The fact that Lakia gets out of there with a lot of damage onto Mako is crazy.
That's a huge win for Lakia there. A ton of damage. Ooh, Charon taking a smidge. Nothing too serious.
Munchkin needs to win this.
Trying to be.
If Munchkin wins this, they can literally just leave like one person on A and rotate. Quite frankly. Or be ready for the fast TP. Okay. Oh, and the Molly right after. I mean, the spam kill is a cherry on top, but the Molly right away so they can't enter. They're almost just trying to tell them to rotate out to A.
Just keeping things obfuscated, just keeping things damn near impossible.
Yep, and they do. I mean, DRX TP's knowing that they're at a disadvantage here.
Towards Texture, who have been lying in wait. The push starting. Cage coming down. The wingman.
The one way. Oh, man. Oh, what?
Buzz taken out. Meteor looking for 3. He will have them. As GENG.
Oh, you're a Texture fan?
Get themselves up.
Texture's a good player to be a fan of.
Tremendous cagey play.
GENG might win this.
Just so good about making sure that he's able to get out of his.
Man, but if GENG wins this, I don't think they can beat DRX, man.
They're able to just lock down the B site.
I mean, I don't know if DRX could either, but I don't know.
Attempted attacks, and then Meteor with the great one-way setup right on top of that shower
Space
door.
Rock. That's what we're gonna call him from now on. GENG Space Rock. He should really change his name.
That's the Meteor we've come to know and love so far. Oh, Mako.
Mako just cannot have a healthy
Dude,
start.
GENG's starting to actually spray a lot,
Trailblazer instantly cleared here from
which
Stacks.
is doing a lot against DRX.
Let's see if anything budges over here at Long.
There's no healing anymore with DRX's comp since they switched to the Gecko.
Snake bite lobbed in.
They know.
Buzz just trying to get some shots in, trying to get some
When's this
damage.
gate crash end?
Still has
It
that
ends
gate
soon.
crash to take it back over towards
Yeah.
Haven. Munchkin finds Foxy 9. He gets blind on a 1, but Buzz had already been out of that location, so can't swing to try to find a punish. For now, just needs it.
I mean, yeah, I think you go A.
Site where GENG are making their way over.
A lot of pressure.
Because you already took out one, so now you expect it to a 2v2. No, DRX is, I mean, they're doing the best they can. It's just a nice swing. It's over.
Takes him down, and it seems like that should just about be it.
Wow.
Stacks and Mako need an absolute miracle
Wow.
to keep them in this, to try to find a reset. The Dizzy moving forward, not going to find much of anything. Stacks has been taken down. Mako would have to ace, clutch with 10 HP, and it is not going to happen whatsoever.
Damn.
It's in the name, GG. GENG take map 1, 14-12.
6 rounds in a row at the end to take
That's
it down.
impressive from
When it
GENG.
looked like all hope was lost, this squad came together and once again bounced back. We saw it against Team Secret on Icebacks that just unwillingness.
The attacking side was good from GENG. DRX needed more from their attack, I think. I mean, their defense, GENG just countered it.
Next, but first we'll have the analyst desk break down the action from map 1.
Oh, and I think there is a lot to break down. That was an unreal performance from GENG, closing it out on Bind, 14-12 against DRX.
Value2Asian tweeted out that DRX are one map away.
I mean, that was really crazy, right? The way the map started, DRX still looked like they were in control, but towards the end, especially in the second half,
Dude.
GENG really started to tighten things up. GENG started to get a read for how Buzz is playing that Yoru, I think.
Yeah, I think it was a couple of things. That one first, I felt like Buzz started to be a lot more apprehensive. He wasn't really taking a lot more of the aggressive fights. I think it's because he didn't really have the backup from his other teammates. And then GENG, Texture, man, he was fearless pushing into the site. Dude was getting so much.
I don't think well, I mean, I don't think, especially given this match, I don't think DRX can beat PaperX confidently. But I feel like I don't know, stylistically, I feel like DRX maybe had a better chance.
Around round 18, we even saw it on the coach cam. Solo looked like he was fired up. And if this was, the scoreline is around 8 to 10 at this point. It's almost like he knew what was up. He was like, look, I think we got them now.
Yes, Meteor used to be a duelist main, a very hardcore duelist main. But he has given that up for Texture as they've joined the same team.
There's a couple of things that you kind of want from that Yoru comp is you want to have a duelist that, you know, it allows you to be fast, and then you have your flashes to clear out the corners. The big problem to this is if you don't get those entries, Yoru runs out of so many options because you run out of those abilities, right? If you can't get that value at the start, it doesn't, if you can't have your teammates follow up on you, you really don't get that value, and you start losing that luster compared to, like, let's say a Jet or a Raze, where you can always
trying to read through the
plays. I think for, again,
live
Buzz
match thread.
he really couldn't make those solo plays because GENG were so tight knit together that if he tried to do that, it would have been probably him dying and then GENG just getting a one-off every single round start.
It's a really different way that he plays Yoru compared to, like, Forsaken, for example, as well, because the mind games sometimes it's not quite there, especially on a map like Bind, and I think that was one of the big things why GENG was able to get such a good read on it. That said, though, Buzz did get an ace in round 6, which was pretty cool, the way that he played off of his teammates. So the retake sometimes worked out really well when he
Man, 22-22, that's rough. 28-18 for Texture on the other hand.
Knew how to play against that. They started to set themselves up to, you know, preemptively strike down that Dizzy as it gets sent out, and at that point, they were no longer.
I mean, I feel like the defense was a lot harder red.
Feel a bit of that hesitation.
I think it's harder to be trickier on the defense with this comp for DRX. And also, I think GENG adjusted well to the Yoru mid game.
But even though Texture started to get trapped, there was no follow-up. They couldn't really get a kill because they played so far back. And at the same time, I think one of the biggest things that broke the camel's back was round 22 or 23. Mako had the perfect opportunity, along with Stax, to finish off Charon. But what happened? That is not Mako. That's not the same Mako that we saw last year. What happened there?
I actually was about to point out as well that Charon has gotten... Okay, so DRX... Okay, you point out about the stuff that, you know, they're not able
what did Izu tweet?
I feel like there were some rounds that they were able to do that, but before they can really spiral it out of control, Charon here... I
mean, the thing is at a certain point, Yoru strats, like Yoru-based strats, there's a limit. And the other problem is towards the end of their defense, they were getting first kills, so the Yoru, what the Yoru was doing didn't really have anything to back him up.
You said this earlier too, Asterai. When Texture's feeling good, he's on fire, and he definitely gave so much pressure on DRX. This wasn't a reverse sweep by any means, I would say. This was close every single round.
And the only gaps were 2, maybe 3 rounds here and there, and GENG was always slowly catching up to it. Of course, DRX, you know,
I mean, I think their attack had a few more ideas, but I think the defense is just...
They were trying to...
you're trying to... Basically, I think what DRX is trying to do was trying to recreate the timing checks you can do with Sky, but on B-side with Yoru and Gecko. But GENG started to pressure the B-side so much that the Yoru constantly had to TP out, but he had to TP out before pressuring GENG enough to rotate. So at that point, unless you got some really nice trips to catch your opponents,
we should have, especially Munchkin,
it's not much you can do.
Maybe even Meteor setting up their utility,
good on GENG.
or put themselves in off-angle positions on the B site. And they guessed it right. They actually get the reads on DRX, and that's how they really start to come back on these rounds. And it's just incredible. I mean, we might actually see GENG beating DRX in this playoff semifinals right now. That's crazy.
It's a complete possibility. I think it's crazy, but not that crazy. I think it's only crazy because we
didn't expect this to happen so DRX's
soon
map pick.
with such a brand new Gen G.
DRX brought out the bind. And the thing is, you know what the other reason I think they probably did that was because
but not much has changed with DRX, and
Solo was always very slow on bind. Solo was always very slow on bind. And Munchkin's bind when he was on T1 ended up revolving around the Zoo comp, which got hard right after the first time it was shown. Texture is not the craziest raise. Or used to not be. Maybe he's getting there. I don't know. Right? So it's like all these things where you're like, nah, we probably got this. And I think probably DRX expected them to... I feel like DRX probably expected Gen G to stick with the Sky as well. But I think Gen G somewhat expected the Yoru, and then they adjusted to it fairly well in the mid game after losing a couple extra rounds.
Maybe it seems this time it's DRX who's slightly undercooked.
Yeah, they really have been.
But Mako being slightly out of sorts is... I mean, you gotta wonder why that is. And the real question here is it a matter of again everyone else just getting better, or is he shakier? I'm still not sold.
But unfortunately, that did not transition well into that second half, where he had to be a lot more passive, wait for Gen G to strike, and then make his move.
But this does fit my narrative of...
He does try to go for some of these plays. There was that round 6 ace. But then
And listen, I love Mako, but
the orbital strike, he had a
I've always felt that,
and just instantly knew how to
like,
react
if you're keeping one guy on here, it's, well, other than also for brand power, because then it would be stacks. To me, it was Buzz. It was not Mako.
Neck and neck first. I
That
don't know
shot
what it
was
is, but
nasty.
Sometimes, or especially that round 22-23. Karon was flashed. Karon was flashed.
Can't let it go.
Mako had a perfect opportunity to really close out the match. It's such a big kill. Like, can you really feel like how it must
When was
be
that?
to
Is that?
be in
Oh,
mindset?
it's already over. Did we just see it? Maybe we just saw it. I don't know.
And then because of that, suddenly Gen G comes out with a 6-round win
I
streak.
don't
that
like
everything
Gen G's
changed.
classic.
So now we're going into Gen G's map pick of Lotus. DRX last year never once wanted to play Lotus. They only showed it, I think, maybe towards the end against like Paper X or something. It is a very classic traditional composition. You know, Buzz on the Raze. You got the Viper Omen, Stacks as the Fade, Flashback as the Cypher. I don't know if that's something that helps DRX now, because they're really they got a formula.
They are starting on defense.
Meanwhile, Gen G
So,
has been trying something.
okay.
Gen G has been showing us some new strats. They've been showing that they can counter-strat DRX, and I think this actually might be a time where Gen G 2-0's
Dude, what's
DRX.
my call time tomorrow?
Will it be another win for the Tiger Nation? Let's hand it over to our casters, Achilleos.
Oh, I have to be there so early.
Thank you very much. That is certainly what they are looking
I think Gen G
for.
exceeded everyone's expectations. Absolutely, I agree. I mean, I think their day one showing against RRQ was like at the top end of expectations, but I would say their games since then have exceeded expectations.
Persevering, getting that win. Now in a position where they could get a 2-0.
And just incredible what we're seeing.
I mean, that could be true as well. I mean, whiffs happen. Listen, I'm not trying to say like Mako's washed or whatever, but like I guess I'm trying to figure out, because overall this tournament he has not been as calm
really starting to pick up as they have played so many maps
as he has been in the
It seems
past.
like they're getting more and more confident.
And I'm trying to figure out what the reasoning there might be. Wow, the timing win from DRX, man.
And it works a treat. 2 kills come in. Tagged up members here on the side of DRX, but still are alive.
I mean, this is just DRX having a good read too.
Swinging out, just trying to catch Munchkin, but eventually giving him a bit
Right?
of respect.
Because you saw the toxic screen on C, and you're like, okay, it's either a C pinch onto Mound or a pinch onto Bait.
For DRX, they don't lose a player. Take a smattering of damage across the board, but still.
I mean, I don't even know if you send Flashback back to A here, because worst case, you could just do a 5v3 retake. You would know if they got into A. Yeah, I think you come back. I think you join back up.
Himself with 10 HP here on the B site.
Yeah, that's
Flashback joining.
still that Viper utility covers that front door, so gonna be a little bit tricky.
Okay, make the call.
And it's gonna be Mako taking the
Munchkin
fight,
gets
winning it.
caught a little bit.
As the one goes into the back.
Oh, that's a quick 2 kills. You wait for the retake for sure. No, really? You guys are gonna try to... That's insane. What a call!
Bit of Caterpillar smoking here from Karan. Manages to slink his way down in towards stairs. Unpunished, Paranoia still in
Dude, the
hand.
call to make sure that you have a better shot when you're crossing.
Here, dead. Lakia.
No way, dude. Lakia and his clutches on Lotus, man. He should know. He should know it's A side. No way! This guy, man.
The 4K to kick it off. 3 to go for a Nightfall already. GENG. They take the pistol.
Dude, the call to rotate over to A.
Knowing that Stax was going to swing
The call to rotate over to A was.
and Lakia was just
Oh
waiting for
man.
him to come around that corner. Had him just dialed in. And then he's able to swing back to the side. I mean, just what an entry.
Because I don't think they 100% knew that this would be empty. Like, that was a risk IMO. Maybe not. Maybe.
The battles on the other side. Now DRX is going to try to
Oh, no. They did know.
push in towards Rubble.
No, they did
Got
know.
control, but
It's just a very split-second decision. Because they got the kill here and here. And then they spotted 2 here. And the Haunt was taken out here. So they did know. They did know it'd have to be rotates.
Nothing but classics for DRX. An outlaw for Meteor.
Nah, it's not a throw. I mean, that's a fight that's hard to take. But I think Lakia had...
Lakia with a Vandal, 2 Guardians. I mean, there's so much firepower here.
I mean...
Work with.
Did Stax technically have an advantage because he was holding an angle? Well, this is a mess. Technically yes, but it's not a throw.
Health Meteor, that outlaw.
Spike planted.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really good shot from Lakia. It was a really good shot from Lakia.
Does he want to send out the Haunt? Does he want to reveal it? Jump up, swing out of the corner. Meteor, having grabbed the Vandal, will be able to put it to use. 2-0 start for GENG, but a hell of a lot closer to the anti-eco than we might have anticipated.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty good damage here for DRX to do. Made the economic advantage that you can get off of that round much less impactful.
I don't know. I think Stax was at an angle where he still would have had the actual angle advantage, but obviously Lakia has the peeker's advantage.
Phenomenal shots.
But it's like, here's the thing: is that, like, for instance, like Leo and Alpha Year will do things that is not perfect Valorant, but their aim covers for it, right? So it's like, at a certain point, it's a confidence play.
Turned a lot of rounds around, probably.
I'm not gonna say Stax's choice was perfect, but I also don't think it was a throw.
Tucked into the corner there was Karan. Will help find one, but Stax gutting him down. Quick little jump peek, getting the spot now.
I mean, I think at best Stax kind of wanted to see if they would rotate, and then like get a shot or such in. I think it's just a really good shot from Lakia, because Lakia would have been the one who had to run.
3K for him, trying to catch up towards Lakia, perhaps, but DRX.
I mean, you have to remember that.
Close at the bonus.
I mean, the safer bet, sure, would be that. But then also, if he's not watching, you don't know if everyone rotated to A, right? Maybe Karen's like still on the lurk. It's like there's so many ways. Because here's the other thing is that DRX used to play the safest Valorant ever, and that's why they would lose. So like, his choice was not the safest. And it wasn't, I guess you could argue it's not the most perfect, but I wouldn't say that would then make it a throw. Because safe Valorant is not necessarily the best Valorant, always.
Gonna reveal anything.
I mean, yeah, statistically, I mean, I guess you argue that it's a 3v2 no matter where they go. Just like I was saying, I think Flashback rotates back out of A to B. And I think yeah, I guess you could argue for that, but... But I think it was a choice. It was a choice. I don't think it was like a, no one should ever do that. I think it was a choice.
Okay. Flashback just popped a shot right off the contact. There's the camera. Yeah.
Immense amount of information here. Stax, oh man, sticking around to clear.
Will I be there at finals? Yes, I will be casting tomorrow on the English side.
Fortunate to be still alive as Munchkin sending some shots.
Still sitting on the paranoia as Mako, so they were to regress towards A. Could be a little bit tricky, but GENG happy to take their time and make a little bit of a fake. A few players planted on A. Spike over towards C. Shifting in that direction.
This is a rough hold on A, though. They had to give up position of their toxic screen.
Really, really tricky.
So they basically have to just anchor in sight. And they don't have the greatest vision around around the enemy's toxic screen either.
Walkabout. Looks like maybe some shots between
So you're just hoping that it's on A. The read would be correct, and now they would know. Oh, Foxy9 wanting. So I think Foxy9 there wanted to like get the kill and try to swivel around, so that's why he wasn't spraying. But
Buzz on the paint shell, swings in, it's met with death. GENG not allowing for DRX to pick up 2 consecutive. Right back into the driver's seat, 3-1.
well, that's rough.
As the money continues to dwindle.
Can you have the chat open? Wait, what?
That entry had to be dealt with by Foxy9 from Texture, landing right next to him. Saw
Oh, for tomorrow's cast. I just have my own channel's chat on my phone as I'm casting.
Foxy.
In the middle, I'm like, oh yeah, by the way, for that question in chat. You know, on the Korean side, we actually interact with the official channel's chat. Mostly because the viewership isn't as big, and then also Korean chat is relatively more civil.
Zero rifle here in the hands of Flashback as Meteor looking to watch from behind. There it is. Can be recovered. Picked up swiftly by Foxy.
Dude, DRX might get eliminated. I know we're overreacting a little bit, but I mean, this round is whatever, but... Well, that's a good shot. I mean, that was a freaking speedy timing there.
Mako grabs the gun. Let's see what kind of damage he can deal here. That's so much.
And I think at a certain point you save this, because Flashback only has 1,000.
Back line stacks again, barely able to just grab this gun. He can't get away with
Wow.
it. It's a flawless. There's a Meteor putting up figures.
No. I'm saying the official channel's chat is not civil. My chat's great. I like Meteor buying the outlaw to stop the F-armor line to force DRX to use it. Yes. I mean, honestly, teams should be... Like, you can stop buying the outlaw in the finals, but if you buy the outlaw in the earlier couple games, it will really change the opinion on how to run your econ. Yeah, I think DRX definitely is not in... Like, DRX definitely has a lot more room to improve as a team. And I'm glad that this game is showing that, because I was just wondering, right? I'm like wondering, because I thought they played well against Talon. Obviously, you know, against DFM. If anything, I think DFM put up a pretty decent fight against DRX. And so I was wondering, like, okay, how much of this is, you know, is like the matchup versus just like individual aim and DRX getting the better of it and things like that.
Spot on the one, but Meteor in the meantime pushing forward here towards B. Comes up with one. Spike already grabbed.
And I think we're starting to see, okay, a lot of it was on individuals. Because even in the first 2 days, I was wondering, like, how much of this is Flashback bailing them out of some of these rounds and Buzz bailing them out of some of these rounds?
Has been spotted, takes an immense amount of damage there. Still continue to push their way forward. Is the lockdown going to be invested here on this A side? Shot sent, connection not found. Flashback just going to have to pull away and get himself out of this one.
Cage triggered. Don't pull a Mako.
I was just thinking the same thing in my head, Paper Thin. Don't pull a Mako.
On these nanoswarms, been spotted. This Buzz, I mean, the showstopper might have to be the trade out here to try to get them into this round.
Oh, look where Meteor is.
He's going for it. Sees him, sends it. Meteor going to be taken out.
3v2.
DRX
can win.
Back, gets himself around the corner. Trying to apply some pressure.
Oh, they're all peeking separate angles.
Is looking for it, and he's got it. A monstrous 4K. GENG are just not allowing for DRX to get themselves into this game at all.
Oh man, I think they were doing that because I mean, for one, they didn't have clear ideas. They cleared this and they want to drop down, but they don't want to all come in through a choke point.
What looks like might finally
and they didn't want to. I mean, I guess they didn't want to have two people show up here and then.
Since then, it has been tough. And
he's calling his Korean name. But like, I don't know. I feel like you could have maybe held a cross angle here. I guess then this wouldn't be cleared. There's just too many angles, I guess. But I do think there was probably a better way to go for that retake. But Karon had it. I mean, in all honesty, Flashback had a great opportunity to win the 1v1 after Karon missed the first shot, but Karon is huge.
All of those things.
Feels like it's Flashback versus Karon.
Uh-oh. Double swing coming through. Munchkin does the parting gift of a kill there over to Buzz before getting taken out by Mako. So weapon can be recovered. Texture getting tagged up, sends another showstopper. Not going to be able to find the kill there on his stacks, but the fans up. Well, rather, the Vandal in the hands of Lakia certainly will. Texture gets another man there.
You know what the other thing is I don't think
given the deaths of his comrades, Mako.
I'll try to keep a better eye on it. I don't think Flashback's setups are really giving any value to DRX.
Has some money. Let's see if he wants to go hunting.
One of the strengths of GENG's Lotus is their frigging C-site hold setup with the Killjoy is so annoying. It's so annoying. It's so hard to break.
Snap here with it. 40 HP, doesn't matter. Gets the headshot. Takes away all of that weaponry. And the onslaught continues. But looks like we will.
And we just don't have that value right now from Flashback Cypher.
Yeah, it is needed. It's difficult right now.
One enemy remaining.
For the side of DRX, GENG is beating them at almost every twist and turn. Coordination has been really, really good. A lot of time to practice for GENG. Yeah, one of the things that GENG was concerned about coming into today's match was that there's so much tape on them. Because they played so many matches. Because
Dude, this would be a huge win for like everybody on GENG though.
We've already played so many matches,
including the coaching staff.
Strategies. We feel like we're just digging. But that's kind of working because now that they're just kind of having to play off the cuff a little bit more, they're playing together. Like they're playing for each other. It helps that they're getting crazy clutches like with Karon.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of clutch moments going on right now for sure. There's a lot of individuals coming up big, but the same can be said for DRX.
This year to start was the firepower is crazy. It is just insane how good top to bottom this team is. And you know, you saw them. They've already taken a map off of Paper Rex, something that T1 could not do earlier today. They're that good.
Well,
and that gauntlet they had to run.
now GENG's rich enough that they will just buy whatever they want.
Oh, here we go. Odin go Burr.
If you want to break the mental of a squad, massacre them with an Odin right after their timeout. That would be a very good way to do it.
Oh, Buzz! Oh my gosh. He actually didn't take as many hits as I thought he would.
It's not really getting caught. Swings out, off in hand, does manage to find a kill. Quick exit with the
Okay.
satchel, picks himself back
It's
on
out.
the wall to safety as Mako
There you
will
go.
be
That's
Karon.
Mako. Okay, and they pit C.
Perseverance here from DRX. Impressive to say
So I
the
think
least.
you
They don't
rotate
walk
the
away
op
from that.
and you keep someone here, or one or the other, quite frankly.
I know. But the spacing so good from Buzz, dodging a lot of that fade utility to be able to find that kill, setting up the trade-off with Mako at Baby Door. Very, very nicely done.
That Prowler doesn't clear in front of door.
Side of the map, set up by Foxy
DRX
9.
has to recognize that if they want a shot here.
A little bit of extra protection, and GENG wants none of it.
Texture creeping forward, swinging the corner.
Oh my god! I was so afraid that this was going to happen the way that they were repositioning. I mean, it's so good from Texture, but... Oh, man.
Was going to try to swing in off stairs, but the poison orb setup is still there. Now the pit going to be infested right here on the edge.
Oh, MT. The jump from Munchkin is good.
Texture's heroics.
I mean, that was a sick double from Texture, but it was just like, I was looking at the minimap and I was just thinking, like, you could just keep holding like this. Oh, I guess, did they never clear tree? Is that why? Was the door open?
Absolutely incredible from the side.
Yes? I mean, I don't know.
Just clear out on the util, trying to just make sure they can even get themselves over towards this spike. Texture going to be noted. Flashback swinging around here out of tree, but time is dwindling. Headshot found on the one. Operator grab.
Let the op and get out, yeah.
Comes in. There's nothing more to be done except to die. Meteor will be able to find Flashback, so it's just going to be Foxy 9 to the op in hand. Trying to hold on to it as best they possibly can. GENG not allowing for
The door hadn't been open? That's what I thought too, because I remember looking at the map and I saw Stacks repositioning and I was like, you could just hold here and still hold close to the wall, and as soon as Stacks gets contact, he just backs out and Mako gets the kill.
Set up outside of A.
Like, that would have been advantageous.
It's a good start.
But then they like repositioned for tree, and I'm just not sure why.
Insane.
That's unfortunate.
Absolutely crazy.
Oh, Texture. I mean, Texture's having the tournament of his life.
He knows it.
Oh boy.
He knows it.
There's no doubt about that.
All the time up there.
Yeah, I would be too.
What a round too. It's widely, it's been a lot quieter for Texture. He hasn't really had to be that tip of the spear so far in the map. Buzz swings out wide on Rubble, does catch Munchkin off guard.
Munchkin trying to use his util to get behind the
Not sure how we missed that kill. That was the easiest kill to see happening on the minimap. But either way.
The utility. Buzz again though finds another with the op.
Walking forward in towards B, finding one Texture going for the entry.
See, because there's no killjoy in DRX, the clear for C side is much easier for Gen G's Fade, right? You just seize and then you Prowler, and if they're not on this side, and then you can swing the Prowler around this side as well. And then the Raze is relatively safe to at least first enter the site. There's also no Nanoswarms to block you. So, I mean, Texture is just on one.
Flashback going to be taken down. Now it's all on stacks. The 1v2. The approach. Swings in. Finds Lakia, but 20 HP. He'd have to one-shot Texture here.
Ooh.
Works him a little bit lower. Boombot has to be cleared. Swing back.
Oh, stacks!
Good for it.
Oh, man.
The will come in. DRX can get themselves a second round win.
Dude, what an important clutch. If you lose that round, I think the match is over. Just momentum and like everything.
So close. Again, good start here for Buzz. 2 early op kills. But it doesn't translate into success. I mean, these executes, these hits onto the C site, there is nothing Flashback and Foxy have been able to do about it. And I love the way that Gen G gets aggressive towards Waterfall, because they know the Nightfall is somewhere and potentially coming.
Man, that is an insult to Texture. He's been around since the beginning of Korean Valorant. Hailed as one of the best jets.
That's why Texture can pick up those big kills and almost take another round away from DRX.
If Flashback just shows up, makes Texture the new Flashback. Dude, what just happened to this haunt here? It's friggin' maximum value. You have Nightfall and Showstopper. You do not need to take risks here on A site. You just need to defend this. You just need to defend this. You already have C. The only thing you don't really have, I guess, I think the Prowler might have cleared that at an angle as well. So literally the map is this big for Gen G. And you have trips to buy time. I actually think you just don't use your cam. You just hide it. You don't need to know that they're coming in. I think that Cam being alive would have been much more useful for the retake, but I guess either way they have Nightfall.
Showstopper at the ready, wrap around the back. Foxy not ready for it. The punish not found yet. Stacks eventually is able to take down Texture, but
excuse me?
Immediately getting the follow-up punish.
Oh, he's spinning too fast.
Swings the corner and just domes Buzz. The up with no value. Now into the hands of Mako.
You see, if you... man. So, here's what I think happened. I think DRX thought we used the cam to not only see if they're entering, but to see if they're crossing into stairs. But the problem is even if they are crossing into stairs, the moment the cam gets taken out, you have to have someone watching this anyway. So really, you should have just been here. I mean, if you even want to keep... I guess to fight Heaven Control, you keep someone on the wall, and then you just maybe even watch for the double angle here, because you already had 2 people here. Or like one person to watch like this angle and this angle together. You know what I mean? Let me blow this up. And then you keep the cam alive for a retake. It can even check into tree. You hold Heaven Control from this angle. It's going to be a little harder for them to check it immediately. I guess maybe you are worried about pit. So maybe you're watching pit. You have someone from watching from behind. You have someone watching stairs. And then you have 2 pinching. And then worst case, if they rotate over to, if they rotate over to B through Baby Door, you can still pinch them. You're still holding Heaven and B main.
Speak earlier, not the op, but the Showstopper finding no value for Buzz. Just absolutely.
I think Flashback needs more time to cook his Cypher. And you see this with a lot of people who don't play Cypher that much, is that you're so concerned about getting initial info with your cam that you don't consider the immense value that your camera can give on a retake. I mean, they are setting up Buzz for so much success, and I'm glad they're doing so. But that's some big trades. But yeah, now there's only 2 people left. You know the ops on one side, so you know this is a 2v1 on this side, and you know that it's an eco. I mean, you have snake bites, you have C's. Yeah, you suspect it somewhat.
Absolutely do. As the dart comes in, Lakia turns his sights in that direction and instantly shuts it down. Alarmbot not a concern.
Dang.
Deactivated, but now Munchkin just holding this angle.
I think DRX is going to need a lot.
Swaps off the weapon. He's got the knife in hand. Redraws the rifle. Manages to take down Munchkin. Thanks to the low HP bar.
I mean, sure, he's low, but...
Where does he go from here? Sees available from Lakia. He works his way up the rope.
He's going to go through stairs. It's clever. It's clever. I actually believe this is exactly how he lost the OT at Convergence.
No util to speak of.
But even then, I thought it was a good move.
Tap onto the spike, expecting him from coming out wide.
This time he gets it.
Swings in close on the right. Lakia, another 3K, another clutch, and another round for
Dude, Lakia and Lotus, man. There's just something about this guy. It's not Ascent anymore. It's Lotus, man.
In full control over this map.
Unbind? I mean, GENG adjusted well. I think GENG adjusting well enough. Oh, dude, Lakia's got something to say to his old teammates. I think GENG adjusted just well enough in the first half.
I don't know, man.
Against DRX's attack.
Lakia on his feet.
Yes.
And then on their attack, they also figured out the initial tendencies. They basically adjusted like just fast enough. I mean, an incredible comeback too. Quite frankly, DRX should have been able to close out that map.
First international since the first international.
Yep.
They've been in every single tournament aside from the one that Lakia went to on New Turn. Buzz taken down.
Yeah, that's actually a crazy story too. Imagine that. They can. Well, I guess Lakia did go to an international tournament with DRX, so it kind of ruins that story. But dude, Lakia ruined DRX's first opportunity to go to a Masters event.
You got a couple alts. You could find that neural theft.
And now they're on for it again. Granted, the real team that ruined it was
a lot easier.
F4Q, I believe. But
Get that third round win. Charon goes looking.
Mako hearing the cancel. There's a jump up. Finds one. Knows that there has to be more, and there are. Cleans up the kill. Snappy little TP. Gets himself situated behind the box. Smoke now going to be thrown into the paint shells. Get lobbed.
he wasn't quite sure where the paint shells were landing.
Headshot comes in. 3v2. DRX.
You know what I think might be happening? Here's a crazy thought. You know what I think might be happening? I think DRX might be playing a bit more. I think the fact that DRX is trying to play for a bit more contact, play a bit more aggressive, and a bit more off the cuff. Well, that's yeah, now it's over. Is actually messing up Mako.
DRX very spaced out. Their round wins, but they get a third one as we go into halftime.
Because Mako used to be the one that could just sit back and anchor a site and then clutch. And now, even when they do want someone to do that, it's, well, flashback on the Sentinel, and then Foxy when he's playing the Viper.
Oh boy, wow. GENG, 4-round wins away.
I think that might be part of it. I think that might be part of it.
It's their first grand final.
And just, again, I mean, playing more maps, more matches than anybody else so far.
But here's the other thing. I said this coming into 2024, and I really hoped DRX wouldn't look as good at kickoff, because if they do, the way they do it,
Some DRX fans, but some Lakia fans as well.
Dude, that fan said Lakia, they're cheering for Lakia and then saying that you're going to be a free agent if you lose. Jeez. No. I'm not writing them off for the rest of the year. The reason I didn't want, I was hoping that they wouldn't do as well at kickoff is because if they do as well, then I would have thought that it was mostly a result of them playing the same style that they always have, right? And just slotting in flashback with good aim and just telling him this is the playbook, memorize it, deal with it.
2-1 in pistol so far.
And then I think they just hit a cap for that year again then.
Certainly need to win.
So if Mako being a little shaky and the rest of them having to figure out a little bit more on how to adapt and expand their playbook is a result of them changing their style, I do think it is a better long-term project. Whether it finds success or not is up to the team and their performance and their chemistry. But I think like if you're looking to build a team who will win an international tournament, because obviously you knew how to build a team that gets 3rd and 4th at an international tournament, and that's very good, right? But if you're not going to be satisfied with that, I think they need this. I think they need this. So I almost forgot about that wish of mine. Okay, Texture.
For a moment, given the HP bars. Gives him another little shot, another little kill coming through.
They did my boy RB dirty. Man, imagine if GENG makes it to Masters Madrid.
If there's any team that we have seen this multiple times,
That'd be crazy, dude. Munchkin.
And then they bounce back. Say we ain't out yet. It's DRX.
Man, okay, wait, okay, here's the other thing. Maybe I do want GENG to win. Maybe I do want GENG to win.
WC.
Because maybe then people will respect RRQ a little bit more.
Yeah.
I got it.
I was going to let you just flounder around.
Search around. I'm like, no, W something. W Key Gaming, no, that's VaporX.
Aggressively pushing forward here outside of A. The suspect, though, I mean, it's got to be lurking in the back of their minds every single time they...
Hold on, I want to check
something. How good they have been on these thrifties. DRX not looking to get ahead of themselves here. Texture trying to pull the corner, and I mean, that's part of the reason why. Shots fly through. Mako down low on HP. Poison orb, paint shell as well. Lob forward.
No, okay.
Back of his vulnerability to get the kill on a Buzz.
Oh, he does get one kill.
Blooding around the backside of the site. Flashback.
Now they know where he's from, or where he's coming from.
Gets the dink, gets another one. It's a great aim on display, but Foxy9 with 3 HP left will be the finisher as DRX.
I don't see either of these teams standing with Energy, Fnatic, Loud, PaperX. Probably not. I mean, I don't think well, the way DRX is playing, I don't think they can stand up to PaperX for a kickoff either. And I don't think GENG can either. And if they can't stand up to PaperX, they probably can't stand up to Fnatic or Loud. Well, probably Energy. I didn't get to watch the Energy games in full, so I can't speak to it, but I'm sure they're still very good because the core is good and the new players are good and the coaching is good. So
why not? It's that
yeah, no, seriously, dude. If okay, I think most of us agreed that Group C was the group of death, but imagine if GENG wins this, and imagine if it goes to Mat 5 in the grand finals.
Back away from Foxy9 as everybody else
so much redemption for RRQ, and that's with me thinking they didn't perform up to my hopes. I won't say expectations because there were no expectations. At a certain point, it just all became hope. But wow, this is. Foxy breaking through is. Surely, Charon checks for this.
Fully expects that he is still going to be here, and he is correct. The kill comes in. Haunt finding nothing. Texture spotting Stacks for a brief little moment. Shot flying.
He's not entirely sure. Oh, he tries to go for the wall bang, but the health.
Kill comes in. Bonus is theirs. GENG now at 10 rounds.
Ooh. Just by the hair on their chins.
Oh, rough.
GENG able to find this win. I like what Flashback is doing.
Dude, the thing is like, I mean, Foxy9 gets him through, but GENG's C-side is, it's so annoying to break through. I don't think anyone's actually found the right answer on how to break through their C-site.
They're kind of learning and finding some
And
serious
what I
value.
think you need to do is I think you honestly, well, maybe you need a different comp as well, but what I think you need to do is I think you need to spend enough utils to just clear out this entire front part as like 5 or at least 4, and then but you have to do that within like the first 20 seconds, and then you have to spend the time to come in and clear rubble again. I think that's the only way you really feel comfortable against Gen J's seaside hold.
Drifting around the front. Footsteps likely.
I mean, they're probably just popping off.
No movement from him. The rest of DRX, though, making their way forward here onto the side media with that Marshall.
I mean, this is exciting.
Fans respect, still could do an immense amount of damage here. All of DRX back themselves off and get situated here in tree. Tap on the door for Stacks to rotate out. Try to cover a different angle. Turret set up first and foremost. Spray, not connecting. Snake bite.
Okay. They didn't let the half go through, but I guess it doesn't matter.
Can't quite line it up. 4 members still alive.
Yeah, DRX, they lose the one time they get a... they lose 2-0 the one time they do a fun walkout. They're like, never again.
You have a Nightfall.
I want the... If they do lose this, I want the DRX Twitter to post the Thanos meme. It's like, we got more team capsule sales than any other team in Pacific. What did it cost? Everything.
Doesn't seem like they really have the protocols in place.
How do you rate RQ and Pacific Gen G wins this? I mean, as much as I would like to... Listen, I think it's... If anything, I think that would improve my rating of all 3 teams in Pacific. But I think my well, not disappointments, because it was more hope. I think RQ still performed to my expectations. I don't think it necessarily boosts him any higher. Because the thing is I think... Well, okay, Gen G closed out the match with really good play. But I think in general... I think in general, like RQ also had plenty of opportunities to try to extend and close out the maps against Gen G, and they also made a lot of those mistakes. So, I mean, you know, I think that makes them like one of those teams where they're like, on a good day they could have beaten Gen G, but ranking wise,
or C potentially, but they want to find one of those closed space sites to get value, but all of a sudden,
I mean, I probably, yeah.
With not a lot of time.
I really also have to go back and watch them like slowly, because quite frankly, I was like way too emotionally invested in both of RQ's games. How are we missing all of these kills?
Fired up, pissed off, rushing forward, breaking open the side spike, gets planted. Paranoia goes across. They get ready to go for maybe the double drop down. There's Charon managing to snap on the buzz. What a reaction from him. Stacks continuing to swing out, now falling. Have they overstepped? Mako going to be noted. Foxy9. Think flush within the poison orb.
Oh, he was ready for it. He was already there. I mean,
Foxy9 now spotted. Meteor just toying with him. Gets digged through the wall, but he's still standing. The defuse comes in, and Gen G pull the rug out from under DRX.
Didn't you see that RQ was top 3? How is this by definition not a disappointment? I said I think they have the potential to be top 3. But I always added the disclaimer that my ranking of RQ, not my like predictions that I did on the Pacific Express, the night market video, but my personal power ranking of RQ was very much based on theory, because we did not see them throughout the offseason. I still think they have the ingredients, and especially if Gen G wins here, I don't think my reads were wrong in the sense that they absolutely had the potential to enter top 3. But I honestly think there's 2 things in terms of big picture that I think RQ had as weaknesses that made them not able to get to the playoffs, or the play-ins at the very least. One of them is their comms seem to be not quite where they would want it. And 2,
trying to rectify this situation, figure out how they can run back.
Well, and this maybe goes hand in hand with comms, but sometimes they like have individuals that are trying to make hero plays, but like more than one. Which that is a problem they had last year as well. So, well, I guess technically both are problems they had last year as well. So, we'll see. Is Alpha Omega done via seeded draws? I actually have no idea, but that would make sense.
And that's something obviously you'd like to work on, something you'd like to avoid.
It might also, they might also like separate regions, like 2 Korean teams, 1 Korean team, 1 Japanese team each, maybe. I don't know.
Insane amounts of multi-kills. Just so many of their matches, you look at all their players, and they're just putting up huge 2K, 3K rounds.
I mean, I guess it doesn't matter, because then for Stage 2, you flip who you're playing anyway, but...
Showstopper for Buzz. It's got to be a little bit...
But what if RQ weren't in Group C? I mean, that's like a big hypothetical.
Just way back there on A. Not even trying to contest.
I mean, I think if RQ was in Group A, I think they make it to playoffs.
Try to get these round wins without using...
Well, I think they absolutely make it to play-ins.
Things have gone. That seems impossible.
Yeah.
The ult economy right now for GENG is so stacked.
Yep, exactly. I mean, you just have to throw everything in the kitchen sink at it for DRX and hope it works. That's
Group B is a little iffy because like Talon had an explosive opening match, and then Team Secret picked it right back up, and they were freaking firing on all cylinders. So.
Showstopper and the Nightfall both going across. Texture spotted, rockets going. Buzz able to find the kill with his. Swings
No, how does he get that second kill into Lakia?
For him.
They know he's in there. Okay.
Tree ends up falling.
And the Prowler and the door would have
2 ults of the round win.
Mostly covered that.
It would seem here as Munchkin left scattering back over towards the seaside.
Did GENG pick up the C ult orb? Because if not, if I'm Munchkin, I go and pick that up. But now you can't.
Like DRX.
Looking at the regions in Group C, third team is a team from Ascension. I don't think there's like actual seeding other than like the top 3 teams, maybe?
Is not great, to say the least. So he is just going to have to wait this one out on the other side of the map, which is the Vandal left.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is it's with a team that hasn't played any offseason, like with a team that you just haven't seen but have clearly made roster upgrades, which I think everyone would agree on. It's like your expectations are always going to be either like it's going to be very hard to have a very logical expectation. I think you're always either going to rate them slightly higher because you're like, well, I'm looking at the upgrades and this is what it should add up to, or what it could add up to, or you're like, yeah, but we've never seen them. So then you always kind of have a little bit of doubt. So, but I think they're in the range that I expected. For me, I agree. RQ's performance was on the lower end of my expectations. But it wasn't like disastrously lower. But I think what I was sad to see was it was like the same weaknesses from last year, just not as big. And I thought the roster upgrades themselves would fix at least that part of weakness. You know, they might still have like other comms things that they need to work through, etc. But
and a lot of ability to clear that Viper's pit if it goes down with that lockdown and that Nightfall as well. So
Bleed performed a lot worse than I thought they would. But stylistically, they performed like they did at Ascension to a certain extent. So it's like,
with the toxic screens and Foxy, been under
I don't know. Maybe I overrated them a bit.
Not much success to speak of. He's been bullied a bit in these 1v1s.
Really, Team Secret performed similarly to what I expected. Well, other than the first day. The first day was disastrous, but whatever that was, clearly it is gone. GENG with a fast push. They want them to go into C. They know they have a good C setup. They don't even have the turret this time. But look at their setup. They have their alarm bot and nanoswarm set up a little bit closer to the wall, so that the usual either paint shells down here or the blast packs
still active for GENG. So
wouldn't do. Oh, I guess the blast packs wouldn't clear it now anyway. But
to keep it away from some of the normal spots, generally
it's kind of hard to throw the paint shells to ensure that these get popped off.
Makes it much more difficult for DRX to feel comfortable in this execute, to avoid potentially like those nanos in particular can really cause a lot of pain.
30 seconds left.
Smokes down here on B. Paranoia at the ready. As the door gets tapped, this is going to be the full set here on the pivot. Paranoia goes across. Karen just taking a bit of damage as that snake bite goes down.
DRX goes B. I don't mind it. They are pinched. They have to push out somewhere.
From behind, Lakia trying to lead the charge, trying to get this pitch through as the pit is going to be invested. The spike gets planted with not much time to spare.
Good pit to block off main.
Lockdown being sent.
Just holding Link I don't think is enough. I don't think it's enough. That's a good pit to actually try to get in, and then the lockdown. Because they know Munchkin, or they know Mako, or they know Foxy needs to exit in and re-enter. What a retake.
GENG
What a retake.
now getting themselves up to 12. Everything invested, everything thrown at this. They get this.
I think it's over. If GENG can't close this without going to overtime, that's troubling.
That lockdown makes it so darn tricky.
Unbelievable.
It's just incredible.
The decision making, the timing.
I mean, they rushed into B.
Yeah. Doesn't look like a rookie, does he?
Not at all.
Doesn't look like a guy who's literally never played outside of ranked until this year, until he joined GENG.
Meteor says, "Yo guys, how was my call to ult? How was my ult? It was a good ult. I'm glad he's proud of it."
Looking so poised, so dialed in right now. Texture will end up
Munchkin's like, "Sorry, bro."
Decent spray check. Mako finding the headshot. Takes him down.
That was a really good retake. And the fact that Meteor's saying that means that it wasn't like a pre-planned thing. From I mean, they could have said we have ults, so we back out, but
too much damage. Munchkin also getting picked off.
okay, DRX, they're trying to make sure that they don't ever have to fight 5v5. Oh, GENG. As much as I would love this to go to a map 3, don't do this. Don't not close this out. I mean, this round, sure, but like, you guys aren't exactly that well off on creds. Like, this could turn into one where it becomes map point and like you 12-11 and you just like don't have enough creds. Don't do that.
A little bit of extra work from Flashback. Once again, is winning some of his individual battles. I mean, there have been some times where it feels like GENG is just so good in their 1v1s, yeah.
Flashback has the shot.
Ridiculous.
The spike planted, Lockya. See if he can do anything here. Was making plenty of noise. Swinging in, Lockya able to take him down. Flashback approaching. Lockya so.
I mean, DRX can buy back up, so.
But just doesn't check drop. So he will get finished off. Flashback, neural theft online. DRX close out round 20. That's just one step of so many that they need to take.
No, you save, GENG. You save.
Well,
yep.
It just got done to them by GENG on the previous map. It's 12-8. GENG was able to swing it
It's
back
possible.
into an OT.
It is possible. That's right. GENG did it.
Certainly not out of the realm of possibility. All business for DRX now. Trying to see if they can figure this out, see if they can keep their hopes alive for going to Madrid. Go around the corner. Some sheriffs, Buckies, judges.
The Bucky and the judge.
Again, another variety pack for GENG in their weaponry.
Munchkin. Skirting with this one, he has a Guardian.
Oh, Flashback, you're a little high.
Flashback, and Munchkin is able to collect. That's the neural theft gone. Out of this
Now
round.
you have to push through. Oh, man. If that Bucky got the kill, I think the round just ends right there. I mean, Meteor still gets a nice trade, but...
Considering dropping down.
Oh, they're not checking their corner.
Picks up all three to put them 6 feet under. GENG, a 2-0 victory over DRX to punch their ticket into the grand
Wow.
final to Madrid. They are going the distance.
And finally, we get to see the black and gold at the international stage. Masters
Wow.
Madrid welcomes GENG. Unreal performance here today.
Damn.
An unreal performance throughout this entire kickoff. So many tough matches. So
Dude,
many
I mean,
close
this
calls,
is huge for GENG because they had to play so
still,
many maps.
They fought back and they got here. Unreal.
And what a road here.
Man.
For Karon. As the players, I mean,
Dude, that's Karon's got to feel so good,
how they're
man.
feeling right now on stage.
I mean, everyone on this team. The coolest thing about this is GENG's entire team is built on like wanting one more shot to prove themselves, other than Karon. Like literally the entire thing.
Since the first ever international Masters
Texture's the new juicy. Like Texture,
how fast this team
he's always been called a top duelist in Korea, and yet he never made it to an international tournament.
I mean, so much credit to these players.
Lockya
and the GENG staff for getting
had his
themselves
moment
in this
on
spot.
Ascent on Masters Reykjavik and was never to be seen again other than on the bench on DRX, and then got subbed in for one game on Bind and failed.
Before.
Meteor
between both of these Korean
had his
squads,
moment
but now
on
we have
Northwestern
another
beating
one.
Zeta Division.
Last year it was T1
And then
DRX.
he was
Now
part of
Gen
these
G get
rosters
their
that just
turn.
like couldn't overcome the mental endurance.
What an unbelievable journey and story for this team.
Munchkin,
From
people thought he was pretty much washed and done for after Crazy Raccoon.
where Meteor is the only
Goes over to
holdover
T1, has a bit of an up and down,
to this
shaky
squad that is now
performance.
going into a grand final.
He wants to say that the direction he wanted the team to go in was the correct direction versus T1's. That I think awaits to be seen, but and Solo just hasn't had a really bright spot since coaching.
His rookie season,
Dude, that's a sick fan sign. And HSK, he was part of the coaching staff for DFM. HSK put this roster together. Give the man some props. Give the man credit. I mean, sure, Solo comes in as the head coach in the last weeks, but like, this is a lot of HSK's building up.
For Jing, it felt like shouldn't be
Like,
too different. Shouldn't be
HSK built this roster, and then he gets the assistance of Solo, but I am inclined to believe that a lot of the initial power that Gen G showed at the beginning of this tournament is HSK's doing. I think Solo is bringing in some of his own color, etc. But I mean, here's the other thing. I think Solo must have adapted his philosophy and ideas around the game, because Gen G's not playing like Solo used to. And he seems to be okay with it, because obviously they're winning. So it's a crazy story. I mean, we'll see how far it goes in the year, but holy cow.
선수한테 질문을 먼저 해볼게요. 팀원들이 카론 선수가 엄청 잘한다고 칭찬이 자자했는데 오늘 실력이 좀.
I mean, I'm really happy for Gen G.
본인의 활약을 기다려준 팀원들에게 한마디 먼저 또 여쭤볼게요. I mean, teammates have been complimenting you so much super plays for today. So I want to ask, how can you say thank you to your players for supporting you and for waiting you for this super play?
일단은 제가 이제 형들이 너무 잘해줘가지고
So first of all,
긴장을 엄청 했거든요.
my teammates were doing so well, so I got really nervous.
풀어주려고 하는데도 이제 안 풀리는 거예요. 그러다가
And they kept trying to make me relax, but
총을 쏴보래요.
but it just wasn't working. And then they finally said, just have confidence, just shoot your gun. And then he said, well, and then I started to kind of regain my own identity. And I think I finally showed my true self during the DRX game, because all my teammates were telling me that I am a good aimer. I mean, good for him, good for Gen G. Because honestly, everyone was hyping it up. You know what's so funny is that whole just shoot your gun thing is, that's one of the reasons that I think there's a crazy story that could be happening here, where that's what Solo told Bangnan when Bangnan was on D plus Kia, and Bangnan just like wasn't shooting his gun. He was like always trying to go for utility timings, and he just couldn't do it, and Solo had to call a timeout to go tell him to just shoot his damn gun. That's funny. Alright, Texture, you versus Buzz. It was a sick matchup, and of course you've had perhaps a tournament of your life. Yeah, I mean, same thing with something, you're right, yeah. A lot of these players that like come up to the top tier. Well, all I did was just practice all day. And I really think my teammates are very good. And whatever we're lacking, our coaching staff has always been very good about picking out. And so I've just been focusing on playing my own game comfortably. And so I dare say I think this year is my year. Dun dun dun, famous last words. Ah! Man, I mean, what a story. Here's the thing is, I don't know if they can, I don't know if they can put up a excellent fight against Paper X tomorrow. I mean, obviously it went 2-1 the first time. I mean, it could.
Now, you earned the ticket to Masters Madrid, so how do you feel right
Dude,
now?
Meteor's been hungry for this, man. So 2 days ago, During my interview, I said all of us are really good, and I'm glad we could prove that today. And we'll try our best to bring home good results from Madrid. Meteor, keeping up the classic Korean interview answers. Someone's got to do it. No, I think they will be. Just because even in the aim department, they're not gonna. They shouldn't fold against PaperX. So.
이제 첫 번째 바인드 맵에서 승리하면서 분위기를 가져왔는데 그 흐름을 탈 수 있었던 이유가 절약왕 덕분이 아닌가.
So on Bind, you guys were able to really make that comeback, and it was probably thanks to those thrifties. So. What's the trick to the thrifties? I guess Lakia gets to keep a spot on the team according to this fan. First of all, I think our team just has like ridiculous shots, and I think that's the biggest thing. And we have some good reads, and that really actually makes the aim come through as well because we have good reads. I mean, that's true. Here's the thing, is that if you look at some of the best aimers, it's because they have really good reads and really good game sense, right? A lot of it is just really good, like pre-firing or knowing like what to expect so you can flick and things like that. I mean, obviously the muscle memory has to be there, but
조금밖에 없는 상황에서 이렇게 뒤집는 결과가 나왔어요. 그래서 그런 상황에서 어떻게 이길 수 있었는지.
So you guys were able to overcome it when you had less members alive. So what's the
who do you think was the key player for it?
What's the key there, and who's your key player? If I had to choose someone in the last moments, it's absolutely Cameron on texture. And all 5 of us are very good at assessing how to overcome a deficiency in numbers, so I think that's how we were able to win. You know, that's a good point, though. This team is actually very capable of overcoming like 4v5, 3v5 conversions because of their power. Wow, skipping HSK? Give HSK his moment, man!
감독님 이제 마스터 때도 중요하지만
Oh man.
결승전이랑 과제도 남았잖아요. 그래서 선수들에게 어떤 말을 전해줄 수 있는지 여쭤보겠습니다. I mean, it's important for Masters Madrid, but for tomorrow you still have the finals. So, what do you want to tell to your players?
다시 한 번만 못 들어가지고.
내일 결승전을 앞두고.
I think it's hard to hear depending on where you're standing on the stage because of the way the speakers are.
상황에서 결승에서 한국 팀 2팀이 올라갔으면 좋았을 텐데.
It would have been nice if we had 2 Korean teams in the finals. But
T1에 복수를 하자.
to my players, let's get revenge for T1. Damn, T1 and GENG standing strong together. Who would have thought? Don't forget to tweet RQ top 3 Pacific. Come seriously, dude. RQ got robbed. Yeah, give HSK his moment.
시간 동안 젠지가 이기면서 오늘 결과를 이뤄냈잖아요. 또 좀 어려운 점은 없었는지.
So any difficulties getting to this point? HSK, I want you to tell the longest story ever, man. This is your moment, man. Flex it. Dude, I'm so happy for HSK because so many Korean players. Hold on. So obviously there were a lot of difficulties, but we've all been able to overcome them throughout this entire journey, and that's why I think we were able to grow this much. Ah, you're too humble, HSK. You should have been like, God damn, I built the best roster in Korea. Thank you for releasing me, No, but so many Korean players and like people in the know have said that they have full trust that HSK can perform as a coach. A lot of I've heard like hearsay through people that I trust as sources that have said that players, a lot of the Korean players have a lot of faith in HSK.
DRX, GENG is making new waves in Korean Valorant. It's GENG's
And I kind of believed in that. I mean, I didn't have any like insider knowledge to believe in it, but you know, given his history, he was never like an individually mechanically crazy player, but a lot of Korean pros were waiting for him to finish his military service so he could enter Valorant, etc., etc. So I just thought, okay, I mean, clearly he's got some leadership qualities and he has some good reads on the game. And then he had that horrendous year last year in DFM, and I was like, I just feel like that doesn't paint the whole picture. So I'm really glad that he gets his moment.
Following up so beautifully onto Buzz, he was creating some plays where there was that one point.
If you're still okay, I'm just gonna say this: if you're hating this format as we declare the winners for Madrid, I think that's silly, right? At some point, you're gonna crown them anyway. I'm not trying to say this format is like better. But at some point, you're crowning winners to go to Madrid. It was a sick game. It's still a sick story. It's only kickoff. Definitely, send your feedback, post your feedback for Riot to see. Bring it back up, near the end of the year, etc. But like,
I'm just looking at the stats screen right now.
let's just say that DRX isn't eliminated because of the format, right? They might, if in a different format, they might have had a second chance. But they did lose. So, I mean, also, GENG had to play a lot of freaking games. Oh, it's not even about DRX. It's about T1. Well, I'm sad T1's not going either. It sucks. But there's future tournaments. Dude, 14 first kills and losing 13-8 is actually insane. I didn't know that's how many conversions GENG had. That is crazy. They lost 6 rounds with a 5v4 advantage. 6! Including the last one, I believe.
Yeah, there was a bit of fight from DRX. I mean, most of the kills I think we saw from Mako.
And this was the map where Mako finally rose to the occasion. Dude, Buzz was 12 and 20. That is rough. But here's the thing. I think any duelist that plays against GENG on Lotus is going to have this. Like, again, you need to have either you need to have a different comp or you need to like dump all your utility to break their C site setup. But you have to do it early and then rotate to 8. So if you do that like too late in the half, they're gonna know. So you need to do it early. But then obviously you're thinking like, but then we have to give up control of Rubble so early. But it's like you just kind of have to, I think, when you're playing against GENG.
But GENG somehow picks it up. There were some like thrifty wins here and there. And that last round, what was that last round? God, yeah.
I mean, it's rough. DRS also forced the op a lot on defense. But then like they tried to go aggressive with it. Dude, RRQ. Redemption for RRQ. RRQ only lost to the finalists of VCT Pacific Kickoff. Let that be known. I mean, they only lost to GENG, but man, it would be nice. It would be nice if tomorrow was at least the 3-1.
It's crazy. If I was PaperX, I'd be a little worried, to be honest. They're insane, and they have no signs of slowing down.
Dude, rematch time. And the thing is the first one was a 2-1. The first one was a 2-1 scoreline, and then that freaking no duelist sunset comp wrecked GENG. Yeah, you see, here's the other thing. I will say, having a bit of like this, oh, I wish we had more of kickoff. It's kind of exciting for stage 1. We have so many good storylines now. I'm not defending the format, but do you see a world where GENG beats PaperX? I think on a good day GENG could. But I think GENG, I don't see a world where GENG stops PRX. I don't see a world where GENG like 3-0s PaperX with like 13-8 and below score lines.
On the international stage right now, and I can't wait what's gonna happen tomorrow. Like you said, either way they're both going to Madrid, but who's gonna win out tomorrow?
I think they could. Dude, imagine if GENG starts the year with 3 championship points. That'd be insane.
5 p.m. Korea time for the ultimate kickoff showdown between
Oh man,
and GENG. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining.
What a match. I mean, today were good matches. Today were good matches. Dude, who's playing in China right now? Oh, JDG. Oh, JDG and All Gamers are playing the lower bracket. Stu's fighting for his life. I kind of want to watch this. But I can't. I mean, I can watch like 20 minutes of it, but I have to get ready for a... so for those of you who are here, I will be doing a T1 League of Legends activation with T1 and Samsung Odyssey. So we are going to have Reckless and Smash from the T1 Academy team. We're going to do a short little stream with some giveaways and such. So that's going to be starting in an hour. So you can come check that out. It's on my Twitter. It is on my Instagram story. Or it will be on my Instagram story. So you can come check that out. But I'll probably have to hop off, rest my voice a bit, and get ready for that. We'll do more VOD review. I mean, now we have plenty of VODs to VOD review. So we'll do more of that next week. We're going to continue co-streams of, I believe, China. And then Korea Challengers starts next week. And things like that. So next week, things will continue to flow through. And once Masters happens, we'll do VOD reviews of Masters. And then Final Fantasy VII Rebirth comes out. We'll be streaming that. Texture #1 Korean duelist proved it again today. Yeah, the thing is the way he played this tournament, absolutely. I will not argue against it. I will not argue against it. I mean, only playing against GENG is the part that I think hurts the most for RQ. I think they would have loved to see how they do against other teams. That's the part that does kind of stink about this format, but it is what it is. I mean, it happens when you go to Masters. Obviously, you would love to play against all these other teams, but... Damn. Damn. Dude, I just did not imagine it was going to be at 2-0. T1 Paper X being a 2-0 hurts, man. T1 just couldn't figure out their defense. Paper X had 7 rounds in a row in the second half on attack. Oh, you're right. Both map ones went to OT. It's crazy, actually. Oh, excuse me. All right. I'm going to go freshen up for my little stream with... that's not going to be on this channel. It will be on the Samsung Odyssey channel. So again, check out my Twitter, or you can check my Instagram in about 15 minutes to see where that stream is. Doing a little something with the T1 League of Legends Academy team. And then I'm going to go to sleep, and then I will be casting the finals, the grand finals of the VCT Pacific Kickoff tomorrow. So thanks so much for dropping by. For those who joined, thanks for all the new subs on YouTube and new follows on Twitch. Really appreciate it, as always. And obviously no stream tomorrow. I will try to see. Hold on, let me check my calendar right now. I think I can do the China games on Monday and Tuesday. I think they have matches on Monday and Tuesday, right? Yeah, Monday's the play-in. Wait, do they have play-ins as well? Yeah, they do. So Monday's the play-ins. And then... Wait, no, Tuesday's the play-ins. Monday's the final day. Oh, okay. So I'll do both. And then I will try to do 20. I wanted to do the opening matches of Challengers Korea because Zest is playing, but I might not be able to because I think we're having people over for dinner. And then the 29th, I have a recording, but I don't know how long it is, so I might be able to come back and maybe do Challengers Korea that day. But yeah, that's the idea. So Monday, most likely, co-streaming VCT China. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I will see you guys all tomorrow.